Good morning and happy Pride Month, everybody. Just a reminder, Patreon is now 50% off. If you're aiming to join the Discord, be 18 plus, guys. It's a space for adults to discuss philosophy and politics. Leftist space, queer space, progressive space. So just, a heads up. If you plan to join it hoping to discuss philosophy like white men on Reddit, that is not the space for you. I say this because I'm already getting comments in the comment section saying, what's this lady even doing? Is it philosophy really? Where are all the white men telling us what Kant thinks? And the sock to the T's? The Socrates, if you will? Who's this Brittany? Simone? Is it Simone? Simon. Oh, Simon. Like Theodore and Simon? All right. Well, where's her degree on philosophy? Also, since I'm Jordan Peterson, I'm going to talk about climate change because I definitely know how to stay in my lane. Anyways, good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right. Some good queer pride-related news. Let's start there. Start the day happy. I'm not going to play for you any Pride music because both of my streams got demonetized. It's okay. I knew it was going to happen for the Pride. Okay. But yesterday's stream got demonetized and my Monday stream, which is fine because I don't monetize my members anyways. Okay. But here we go. Some good news. Okay.
All about, and what is tonight all
Okay. The audio is crazy.
about?
This is the Wade family who, infamously supports their trans daughter. This is Zaya. And so I thought this was kind of cool from a celebrity status thing.
Translatable is a safe space. It's a community hub for queer youth and their families and allies who just want to understand more about what the queer community, the trans community is like, have certain resources that can really enrich our experiences and hopefully help us be better people, especially with just our queer youth and protecting them and nurturing them. And I mean, tonight's all about having fun.
Beautiful person behind us. We were able to sit down with her and try to find out what it is she wanted to do. As she's gotten older, obviously it's a lot of conversation around not only her, but around friends of hers, around the community that she's a part of. And so we sat down with her and we just talked to her about what is it that she wished she had. And she said she wished she had a community. She said she wished she had a safe space, safe haven. She said she wished she had somewhere to go to find information, to build, relationships, all these different things. And so that right there started the birth of Translatable.
Do you have a go-to philosophy or first piece of advice that you like to offer to families?
Listen, you don't have all the answers. Your life isn't their life. And it's okay to learn from your kids. It's okay to learn from your loved ones and humble yourself that there's more to learn and that there's more love to give. And you're about to meet more parts of your loved one than you've ever met before. And don't let running off at the mouth run them off. You have a real opportunity here. But it's okay to not know. It's okay to not have it figured out or to not understand everything. But it's not okay to not listen. And not try. Start with trying, but I promise you it's not hard. Taxes are way harder. Just give a damn about your loved ones. They deserve to be here, and they deserve peace and protection. Your love and your protection. Let's figure out a way to make that happen.
Okay, this is reported by QWERTY. I love that. I just thought that was really nice. I'll go ahead and link it in the chat in case some people need some resources. We love resources. Okay, let's see. More queer news. FCC plan to flag LGBTQIA plus TV content sparks backlash from 40 different groups. The FCC is considering warning labels for programming featuring transgender and gender non-binary content, including in children's shows. The proposal is still in the comment stage, and it has drawn pushback from 40 organizations, GLAAD, HRC, and PF Flag. Critics say the move is discriminatory and would stigmatize queer content. Quote, we believe that all people, including LGBTQIA plus youth, deserve to see themselves represented in media. And we also believe that parents and guardians, not government regulators, should be the ones deciding what their children are able to watch. And in the name of supporting queer TV, let's hop back to my childhood. When my father used a code to block certain TV channels from being seen, but did we figure out that code? It was his birthday. And did we log in to make sure we could watch Degrassi? We did. And was Degrassi incredibly toxic? It was. But was it one of the only shows where I saw gay people kissing and or same-sex people kissing? It was. Okay?
Friend. Hey, Liberty Girlfriend.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Larissa's the head of our LGBT club.
And what's that, a sandwich?
Not everyone is gay, Dylan.
I'm freezing. Who's gay?
I'm homosexual. Well, can't say I'm surprised.
Falcone is hot, right? Okay, Marco.
Dylan, we're toasting the summer with kamikaze.
Your dad is gay.
Oh, man.
Have you talked to your parents?
As if I'm gonna tell my parents I need money to get decayed.
I don't know, GT. Some people are just gay, I guess.
Then what do I do?
Marco!
No consent, no consent.
Wow.
Wow.
So when in doubt, you kiss Crank?
Hey, Liberty.
Anyways, shout out to my childhood. Love to see it in general. All right, let's go ahead and switch to serious gay news. Because though we are able to celebrate, and though many of us have the privilege to celebrate, there are still countries and people at large who are funding anti-LGBT legislation around the world. And this creator, Alaz, has been making a lot of content about it lately, and I've been really enjoying their TikToks. And they also have a purple icon, which is a part of the protest we participated in a few months ago about the rise of femicide. So I have a feeling this is just generally a good person, but you know, this is a very interesting TikTok. So some serious gay news
is here, and for many people, Pride Month is here, and for many people, this month represents a time to celebrate our differences. Whether you are straight, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, whatever it is, it's a month where you can be who you are, choose who you love without fearing scrutiny. However, this month has been hijacked by very bad news, and that is actually coming from Ghana. Ghana, of all places, have announced that they are pushing an anti-LGBTQ bill and has passed in parliament. And this bill means that if you identify as anything other than straight, then you are a criminal deserving of jail time, deserving of years of prison time, because who you choose to love or how you identify is criminal. But there's something interesting about the bill being passed in Ghana right now. The anti-LGBTQ bill is being passed around the same time that an anti-LGBTQ conference is being held. And that conference is being hosted and funded by Christian evangelicals from America and Orthodox Christians from the Netherlands.
Of course.
And yeah, I'm not making this up. These foreigners are funding anti-LGBTQ conferences in Ghana with lawmakers, with parliament members, etc. And they are actually pushing laws that Ghanaians shall follow. And you might be thinking, what will a conference do in changing laws? Well, in 2023, there was also a similar conference being held in Uganda. And after that conference was held by the same groups, just a few months after that, Uganda passed the worst anti-LGBTQ laws in Africa. And the law that was passed after that conference was that if you are anything other than straight, then you are deserving of life imprisonment or the death penalty for who you chose to love. Simply for who you choose to love. You didn't harm anybody, you didn't hurt anybody. And that is...
This is BBC reporting Uganda anti-homosexuality bill, life in prison for saying you're gay.
Same agenda happening in Ghana. Once that bill was passed in Uganda, crime against the LGBT community rose. Thousands of people were violated or assaulted during that time and still are today. So that's why I'm hoping you can help me spread this word, because the bill was passed in parliament, but it hasn't been signed by the president, John Mahama, yet. And until that happens, the law does not go into effect. This is a time for us to speak up and spread awareness about this. Let's use this Pride Month to really advocate for the people who doesn't have the same rights as other people in other countries. So I hope you can help me spread this word.
Okay, I'll link the TikTok because, you know, I love that we're able to celebrate to the best of our ability, but do not get it twisted. And this is why, you know, this week has really been so much about patriarchy and control, because it is still so real. I know people want to convince you that like, oh, you're free and you have choices and who's telling you how to live your life. But if we just look at the numbers globally, we are still so far from real liberation. And so I want us to just pay attention to the seriousness as we celebrate who we are, and just to remember though things have changed and we've come a long way, we're just getting started, okay? So very important stuff. Here's a look with their wisdom today.
Be mentored by a lot of elder trans women. And one of them was someone named Daisy. I was so lucky to be mentored by a lot of elder trans women. And one of them was someone named Daisy. And she saw me walking down the street and she said, honey, if you're gonna dress like that, do you know how to fight? I said, what? And she took me to a local YMCA and gave me pink boxing gloves and taught me how to fight. And she said to me, you have to defend your beauty. And no one had ever told me that before. When I was younger, my family told me that my job was to hide and to make other people more comfortable around me. Daisy was the first person in my life who said to me, being you is non-negotiable. In other words, she loved me before I was ready to love me. I've been shown a kind of love that was so graceful that it looked at my self-hatred and it said, bless your heart, something we say in Texas, and brought me even closer rather than pushing me away. I was so lucky.
I just think like right now, as we have these conversations, especially on this channel, I think it's interesting. I got a comment from somebody and, you know, they've been really going wild in the comments, but you guys have been like really, you know, pushing back in a very nice and loving way. But they said something like, your argumentation is similar to Matt Walsh's argumentation. Do not come to a queer channel with queer people. Do not come to a space of a gender deconstructionist who thinks gender is a performance and misunderstand my argumentation, which was reductive and simplified because you guys apparently can't handle anything more than that, and think that we here in this space are making any argument adjacent to Matt Walsh. When I made the argumentation that they pushed back on, which was, would you let your little girl, would you trust any of the women in your life to be put in a room with many, many strange men you do not know of all backgrounds? Most of the pushback is no. That is not what Matt Walsh is saying. Matt Walsh is saying all men, because of their inherent biological predispositions, cannot be trusted. Conservatives growing up told us never to trust the men in our family, let alone the men who are strangers. That's not what queer people believe. Queer people don't believe you have a biological predisposition to be a fucking rapist. That's what patriarchy believes, and then forgives men for it because it's just their nature. We here on this channel do not think the way you were born or identified when you were born dictates what your life will look like, unless you are impacted by the society around you who forces you to fit into a box. The only idea we can have to predict your future is because of other people forcing you to be that future, not because I could ever predict your individual future. So when we sit here and we make conversation about the safety that femmes need to have in the world, we're talking about it in regards to and within the construct of patriarchy, a system that shames people and makes people like a look who exists in this femme presenting space, or this femme presenting way, to exist in a space where they would now need to learn how to fight maybe because of the way they so pressure and push against the standard of expectation. Right? So in this space here, we know we've been kind of, I feel like as a community, we've been maybe trolling the cisheads a bit this week. And I think we're all in on it. It feels safe to say that my audience has been in on the trolling of the cisheads, okay? But just in case you were gone this week and you're just coming in, we are using reductive language to make it clear that they are unserious about ever facing their own the own criticism from their own communities, okay? And I think that's the part of it that we're going to cover again today. Because again, I'm, you know, here I am, you know, kind of poking and saying, interesting. So here are the men on the left making the argumentation, we're the safe kind of men. You can trust us. We're the safe ones. Now, I, on my Bert Simon channel, made an argumentation that I do think real leftist men who've deconstructed patriarchy will be less predatory than conservative men. And I stand by that. I think that's true, right? That doesn't mean that leftist men aren't still on a individual journey of deconstruction and might pose a problem. So remind, you know, just to keep it in the forefront of your mind today as we go through the TikToks I have to show you and the videos I have to show you, the same men that are saying, trust me, I'll protect you, are the same men that ask you what you're wearing, the same men that make fun of women for having sex, the same amount of men who in a room, okay, of 10 men and maybe 2 women will always default to the man's opinion over the woman's, right? The same men who say Trump is a fascist and a rapist and you're worried about a man who cheats on his wife as if both aren't bad. right? See how we have to accept one abuse in a marriage over another abuse because this abuse is worse? How about we accept none of the abuses? See how a man who abuses his wife still gets elected to office and then supported by because the other man is worse? Cool, guys. Good argumentation, guys. Good argumentation. Okay. Now, before we begin the longer stories for today, let's do this story, which is
people to be bad.
Hannah. I don't know much about Hannah, but she said, why do we want people to be bad? And I think that's kind of an interesting conversation. Let's talk about that. Chat said it's definitely not entirely accepted everywhere, and I'm in a big city. Yeah, being gay and being trans, we have rainbow crosswalks in my area in Canada, and it was defaced, and the people posted the video of them. See, even in Canada, that's horrible. Chet says your argument wasn't about bioessentialism. It was about socialization. Well, okay, so I'm wearing my Humans Gonna Human sweater for a reason today, because I also got the criticism of Brittany saying, oh, it's a part of our nature. Humans are gonna human. That is also true. And it's a part of our socialization. It's both things. You can't erase one. You can't. This is why men who think, oh, I'm all logic, it's impossible. You are biologically, it is impossible to be logical alone. You are playing this game where you think you exist in a world that does not exist. It is not reality, that you are not emotionally driven. Okay? That's why when they weaponize it against women, or in my comments causing me hysterical and traumatized, did you guys see those comments? Men in my comments saying she's hysterical and traumatized. Well, they're yelling at me because they don't understand my argument. When men don't understand my argument, I'm traumatized. That is misogyny. That is misogyny. That's exactly what I got from Hassan's community, Destiny's community. That's exactly the comments I get from men's community. Matt Delahunty did the same thing to Britt Hartley. Because he doesn't understand Britt Hartley, she must be a scammer. And I'm saying just because you don't understand what's happening, girl. And that's why, again, I'm going to push back. And this is why I also want to highlight some of the men who, when I do talk to them, they're like, oh yeah, I get what you're saying. You're making sense. Because these men are able to have nuance in the way that they hear me. They can argue with me. We can even disagree. But they're not needing to call me hysterical or mentally ill because we disagree. Oh, she's only wrong because she's mentally ill. It's not even an I disagree statement. And you can disagree. I really wish you would understand me before you disagree, but I'll take anything. Okay, so I'm going to show you and highlight men that I've really liked talking to about these things, but that doesn't change the fact that the fact is they had to ask me my input, which is good, to even understand it because they aren't trained and socialized into society to see it, right? They're not trained to see why women are saying, hold up. Okay, so let's watch this video first by Hannah, and then I'll answer a comment about who can say the B word, because I think it's important. Okay, so let's watch this.
This week why do we want people to be bad? This week I've been writing about purposely misunderstanding each other and internet takedowns. There is a penchant online for misunderstanding, a willful decision to take something out of context and imbue it with all sorts of negative meaning. Infer that by saying something, they actually meant a whole other world of bad things. You say you like strawberries, that means you must hate blueberries. It's an insistence that by leaving something out, by not qualifying and clarifying everything you say, you are doing so with malice and you need to be caught out. I think what's most telling is that explanations never seem to matter. The person might apologize, they might clarify what they meant, but that doesn't seem to change anything. The misunderstanding continues and the goalposts just move. But why do we want to misunderstand each other? Why do we assume bad intentions so often? Why do we never accept an explanation? The rate at which we seem to want to expose people means that I don't think it's ever really about one individual, rather a collective effort to distrust people and their motives. Constantly assigning negative intent to strangers and never accepting their explanations means that there must be some widespread belief that people are just bad. We feel we need to read between the lines to dig out the evil amongst us. It feels like a bloodthirst at this point. We don't want to come to any understanding. We don't want to resolve anything. We are cycling through people like they are disposable. We raise people up and then we rip them down. We love them one day and then the next day we say that we always knew there was something off about them. This kind of fury used to be reserved for celebrities, but now we seem to apply it to regular people who post online as well. People who who maybe film their videos on their lunch break or between classes. Their worst crime is usually that they have a off opinion or a bad take or that people disagree with them. I don't think this is a reason to excommunicate people from online society, but here we are. We continually try to expose people for their irredeemable badness. I don't like how easily we turn on each other, and I don't like that there's this collective assertion that people have negative intentions. I don't want to live in a world where people are constantly trying to find the bad ones, especially when there is actual evil out there, evil that doesn't need to be inferred or projected onto strangers on the internet. For such a bloodthirsty group, we seem largely disinterested in actual bad people with evidence of their badness. I think what I find most ironic is that in trying to sniff out the evil amongst us, we often just turn into the bad guys. Sending death threats or leading internet takedowns against a regular person is usually a lot worse than any of the things that the person is accused of doing. Why can we so readily claim to identify these bad vibes in other people, but we can't see it in ourselves? I think a lot of people get caught up in it all. There is a dopamine rush in justifying your dislike of someone and feeling a little bit morally superior to them. We can gleefully project whatever we want onto strangers. We can make them the perfect villain and take them down in a world that we often feel powerless in. Maybe this is why actual evil doesn't often interest us that much, because it feels too big, it feels too overwhelming. Maybe taking down regular people is perfectly bite-sized enough for us to feel like we're in control. I don't think this vigilante vibe hunting is doing us any good. I think it's turned us into kind of bad people who are super negative and very untrusting. I'd like to live in a world that feels more understanding, where we're not constantly trying to catch each other out for being secretly evil, where you can explain yourself, where people will give you the benefit of the doubt. If you'd like to read my essay on this, it's on my Substack along with a lot of other stuff that I've written.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. I don't know Hannah's work that well, but this was interesting to me. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say she kind of proved her thesis wrong by actually having the realization, though it wasn't quite an epiphany, that, yeah, we are bad. You just proved it. That those people who are suspicious of everyone, they're right. Because they're also wrong. Because they're bad, everyone else is bad. We're all bad. Right? But we're all good. I made this argumentation at a podcast or a panel one time where I argued that humans are naturally good, meaning they're naturally doing what's good about like life, like good meaning like almost neutral good, like they just exist. Like all dogs are good dogs, even bad dogs, right? All humans are good humans, even bad humans. But the irony is that like, yeah, if all of us keep calling each other out, filming each other in public, calling each other out for the stupidest shit, yeah, like we're kind of bad. Now, I try not to do this. Now, you might say, but Brittany, aren't you doing that with Hassan? Aren't you doing that with other people? I do not film strangers and post it on the internet. Right? So that's one thing I do not ever do. I do not ever film people and post them on the internet, period, the end. Next. Okay, so now everyone who does that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why you're doing that. 2, depending on the context, you might need to film a stranger and post them to the internet if they're committing a hate crime. If they are doing something truly evil, sure. But I don't do that in general because most people aren't doing that. I never get to see one of those things, so I never have to film people. Hassan is a public figure. Celebrities are public figures. Politicians are public figures. And they want to say in how your life goes. So it's different. Okay? That's a different context, right? If the internet wasn't saying, right, just support Hassan and don't question him when the right is coming after him so much. Guys, the right is going to go after children. Republicans go after children. And they're never going to stop. There's never going to be a good time to call the men out in our own bubbles if the right is always going after the men in our bubbles. So when do you want me to wait for? When is the perfect time to have this conversation? Tell me when. Exactly. It's non-existent. So now you're just telling us never to say anything. And then in 50 years, when we start speaking up, we'll be like, well, why didn't you say this right away? Why didn't you say it when it was happening? Oh, interesting that you were hanging out with them and supporting them, but you didn't say anything then. You know, you can't win, right? Chet says, what do you say to the saying all humans are inherently selfish, and I want not to believe it, but I can see how that seems true, but I like to think it's a product of capitalism. If you mean selfish by definition, meaning at the expense of others, then I would say that's not true. If you mean selfish, meaning self-centered, meaning like self-invested, sure, that seemed to be a reasonable thing to do as an animal on the planet, right? So it just depends on how we have the conversation and what the words mean. Like, I think the issue is that we really put a lot of emphasis on how systems impact us. But the truth is like, yes, you're formed by the system and you're a victim to the system. And the system isn't the reason. Well, the system could be the reason your father rapes you and could also not be the reason your father rapes you. You know, like, I think that's a problem. Your uncle marrying a 10-year-old child could be a system, a cultural expectation, patriarchy, and his own perversion. So it's also a conversation about like, it's both. It has to be both and. That the question is, if we raise children differently, would they end up better people? I would hope so. But is it a guarantee? No. It's just a probability, right? Yes, the system encourages. Chat said, would you say the system encourages? Yes. I think the systems encourage you to be a bad person. I think the systems encourage you to be hateful and bigoted and engage in a lot of philosophical evil. That's why the systems need to be dismantled, because as a structure, they are incentivizing and encouraging you to be bad people. So then I would say that, okay, well, how do we dismantle the system? Meaning schools and policies and politicians and the way it always has to be. And then how do we start taking accountability for our own family struggles, right? How do we take into account our own relationship with what I do today, right? What is my action? And then you have to deconstruct it and put it into categories, because we're not opposites. Men and women can't operate the same, binary speaking, in patriarchy. So if a woman hits a man, it is not the same if a man hits a woman. It cannot be. Because a lot of the time when women hit men, it is often in self-defense, though not always. And this is important. If women are raised under patriarchy to think that them hitting a man will never actually hurt the man, and the man is made to feel like he can never be hurt by a woman, then one, you turn boys into victims of female violence, and two, you turn women into positions of thinking the only way to be hurt is to be violent. And then men, the only way to be in control is to be violent. So you're confusing your children. You're confusing you're confusing the world, right? You're confusing people. Okay? And so it is very confusing. So which one is it? It's not that all of us need, that's why when we have conversations about men and patriarchy and someone goes, but what about women? Bros, okay? Now you make it so I can't safely talk about women who are bad, because now you're going to say, see, women are bad too. Studies don't show that in the same way, but not because of biology, which you would then argue. That's the thing. Who are we talking to? Am I talking? That's what I'm saying. If I'm talking to leftists, why do I have to explain to you the basics of gender? Because you're not doing the work. The men aren't doing the work. Okay. Right. And that's what I'm frustrated with. I want to have the next conversation about solutions, but I can't have conversations about solutions because you guys keep bringing up, but what about women? So when people come to my chat, also, did you guys see these comments? People were like, well, what's Brittany's solutions? She doesn't even have any solutions. How can I get to the solution part if you guys are still like, but Brittany, what about women? But Brittany, women. What about J.K. Rowling? And I'm like, okay, thanks for naming one woman. What about J.K. Rowling? Okay, I can't now. I'm stuck. Now I can't even make a suggestion for a solution. And that's the point. So the same people that are like, you know, why do you speak in these binaries? Because you are literally not willing to have the conversation outside the binary. Because God forbid I mention gender fluidity or gender deconstruction, you freak the fuck out. You freak the fuck out. And I'm saying either recognize in yourself that you're not ready for the conversation, or we're not going to get anywhere, right? Okay, let me scroll up. Chad said, I feel like we need to move out of the constant judgment space of bad or good. It keeps us in a cycle and sends us into emotion of mind. How about saying that kills people or that hurts people? Yeah, I think this goes back to the gender binary as well with men and women. How can we get out of the binary of good and bad? Is if every situation we have Nazis thinking they're good people, right? Like, why the fuck does a Nazi get to go to sleep thinking they're good people? Right? Like, what the fuck is that? And then autistic people go to bed thinking they're bad because they misread a social cue. Do you know what I'm saying? So we have to tell autistic people, you're not a bad person because you didn't read the social, you didn't read the room today. That's not what makes you a bad person. And then I have to be able to look at somebody in my family and say, hey, you're being a bad person right now for engaging in XYZ. So we kind of have to use language that forces people to recognize stuff, you know? Like the way I do it, I just sent a message to my brother this morning. I said, hey, I love you so much. You know that thing we talked about the other day? I'm willing to move on from it, but I need you to say the words, I did this thing, so I know you understand that you did this thing. And if you can't actually understand that you did this specific thing, but you did, then we're not going to move on. So let me know where you're at because I'd like to know. And that's what I said. I said, I love you, but I'm going to need you to say the words. Because last time we talked about it, it kind of made it sound like you might not think you did what you did, but you did do it. So I'm going to need you to own that you did it so I can move on and we can move on. And let's see how he responds, right? The same thing with anything else we're doing in the world is like, hey, I'm going to need you to recognize the harm that you did instead of explain it away with, oh, this is where just I was in a bad space and this is where I was and this is what the explanation could come after the acknowledgement. Okay? So when we have these conversations, right, we have to be careful about who's having the conversation, especially in a world where people believe in God, especially in a world where people believe their God is the one God and their God is the one who gets to dictate your life. Remember, if you're religious, that's great. Those are rules for you, not for me. But if you think those rules for you are now rules for me, we're going to have a problem, right? And so that's the problem with these whole these conversations is like, where are you coming from? There's 8 billion people on the planet. Of course, you can't generalize for a whole group, but that's why we're talking about systems and structures. Systems and structures, okay? Patriarchy, the same patriarchy that keeps Afghani women unable to speak to each other and read is the same patriarchy that allows Hassan Piker to interview a woman and then talk about her pussy and tits and ass with his buddies the next day. You think it's a different patriarchy. It's the same patriarchy. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. It's the same patriarchy. It's the same fucking thing. It doesn't feel like the same thing because it feels better and safer, but it's the same fucking thing. That's why Sam Harris, being a misogynist and then claiming to care about Afghani women because he cares, but he's an Islamophobe. Being an Islamophobe hurts women. You can't say you advocate for women because they're made to wear hijab, but you don't fight for all women, including Muslim women. Muslim women aren't being fought for by telling them to take off hijab. It's telling them they have a choice to wear it or not. Okay? And that they can deconstruct their own relationship to a patriarchal religion, which is none of my business, because as long as they keep it between them and their God, I don't care if you're a Muslim, right? That's the difference. I don't care if you're a Muslim, as long as it's between you and your God. As long as you don't start advocating for the law to represent your religion, I'm good with you. That's why I'm not an anti-theist. It's why I'm not anti-religion, because religion is personal. So as long as you over there, we can talk about it. As long as you don't use your religion as a reason to discriminate or create legislation or policy or hurt children, right? Now we can have a conversation about how that does inherently hurt children, and I'm willing to have that conversation, but I want to make sure we fight bigotry first, and say that you can't be Islamophobic in the name of gay people. You can't be Islamophobic in the name of women. I will not allow my people to be used so you can discriminate against these people. Okay? All right, let me scroll up. I feel like I'm missing good comments over here. Yeah, they didn't even watch the Ashley video after arguing women bad too. Not only did they not even watch it, but then they started accusing me of picking Ashley St. Clair over Hassan, even though she was a Republican, which I did not do. I didn't choose either of them. I said they both have their problems, and here's what I'm pointing out. See, it's all about sides. It's all about winning, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's the problem. All right. Let's see. Let me scroll up. Okay. Algorithm hid your FDBE CAV discussion for me for days, but boy, I'm glad I found them. Oh my God. See, the system hates me. I don't know. Who knows why YouTube does anything, Let's see. Also, when we talk about cancel culture, I've yet to see a circumstance where cancel culture affected someone who wasn't just a marginalized person, Exactly. 100. Well, that's why Trash Discourse leaving the internet really sucked, because they didn't have the means to stay. I don't know really why they left, but I can assume, since it happened after the Tabernacle beef, that's why they had to go, because they didn't have the system or structure or community to stay. Now, listen, I went through spirals on my own time in the internet, guys. I've left YouTube like 2 or 3 times, and every time it was because I didn't know how to keep myself safe when shit like that happened. And I was like so confused. And now I'm back around again. I know it better, but it's still scary. Even for me, it is still a scary feeling, because at the end of the day, I don't have money like that, right? I don't have a job like that. If I quit the online community, like I will have to go get a new job and change my whole life again, which will be fine. I can do that, but it will take time, right? I'll probably have to go into debt. I'll probably have to deal with this. I'll probably have to go back to school, a whole thing. Versus like a Hassan or an Ethan or these people who are with millions of dollars, like, you know what I mean? They don't have to think about that. You know, even some of the mid-sized creators, like a lot of them don't have to think about those things. And so, you know, again, I'm not saying, and I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that I'm not a big girl, that I'm not a big boy, that I'm not an adult. I'm not saying that Hassan Piker can't engage with me intellectually because I'm a child or something, because I have a smaller channel. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you engage with people, you should be aware of the way you're talking to people. If he talked to me with dignity, we wouldn't even have to worry about this. But because these men often weaponize their positions against people, now it's going to be what it is. And that's why I say, like, being the adult in the room is easy. I don't think anyone has more power than me when it comes to being an adult. I think they have more power than me when it comes to rallying an audience. When it comes to the fact that I'm going to get blowback that might be a threat to me in a different way than Hassan. Not that Hassan didn't just have a hit piece made about him from the New York Post, which is a trash paper. We shouldn't be reading it or supporting it. Not that Hassan wasn't just doxxed. Not that Hassan doesn't have problems. Not that the U.S. government doesn't pay attention to Hassan. But that it's still a different relationship. Hassan has networking, people who can vouch for him, a lot of men who can protect him. It's a different relationship, you know? And so again, right, who knows? Okay. Let me see. Chat says, thanks, Britt, for bringing up awareness to Cyrus keeping his story alive. I'm ashamed I didn't know until your stream yesterday. Well, I didn't know until I saw it on my feed. Guys, I live on TikTok and I set my algorithm to show me the saddest news possible. And I know that's why I cry every day. I spend every day of my life crying over someone's child being killed. And so for these men on the internet to show up and talk about how much they care about children, when I know you're not crying enough for these kids, the way you show up so aggressive and so violent and so unnecessary, talking about protecting your community. Protect your community by focusing on the children, but you don't, because children can't pay your bills unless you're Mr. Beast. Okay? My algorithm shows me the saddest fucking stories every day about families being fucking bombed to death, massacred, women being kidnapped and raped, and these men come on the internet and fucking with their big fucking chests and their bro laughs, talking about liberation when they haven't even liberated themselves out of patriarchy. Don't even lecture me. And the audacity of people in my chat being like, I don't think you've deconstructed patriarchy enough because you're so naive. You think people shouldn't kill kids. Okay? Don't even make me. Don't even make me. We're going to talk more about Cyrus today, okay? His parents have spoken. Okay, now. Yeah, shout out to the Muslims in my chat. I'm a Muslim and I believe in God so intrinsically, and other people's lives are not mine to dictate. Shout out. Love you guys. Love you guys. Okay, let me see. What's your stance on parents raising their kids with religion? I mean, as long as you raise your kids with an option of searching. I mean, my parents raised me religious and there was a lot of disadvantages to that, obviously being a closeted queer kid. Like a lot of disadvantages to that for sure. The one thing my parents did though, which would let me read any book I wanted. Well, unless it was about gay people. They let me read books, ask questions, debate Christians. And eventually they thought the more research I did would lead me to Christ. It actually led me away from Christ. But at least I could read as much as I wanted to, basically. Now, I got this comment. Said, Britt, do you think a guy using the word bitch who is not a cis guy problematic? And then somebody replied, said, the reason it's wrong for a cis man to use the word is because of historical context around the word and the inherent power that comes from being a cis man and patriarchy. Trans men and mass still benefit from being viewed as a man under patriarchy and still hold power over cis women who are harmed by the slur. Brittany even states that women shouldn't be using the B word. So how would a non-cis using it not be problematic? And I said, wait. I never said women shouldn't say the B word. I can expand on stream. It's not black and white. It's always contextual. Then they said, please talk about the usage of it in songs and art by cis men. I think it's interesting since a lot of people do not mind it so much when it's people like Eminem. Okay, we're not going to go into a big deep dive about music. Guys, I don't care if you say slurs because I don't know you in your circumstance. I care why you're saying a slur and who's saying the slur. When I'm talking about you shouldn't say slurs on the internet, it's because this is a public space. Okay? And you should be careful about how you use slurs because they're words that mean things in public spaces. So if queer people come to the internet and we're throwing around all of our slurs and straight and cis people who are homophobic also want to join in, and they go, well, you're saying it, why can't I say it? Okay, you can't say it. Okay. And if you say it, you know what I mean? We're in a public space. I'm talking about streamers. I'm not talking about you and your homes. I'm not talking about women across the planet. I'm not talking about gay people across the planet. Like, I'm not about to tell people not to say slurs in private company, given that minorities reclaim slurs all the time. I'm talking about at work. We are working. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, don't say my ninja in chat, bro. I'm going to block you. Are you a black person making a joke, or are you a white person making a joke? Because if you're a white person making a joke, I'm going to block you. Or are you a black person making a joke? See how you're muddling the waters? Because I don't know. Because I don't want, my ninja is a stupid joke. It's a stupid joke unless, again, I'm mixed. Okay, but do you see if you put that in my chat, how white people are going to read that and they're going to start saying my ninja, which is still just saying the N-word? Like when they say clanker, it's still just the N-word, right? So like think about the way you're showing up even in public. You're in public, I can see you, right? Okay, so I'm going to delete that message because you don't need to say that, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, guys, people can see you. Kids can see you. And yes, I'm not perfect either, but we have to talk about those things. Okay? We have to. The N-word is an issue. What's happening? Am I being trolled? Are you saying the N-word is an issue because white people are saying it? Are you saying it's an issue because black people say it? Black people are allowed to say the N-word. Okay? Do you think black people shouldn't say the N-word? It's an instrument of self-discriminatory practice. Okay, I'm gonna block you. This is like one of those like people who are like, I don't, okay, you're out. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Anyways, so you see when we have these conversations, okay? What? Chat said, I love the word Habibi from Talia and Batman comics. I hope we can say it. Habibi is just an Arabic word. Sorry. Habibi just means like my love. It's just like a word. It's a joke. Ask Jojo, LOL. Wait, what? Is this a joke? Can I say Habibi? Because Habibi, anyone can say Habibi, girls. Not that it's a slur, it's just my way. It's just a language. It's like saying uno, dos. You know, like uno, can I say uno in Spanish? It means one. It's just a different language. Am I being, guys, what are we doing? My autism can't handle this. My autism can't handle this. Listen. You can say words in a different language. Like you can speak another language, guys. You're allowed. Americans should speak more languages, really. That we do. Actually, a lot of Americans speak multiple languages, okay? So anyways, who can say the B word? It depends on the context and the situation, like any word. Words are constructs, like race and gender. But when we use words, we're performing. And the performance matters. Who is the audience and who is the performer? Okay? And that's what we're doing. So that's all that it is, okay? I'm not going to police what you do with your friends or family because you know better than me. And I mean that in every contextual way. But, again, it's a performance. Language is a performance. So, do I think it's wrong to use the B word? Depends on the circumstance. Do I think it's wrong to weaponize slurs at a minority to own them? Yes. Do I think it's unethical to engage in like using the B word at a person because you're mad at them? Yes. But, and again, this is contextual. It depends on the situation and who's involved. If my sibling called me the B word, okay, they're allowed to, unless they're weaponizing it in a conversation about misogyny. Then I'm like, oh, no, don't you throw around that B word at me right now when we're talking about misogyny. But if we're just like hanging out and they like hit the soda out of my hand and I say something, they go, you bitch. And I'm like, you bitch. And then like, okay, that's not a slur. I mean, it is a slur, but it's not like in that way, right? Because the context is different. Okay. But when we are engaging on the internet, which is a public space, okay, we should think about who might be listening to the best of our ability. I know it's hard because kind of will drive you crazy if you try to think about every single person who could ever do this, you know? So it just depends on the circumstance. But I specifically do not think men should be weaponizing the word bitch at women when they hate them or don't agree with them, right? Let's see. Chet says, me personally, Brittany, I don't think black should say should say the N-word in white or mixed spaces. I only say it around other black people only. So there's no room for a white person to even have an excuse. And that's a fine standard. If you want to make that standard, I think that's fine. Right? Like I'm okay with that, right? Because that makes sense. That makes sense for a lot of people. A lot of people have those rules around words. I think that makes sense though. That's your boundary with your rule, right? You said, Chet says, I think the B word is reserved for women only and the N word is for black folks strictly. And this is, again, as long as I agree that could make sense. Okay. As long as we're engaging in like a true faith or good faith, desire to communicate to the best of our abilities, kindness, loving, compassion, understanding, right? So that's what I think this should be around. And I think there's a lot of safety in you wanting to protect a word from another group that might weaponize it, right? Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, chat says too many people think online voice is the same as friend, family voice. For sure. Yeah. Chat said, are we saying the word bitch in some contexts is removed from its association to women and can be only a description of someone displaying annoying characteristics, like in your soda slapping example? You said because to me it would still be a slur. I'm saying in the right, safe company, words can be loving and empowering in a way that is confusing but makes sense in the moment you're in it. Okay, one time I had a friend visiting. I've told the story a bunch of times. I'll tell it again. I had a friend visiting, a man friend, and not a romantic man friend, a friend who's a man. And my little brother and I were fucking around with each other. Bitch, stupid, bitch. You know, and we were joking. This male friend saw the way we were talking to each other and said, oh, I need to be more mean to you. And I said, not you. And I didn't. It took me a while to pick up on it, but he started being meaner to me and started calling me like bitch. And I was like, and then he started like kind of like making fun of my intelligence in front of other people. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And even in work situations would start to, and I'm like, and I realized like, oh, he thought in the weirdest way that closeness to me meant treating me like a brother. You're my brother, but we're not brother like that. I don't speak to all my brothers like that. Not all my brothers can call me bitch. Only some of my brothers can call me bitch. Not all my brothers have the bitch pass. And that's because not all of them have earned the bitch pass. And so this friend hadn't earned the bitch pass. And they hadn't realized it, like talking to me, talking down. I'm like, oh. And I realized, I genuinely think he was trying to be closer. And I'm saying, that's really nice that you want to be closer to me. Let's find a way that we can be closer without you trying to treat me like my little brother, you know? So that's why I say, like, you know, it's very dependent on who is in the room and how we're building community. Okay? So, right? Chad said in gay context, the B word is neutral. Not always. A lot of gay men are misogynistic and gay men rape women. Let's not pretend that gay men can't be predators. And yet, gay doesn't make you a predator because that's what the conservative narrative will be. This is very layered. The problem is, while we're fighting and correcting our own community, we're also needing to fight these fucking fascists that want to put us in jail for just being gay. So that's what we're really fighting against. That's the hardest part of existing, guys, is we are trying to fix our communities while arguing with fascists. This is why underground communities were the safest place to deal with these problems, because it was in private, behind closed doors, and a safe space for me to call people out without it being burdened, right? Without it being burdened by the homophobia. And that's the biggest problem that we have in our communities. How do we fix our communities without the other people listening to us and getting involved? And that sucks because the internet seems to be the best place for us to have these conversations in many ways, but yet the internet is a public place. So then people are going to watch it and they're going to say, oh, see, you also agree your people suck. You also agree your people are problems. This is for us. Leave, you know? And so that's why I'm saying, like, this is very difficult. And I'm always trying to find the the way to have the conversation for sure. I mean, this is a part of it. Look at us. We're doing pretty well right now. It's going okay so far, you know, but like this, I work really hard to keep this space what it is. I mean, you know how hard I work to keep this space. You know what I mean? And even then, that's why I say I have to call people out, because I don't have any other tools or means of power to do anything. So I have to say, no. Okay, which actually moves us into the next topic I want to talk about, which is exactly about gender expectations, being a man, gender as a performance, and all of this stuff, right? Chet said gay men can rape women. Yes, like I have been sexually assaulted by gay men. It is absolutely a thing. And I downplayed it because I was like, oh, they're gay men. They're not even into me. But it was sexual assault. And that's what it's very, very prominent because people give sexual assault passes because they think, oh, they're not even attracted to me. It doesn't matter. Rape is about power. Sexual assault is about power. It's not about attraction. It's not about who you're sexually attracted to. And when you learn that SA is about power, not attraction, it changes your whole relationship with why you let people touch you or why you don't say anything when people touch you, even if you're uncomfortable, you know, and you laugh and you're like, oh my God, stop. Don't do that. But they're still doing it. And they're humiliating you in public in front of other men. That's the weirdest part of it. And this, you know, this happened to me years ago when I was 21. I'm 37 now. This was a long time ago. But it really shifted. I left the gay men's spaces after that because I was like, why are you doing this to me? Like, why do you keep doing this to me? You know? And I'm like, oh, like they're also doing it because they want women out of their spaces. And I get it. But also, like, way to make us feel uncomfortable. Like, I know a lot of women go to gay clubs to feel safe. That's also fucked up in a way. It is kind of fucked up to go into a gay space as straight women to feel safe when these gay men also go to that space to feel safe often from you. So we have to build a balance. But you cannot assault people and make them uncomfortable in order to make a space for yourself. Okay? So when we have these conversations, okay, we have to be very aware that at the end of the day, power is genderless. All genders seek power because gender is a construct. The issue is that some people are raised thinking that your gender dictates your actions, that because you are a boy, you will do this, and because you're a girl, you'll do this, and because you're a they, them, you'll do this. But the truth is, all of us will do different things in different categories. This is why I say everything comes down to the why. Why did this happen? Why was this the situation? What do we do to move forward? Okay, let's see. Discord said, I have a question. I believe that as human beings, we're responsible for making sure that we respect other people and what makes them comfortable. How do you combat the argument that it's just doesn't matter that much? I'm always at a loss for words because how do you explain something that intrinsically means so much to you when it means nothing to them? This is a great question. And this heavily is why we need to have a deeper relationship with our biological experience in order to then allow ourselves to consider other people and their life and their lived experience and their feelings. Look, I practice this so radically that I could empathize with the worst person on the planet. Just as a mode of practice, which is what a look does too in their philosophy. They say, practice love by loving even your enemy and have, like, basically I would say have no enemies. The dilemma is that this takes an incredible amount of meditation and dedication and deconstruction. And this is why sometimes, like, I will say, like, of course humans are going to human. But all of us were babies at one point, children. And the question is, how do we go from children to fascists, children to dictators, children to rapists? How does that happen? And why is that happening? And why do we keep having children if we think the world is so ugly, right? And why do we have children in the name of combating fascism? That's the other thing I keep saying is we should have more babies to combat fascism. Your babies don't need to exist to combat a world that's always been this way. So why do we then do that, right? Okay, so I think the issue is you can't make people see something they can't see, but you can encourage them to seek out in real ways a desire to see and understand. And that takes a lot of practice on their end, but I wouldn't hold my breath. You know, I would explain it to the best of my ability and then say, okay, seems like we're not getting it. We're not communicating. It is what it is. And then be open with boundaries, right? Let's see. Let me see. If we stop having male children, that probably helps set the next generation up for actually being able to dismantle the patriarchy. Hi, crazy. Hi, crazy. Hi, Bioessentialist crazy. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. We do not start talking about fucking eugenics and or gender selection. Okay? No. Again, I don't want these fucking weirdos to show up in my chat, bro, but absolutely not. Yeah, somebody accused me of natalism in my chat, and I was like, what the fuck even is that? My chat's like natalism. Yeah, no, fuck no, guys. I'm not into controlling anybody having a baby in any circumstance. I'm making a philosophical argument, not a prescription that you should have a certain type of baby, okay? Crazy, absolutely insane. Okay, let's talk about this though, because I thought it was interesting. So again, we're having this conversation in a safe queer space. If you are not queer and you do not know or understand what is happening, you can ask questions, of course. But this is a very personal queer conversation that also overlaps with black bubbles, rap bubbles, misogyny bubbles, and or queer bubbles. So it's a very confusing conversation that's about to happen. Okay. This is Young M.A. did an interview with Shan, and it was a lot. The Shay Shay Pod, okay, it was a lot. But here's one example, okay?
I've never been afraid of accountability.
Yes, you a guy. Women don't be want to take no accountability.
Now, I know some people are going to say he was joking, and maybe he was, but that's not actually the part that stood out to me. What stood out to me is how often society genders behavior. Before I ever transitioned, people used to tell me all the time, you're just like a man. Not because they knew it was in my pants, not because I changed my gender marker, not because I was trans. They said it because of how I carried myself. A lot of straight and bisexual women would tell me I was basically a dude. If I was assertive, that was masculine. If I was protective, that was masculine. If I was emotionally reserved, that was masculine. If I took accountability, apparently that was masculine too. And what's interesting is how easy manhood gets assigned in moments like this. But when a trans man says he's a man, suddenly people want to debate it. Suddenly it's about chromosomes, it's about biology, it's about birth certificates, and it makes me wonder, how much of gender is society assigning every single day without even realizing it? Because from my personal experience, people gender behavior a lot more than they're willing to admit.
Always take account.
100%. Absolutely exactly what we're talking about, right? That's exactly what we're talking about, okay? We need to deconstruct exactly down to our shoe color and our clothing choices and the way we talk, how much of it is us and how much of it is what we're told to sound like, right? Okay, now just a trigger warning. I found this conversation honestly triggering, but I've been watching the Waving the Red Flag. And they're interesting. They're like, I believe they're funded by, they said in this video, Bob the Drag Queen, and they're kind of liberal or leftisty kind of people. And sometimes I really like their content, but sometimes, at least this week, it's been kind of hard to watch them because they keep engaging in like really reductive misogyny, but I don't even know if they're doing it or they know they're doing it. So I found this to be pretty difficult to listen to, but I just want you to listen to parts of it, okay? Where they talk about Young M.A. and identity, and then we'll have the conversation. So again, people that I like generally, but also found them exhausting this week.
Women that I end up dating don't mean they just gay.
Right.
No, they still like men. They just check into me, and that's it. And after me, they move back on to me.
Damn.
That's it. I prefer straight.
Whoa. You said you weren't going for that. You just said you weren't trying to flip nobody.
I'm not flipping them.
You flipping them. If they straight, they'd never be with a woman.
I'm a different type of person, though. I'm not like gay rapper-ish. Like, I'm just me.
Yeah.
I'm just me that loves women.
Yeah, but how to be gay?
Is it crazy if I say like she's gonna come out with new pronouns in the next like few years?
So now, basically, people are speculating the Young M.A. is going to be trans, like a trans man. Young M.A. doesn't feel connected to specific pronouns / identity and is questioning sort of the relationship that I guess she has to when women date her and what that means. Like, does that make her gay? I don't know, but just, okay.
It's just taking a second.
That's what I'm thinking.
Am I tripping if I say that?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, she's leaning into her masculine just like me, except something feels like
all the way.
She's not leaning all the way. It's in a way you're saying you identify more with men. That might be how you feel on the inside. But I will say like I'm not gay, I'm just me. It's just kind of like, I wish you would just embrace who you are a little bit more. Like, you are a gay woman. So
But
right
that's
now.
what she's saying, like, for now.
Yeah, for now.
Because if she comes out in 6 months and is like, I'm trans masculine, I'm a guy.
Yeah.
And we got to be like, well, she was right. She not gay. And none of the women that she dated were gay.
shout out to my road trip I did a few years back. I listened to Young M.A.'s album a lot on that road trip. But I will just say that allegedly in this podcast they mentioned later, which I don't think I'm going to show you today because it's later, that Young M.A. also did a collaboration with Tory Lanez from prison. So Young M.A. is going through an internalized misogyny to that T. But also, I think this is an argumentation for identity being sort of a performance. I think it's internal, but it's like where you are in the moment. I think as I become more fluid as I get older, it is obvious to me that the reason I've never been able to pick an identity and stick to it is because it obviously feels like I'm just such a different person every, season of my life. Versus some people are like, I'm a man till the day I die. I'm like, I don't know, bro. Sometimes I'm a man. Sometimes I'm not a man. What is a man? What does it mean to be a man? What does it mean to perform? Like, obviously, in probably, we like to categorize. So it doesn't matter. I'm not opposed to labels. I think labels can be helpful. But I think it's interesting, this conversation gave people sort of permission to then question whether or not Young M.A. was going to come out as a man. Like, what does that mean? Have they always been a man? Are they a gay woman? Like, it's an interesting conversation, but also...
They were just dating a trans man. Which, like, to quote Carlos Miller, she got all the nigga accessories, boots, a belt, the glass, everything. So it's like, as a woman, if you're attracted to Young Ma, it's like, yeah, you're kind of attracted to niggas. Like, that's...
Pause. I don't like that narrative. Because Young M.A. or women who look like Young M.A. are not men. It's more than just like the performance. So like, I disagree with this. That is not my lived experience. I don't know how to explain it to people, but if Young M.A. like, I always thought her as a lesbian and a woman, and I am attracted to her. She's physically attractive to me, but she doesn't, there's no offense. He is a man. This is a man, right? Young M.A. does not feel like that to me. Now, these words are reductive. So really what I'm trying to explain could be used, we call it red and blue. He is red and she is blue. And blue and red are not the same, though there's a question. So it's not even that one's a man and one's a woman. It's that whatever you think red is and blue is, I'm saying they're different. They're both colors, but they're different. You know what I mean? I'm more attracted to Young M.A. than I would be attracted to him. To be fair, he looks like he's 15, so I respect him. But I'm not. He's too young for me. So you could argue I'm into young, or I like Young M.A. because she's more older and dominant and toppy and mommy and dommy and all these other things. Or maybe you could just say, regardless of he, she, they, this person, this human's energy is what it is. There's a lot that goes into attraction. There's a lot to go. So for him to say, if you like Young M.A., you like men, is very confusing. Like very confusing to my brain.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I see her point. Like and he's in
his 30s. He's in his 30s. He literally looks 21. Like don't crack. I don't know what to tell you. It's a compliment. Listen, he's sweet, but wow, sweet baby boy. Sweet. I don't know what to say. Congratulations. But I do like him. Like I said, I watch this podcast. Almost every episode they put out, I watch. Okay? So I'm not, insulting anybody here.
If you were like, I just love women, let me get Young Ma. No, who is that? Who's saying that?
Yeah.
Well, what is that? Why would he say that? Okay, hold on. Now we got to do this. I don't like that assertion. I don't like it. Okay, if we just look up Young Ma, let me see. I mean, I hope I'm using the right pronouns by saying she, but she's so cute. Young M.A. is the first LGBTQ plus rapper to cover Out magazine. Look at hers. Maybe she is going to come out as a man. But either way, like, I don't think it's wrong to say that I'm into her if she is a woman. I mean, I'm into her if she is a man. You know what? I'm just into her, period. But less so now that I know she collabed with Tory Lanez. See, that actually made me look at her a little sideways. Because once I heard about Tory Lanez, I was like, oh, I'm unattracted now. But just by physicality alone, attractive. Physicality alone, okay? Isn't that, so then you have to weigh the attraction is intellectual as well. You know what I mean? Right? So you got to think about it,
I look at Young Ma or Young M.A. and she just a stud with money. Like just a regular.
Very true. There's a lot of studs that, it's not uncommon at all. It's not uncommon at all.
Because these studs be out here dressing, okay, like killing.
100%. Yeah. 100%.
style on point like a motherfucker. They dress better than me.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And you dress well. Yeah.
But okay, so check this out, right? Because the Breakfast Club also was discussing this, and we already kind of mentioned like how Jazz had some hangups with the
Actually, yeah, I like this. Chad says the same thing with the society thinking straight men who like trans women are gay. Attraction is complex, but liking a trans woman who is even pre-op doesn't make you gay. Exactly. I think it's this whole thing about like even like having sex with a man doesn't make you gay. It's very complicated in a world that is so reductive. You know, girls wear pink and boys wear blue. So you can imagine how advanced this school lesson is for people that are still deconstructing gender reveal parties. So I would just say that I'm trying to see where everybody is at, but I cannot talk to my audience like they still think boys can't wear pink. You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, I think like you love who you love the consciousness, and whatever label you want to put to that, fine. There's also queer people arguing about whether or not like if your relationship is queer or you're queer, if you look straight, you're not queer. Look, with peace and love, guys, at the end of the day, it's twofold. It's what my relationship is in reality and what my relationship is perceived as. And those two things are a part of our identity and why they're so confusing, right? How I feel on the inside and how people treat me, right? And then have to contend with that. So that's why I say meditate, be introspective, make sure you ground yourself in what you know is true about you, right? I just had somebody on my Bert Simon channel say, you're not autistic. I don't know why you pretend to be autistic. Like, why do you want to be why do you want to be disabled so bad? And I was like, you know, it's like that conundrum of, hey, you're so fucking weird. What's wrong with you? And then you get diagnosed autistic and they're like, you're too normal to be autistic. And I'm like, what? My whole life, my mom, she literally would ask my brother and me, hey, are you gay? What do you think about gay people? And both of us came out as gay. It's like she knew when we were kids. And then she'd go, kids don't know if they're gay. Oh, but then how'd you know if we were gay when we were kids? Oh, it's like people don't want to contend with reality. You know what I mean? They don't want to actually engage in what is the lived experience? What is this lived experience? You know what I mean? It's kind of insane, right? Discord says accountability was considered masculine only to patriarchy. Patriarchy sends this message into the world that women can't be held accountable because they're too emotional. So Shay Shay is actually making a patriarchal misogynistic argument, because it's not true. Men can't take accountability for shit, but it's not because of their gender. It's because patriarchy doesn't need them to. Don't talk to me about accountability in men when you're out here cheating, lying, raping, getting elected into politics. Accountability where? Who? Accountability what? Okay, that is a patriarchal, misogynistic talking point that men know how to be accountable and women don't.
LGBTQ. Jess was basically like detailing about her experience dating a woman and never considering herself as being gay, but like she was in love with that woman. And as soon as she got done dating that woman, she went right back to men.
So this is a different person he's talking about, right?
So,
you dress well.
And we already kind of mentioned like how Jess had some hangups with the LGBTQ.
The Breakfast Club lady?
Jess was basically like detailing about her experience dating a woman and never considering herself as being gay, but like she was in love with that woman. And as soon as she got done dating that woman, she went right back to men. And of course, like they was like dead ass, like, oh no, if a man did, a man can't do that. Like a man can't experiment, be in love with a man, be in a whole relationship, or even like having a sexual interaction or relationship with a man and go back to women and just be straight. It goes back to, I guess, like the interesting thing of like it being societally and socially acceptable for like, I guess, like women to explore and just be able to be like, no, I'm straight. I'm just me. Like that was just an experiment. I know what I like. Sometimes I like some coochie, but I'm overall straight. And that allows Young Ma, to be able to say, I like taking straight women.
I mean, look, if we're gonna,
yeah, the whole like I like chasing straight women though comes with a lot of misogyny because there's a part of Young Ma that might be internalizing misogyny and chasing straight women to quote like switch them or turn them, because a lot of men actually engage in that behavior where they specifically chase lesbians in order to like make them change or switch. I got a lot of that when I came out as a lesbian when I was really young. Men would hit on me harder. Men would aggressively, men who were never interested in me, all of a sudden, oh, now they're super fucking interested. It was like a game, okay? So that I think that plays a big part of this. And again, we would have to ask Young Ma. We'd have to say, hey, like, what is really going on here? Because you know they might be going through a process of transition. We don't know, but they're having something's going on. But I don't know how much of it is attached to misogyny because the collaboration of Tory Lanez tells me something about Young Ma, like. Tory Lanez, Meg Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez? Like, what's happening here? Why are we doing this? What's that? Well, that could be I hang around men. I am with the men. I want to be a man. Look, a lot of lesbian communities, a lot of masked lesbians, and I guess studs in this situation, it might they're still deconstructing patriarchy. You know, this goes back to the TERF conversation my chat was having about J.K. Rowling. People in my chat saying J.K. Rowling's a TERF, which I agree with, and then people arguing that she's not technically a TERF. I mean, by every definition, this woman is a TERF, right? So I don't know why you're arguing about, like, I don't know what you want her to do next to be a TERF, but the issue is, like, TERFs don't actually hate men as much as they are upset that they aren't rising in the patriarchal hierarchy, which I agree with. Like, most women who get upset at queer and gay people are specifically like women who find different ways to exist in patriarchy. It's usually because they're trying to still live up to the man's version of patriarchy, which they can't. Okay? So there's a lot of layers in this that people aren't understanding because I don't know where you're coming from. Like, it's like people thinking narcissism, like narcissists love themselves. Narcissists infamously hate themselves. NPD people traditionally have incredible childhood trauma that leads them to having such an insecure idea of their own identity that they project confidence onto the world that is actually rooted in a deep insecurity. So depending on how we're having this conversation, there might be a completely different misunderstanding of what we're even talking about. You know what I mean? Like, narcissists infamously. So again, I think the dilemma with all these conversations is like, where are you coming from? What do you know? What have you read? Not from a, you must go to college to understand perspective, from a, hey, there are a lot of layers. There are a lot of communities doing a lot of work away from mainstream, where we are really trying to solve our community's problems. And that's why I say a lot of community problems happen in underground communities. So when people say to me, Brittany, what are you doing for your community? Not only will you never know, but you'll never be invited. Okay? Because again, they don't want solutions. They want to argue. And I'm saying you should know what's been going on by the way that I come to the internet, different from everybody fucking else. Every single person I've ever dealt with in these communities are always confused about what I'm doing here on the internet. And that should tell you I'm doing work you could never imagine. With people you don't even pay attention to because they're not even on your radar because you think they don't matter. People whose names you'll never know are doing more for their communities every day than some of these fucking streamers. And that's what you have to remember. Now that there isn't value in being a content creator, now that there isn't value on getting the word out, there is value in that. But the real people doing the work for their communities are people whose names you will never know.
Say that sexuality is a spectrum. Then you gotta concede that it has to be points at which is like you're like so close to being purely straight that like there's almost no distinction. If you go, I never date women, and I dated one woman who was so masculine that like probably 70% of people wouldn't immediately maybe even clock that this is a woman. I feel like that's barely bi. Like
no, this is, again, going back to like bioessentialism in a weird way, like women can't come in different shapes and sizes, and it's not really a woman if she looks like a man, and like, what does it even fucking mean? And now we have women who are having complexes over who they are because their boobs are too small or they have no ass. Like, this conversation was so hard to get through. Thank you for watching it with me a second time.
Yes. If you had to pick, if they were like, it's two boxes and you gotta put this in one, you would put that in straight. You wouldn't put that in bi. Obviously, it's a spectrum, so you can be like, yeah, I'm straight with like a little tiny sprinkle of gay, I guess.
Isn't that pansexual though?
Nah.
Okay, pansexual, sure, it means that you're attracted to anybody, everybody. Okay. If you're attracted to that human being, you're attracted to that human being. That's kind of what you say though. Like generally I date men, but if I had one woman and I was only attracted to that woman, like, are you bi? Are you pansexual? Are you straight?
Because I feel like we're ignoring what the fuck young M.A. looked like. Now, look, if you were dating all men and then somebody dated you, Jasmine, I'd be like, okay, cool, you're bisexual. But if you date all men and then you date a woman who is all decked out.
Yeah, Jet says, the Rise Again with the super chat says, that's why we don't have two boxes. Fuck. That's why we have thousands of options in boxes, girls. This is why we don't have just one box or two boxes. Oh, this conversation's so hard to get through. Oh.
In the nigga starter kit, that's a different thing.
No, I as a woman, I've thought about, am I bi? Could I be bi? Mm-hmm. I am very straight, and I'm not attracted to every single man, right? But when I look at young M.A., I see a woman. Right now, that's what I see. If she approached me right now, I would not think, oh my gosh, she's so masculine that I'm about to date a man. That's not what I would get.
And agree. And as a queer woman who is pansexual and gender fluid, if young M.A. came to hit on me, I would call my sister and be like, yo, the hottest woman just came and hit on me, bro. That's what I would say. And now if young M.A. Now, okay, here's the thing though. if I knew Young M.A. personally, if I saw more interviews, I don't watch a lot of interviews about Young M.A. If I knew Young M.A. personally, maybe I'd be like, oh, it's giving man energy. It's giving masculine. It's giving like, ooh, masculine woman, femme man. It's giving, ooh. I could start to, because that's the thing about gender is like sometimes you got to get to know a person because it's a performance. Maybe in private, we're seeing a different version. Maybe in private, because it's true, when I'm in public, I try to tone down the queer. I try to do a lot of things if I feel like I'm unsafe, or if I feel like I'm safe, I let it out. So maybe that's a part of it. But if we're just going on aesthetic alone, I don't think Young M.A. looks like a man. But of course I feel bad saying that because what if she's a trans man and then he's going to be like, you don't even see me. And I'm like, I'm sorry. So like, okay, they said they're just them. They're not a man. So I'm going to assume they're not a man. But if they decide to say they're a man, valid. Okay, so I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying it could be a lot of things. And the argumentation Eddie's using, I think it's weird.
I see a woman. So I would consider if I met her and I was like, oh, I want to, we're dating, I would say, wow, I'm bi. I never know I could be attracted to a woman.
Okay. So wild news in the world of science, what we call the orgasm gap over this last 6 months.
Okay, wait, this is an ad. So wait, that's it. Okay, it does continue, but I don't think we need to get into it because I have a lot to go over today. If you guys want to watch the rest of it by yourselves, I will link it. Okay, he's about to do an ad for sex toys. Love that. Okay, so again, okay, right? We can have whatever discussion we want over this whole, but see how gender plays into so many aspects of how we have these conversations. And what I'm saying is, like, when I go to the internet and I talk about men and men as a system, and I talk about, patriarchy, then these guys come into my chat and they're like, I can't believe Brittany is putting all men into one category. Again, I would never speak for all men. And yet, right? So I want people to process that information. Just like you don't know what bubble you're in, you need to pause and ask yourself, who am I watching? Where are they coming from? Because we're not all having the same conversations. And this is what I love about bubble hopping, right? This is why I love going into so many bubbles and saying like, oh, how do you do things? How do you use language? Oh, what does this word mean to you? What is the expectation of behavior that you have in your bubble for right or wrong? Because it's obviously we're having a subjective experience in life. There's no objective morality, right? Okay. Chad says, why are they always trying to categorize everything? I get it can be helpful in society that does that, but it's just so overly concerned about what and who people pick. Well, I think naturally we have found that there's a pattern in people. We like numbers, categories. We like patterns. We like categories, so we know how to treat people. I love categories. And I agree with you. When we are categorizing people, it should be so we know them deeper, not so we know them less. So this is why with my work, I hope to categorize people to understand the depth of their humanity, not to objectify them to the label. So you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm hoping to do with my work moving forward. So when I say like, you're being such a man right now, or hey, you're engaging in patriarchy, it's not to say, oh, you're a bad person and you should kill yourself. It's to say, hey, I know you're a good person and I know you wouldn't do this if you didn't know better. So I'm just letting you know. But people hear it as like, so you think I should die? You think I shouldn't be here? And I'm like, okay, you're doing too much. And then now if you double down, we can have a conversation about the harm you're causing. But see, you know what I mean? Just like relax. Okay, now I'm going to show you this video and I'm going to show you this video. Okay, so this is Star, they, them, and they have great TikToks. I really like their TikToks, but they talk about this narrative of pushing people to the left or the right, which I think is always interesting. And again, if you have a value system, no one's going to push you in a direction. But I'll tell you, before my values were solidified or before I was really sure about something, I could be easily swayed in different directions because I still wasn't sure. But once you're really grounded and sure of something, it doesn't matter how good the argument is. You're going to know it's bullshit. You're going to figure out a way to debate it, right? So if somebody came to me and made a really good argument about why white supremacy makes sense, even if I'm stunted in that moment, my values say, no, I know this is wrong. So you give me 2 seconds and I'm going to form an argument that will make sense to you and me. And I'm going to make it make sense. Versus if I was younger, I remember I debated this conservative in my private life in my friend groups when I was really young. And he was debating on whether or not gay people should get married. And I remember his argument was better than my argument about why gay people shouldn't get married. His argumentation was better. And I was like, fuck, I got to work on my argumentation. Because in a debate, he did out-debate me. Even though he was wrong, he out-debated me. And I was like, I got to know why and explain it, and I got to talk about it. And so this is something that is a struggle for all of us, is to have the frustration of knowing we're right, but we don't know how to communicate it. And then people weaponize it against you, right? Okay, let me just read some comments and then I'll show you this TikTok. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Chet says, would you say astrology is a form of knowing someone less or more? I mean, it can be. It depends on how you use the tool. Let's see. Hold on. Binary thinking is such a terrible thing. To be honest, the world and people are way more gray and way more options than many people would think, as Super Chat said. You can disagree with me on this, but I think people get too attached to the idea of being a good person. I think people get too attached to everything and not attached enough. It's both. It depends on the person. You can have one person who's too attached to being such a good person, they become a bad one. They can be so attached to nothing matters, they become basically helpless in their community. You can become, you're too attached to everything. You're too attached to being pretty and being accomplished and being kind. And then you're not attached enough. You don't care enough that you're actually becoming cruel or rude, or you're a cheater, or you're hateful. So yeah, I think people have the wrong priorities because we've been raised to have the wrong priorities, because we don't live in a world that prioritizes overall. We say we do, but we don't. I think treating people with dignity. And so I don't have to agree or disagree with you. I mean, I just think it's true, right? It depends on, you just have to attach. The problem is, there's 8 billion people on the planet. I don't think we understand this. 8 billion people, and we're just 300 of it. 8 billion people. 8 billion people. 8 billion people. 8 billion people. We have not even started to understand what it means to be a person. We do not have the answers. We have some idea of what's going on. We have some idea of how to stay grounded, but we really are just floating on a rock in space. And now we have to contend with the fact that we exist. And this is why I say so casually, okay? So casually, people bring babies into this universe to be as confused as the adults, okay? And this is why I'm saying, you said, oh, yeah. You said, okay, yeah, that is true. And I engaged in a little binary thinking there. So, yeah, maybe it can become too attached to anything. We all do it, though. I'm saying, I think we think binary because it keeps us safe. Guys, it is true that you are an animal on a planet, yeah? So there is a biological component in your brain that keeps you safe from harm. Binary thinking can keep you very safe. And it can also destroy you. The thing that makes philosophy a privilege, the thing that makes introspection a privilege, okay, is that you get the chance to live and not just survive. You get the chance to say, I'm not going to do it out of fear. I'm going to do it out of joy. Because a lot of the way that we're raised in the world is out of fear of how to operate, out of fear of how to socialize, So, of course, when I say have a deeper relationship with your biological experience, that's what I'm saying. Of course, we have binary thinking. And of course, there's a gray to existence. So we have just a very binary way of thinking, because I can understand it from a very survival perspective, right? Speaking of which, okay, let's watch Star's TikTok.
That the left pushes people to the right by being mean to them is Christian Divine. Sorry, Christian. But he will come on this app, post the most objectively normal things, and then everyone's dogging on him. And the thing is that he's still not been pushed to the right. It's almost like when you have actual values, you stick by them, and no one can push you against those values just because they're mean. It's like me saying I'm against animal cruelty, and then my cat scratches me, and suddenly I'm no longer against animal cruelty. It's nonsensical. And so I think the main issue is that a lot of people hold beliefs not because they believe in them, but because it feels like the socially acceptable position. And so when they face any form of pushback or backlash, they immediately...
Or it's either the socially acceptable position, or is the purposely rebellious position? Because even rebels don't know why they're rebellious. They think they do, right? I'm sticking it to the man. Okay, girl, but the man is your dad and you could just go to therapy. So then they own punk. They own like rebellion. I'll show you a TikTok on this. They try to own being rebellious, but you don't even know what you're protesting against.
Immediately revert because they don't actually care about these issues. They just don't want to feel bad. And so whichever way the wind blows that doesn't make them feel bad is what they hold. Like how quickly Democrats switched on trans people when it no longer felt like the favorable position. And I'm not sure what the point of this think piece is because I'm not sure if this is a trait we can change about other people. Like, I don't know how to teach people to care about other people fundamentally. But if all it takes is some mild pushback to push you away from the left, you were never really on the left.
Okay, I agree with this stance 1000%. Hold on, let me pull up this TikTok for you because I actually think this plays perfectly into la 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 all these TikToks I have saved.
What is your fashion hot take?
You guys are not alternative. In order to be alternative, you have to have the essence of the politics of alternative fashion, which is punk. Most of you are not punk because you are transphobic, you are queerphobic, you are ableist, you are bigots, you are not smart, you do not have reading comprehension, and you are anti-intellectuals. So no, you are not alternative. You like fancy colors and you like chains that dangle and sound like oppression.
Period. What is your...
Now, of course, there might be a little classism thrown in there, like anti-intellectual, but anti-intellectual actually does mean like logic and facts. It actually is not, oh, you weren't studied at university. Anti-intellectual, from my understanding of its origin, was supposed to say like actually paying attention to facts and not conspiracy theory. So they're right. You know what I mean? And I think this is such an important statement because, again, we don't even know why we're doing what we're doing. We just like the way that it looks. This is why when I was younger, I'm so sorry. Please be embarrassed for me. Please be embarrassed for me. Are you ready? Oh, my God, gag. When I was younger, I loved rock, okay? System of a Down, Disturbed, all this stuff, Avenged Sevenfold. And literally, as I got older, I was like, hey, why aren't Disturbed and Avenged Sevenfold like fighting for liberation rights? And then everyone's like, Brittany, they're cop music. And I was like, cop music? And they're like, they're cop music. And I was like, cop music? And I was like, no, they're rebels. They want to feed people. And they're like, no, they're cop music. And I was like, and I was like, my whole life was shattered. I was like, but I loved them. And I was like, wait, I cannot believe how much music I was listening to growing up that was like, oh yeah, like all these military songs and all these like soldier songs. And I was just like, I don't know. I think they just like the military. I didn't even think about it. Like I never even thought, but System of a Down, no. System of a Down, true to the end of time, okay? But yes, Disturbed and yes, Avenged Sevenfold, where I was like, oh yeah, like they romanticize, they talk about soldier, like Avenged Sevenfold has that infamous military song, right? So and Disturbed, the lead singer of Disturbed, right? The lead singer of Disturbed wrote David, he signed his name on a bomb heading to Palestine from Israel because he's Jewish. Love Deftones. Okay, wait, Avenged Sevenfold singer wrote this performative BLM article and pretended to be apologizing. Did he, was it fake? Was it not good? Was it not good? Oh my God. This is what listen, okay, people can change, but it's very hard. Speaking of which, graduation speech, interrupted, of course, North Carolina graduation speech, cut off for unscripted message about ICE. Here we go, baby.
Let's take a moment to thank our parents, guardians, teachers, coaches, and loved ones who stood by us through everything. We truly couldn't be here without their unconditional love and support. Class of 2026, this is our moment. Let's move forward with confidence, ambition, and hope for the future. Before I leave the stage, I have one last thing to say. Every single person here has a voice, and we are privileged to have the freedom to use it when so many people around the world are struggling and they're suffering to be heard. Whether it's the millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, and so many other countries around the world, these are the families being torn apart by ICE. These are not distant issues. They are happening right now as I speak. My point is, we're not given a voice to stay silent and to just as we celebrate.
Tell me we don't live in a fucking fascist country when making a speech about killing or caring about the killing of families and children is cut off. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't tell me we don't live in a fascist country when people can't make basic fucking speeches about things we should all agree on. Do you know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Exactly my point. We're not even close to getting where we need to be. Valedictorians getting their mics cut off for saying the most basic. Here's Miss Rachel to also continue the lecture on all these people who say they care about children and would cut off this girl's mic.
Doing things for power. I'm sick of people doing things for power and fame and money and not because it's right. Why don't people care about kids who were born in certain places? You could have been born there, your kids could have been born there. I'm sick of people not caring because of the color of kids' skin, or not caring because they were born in a certain place, or not caring because they're a certain religion. These are children's lives. They're all so precious. Why isn't everyone in the world talking about Sudan? Why was there able to be a genocide in Gaza? Children's rights being violated everywhere. The fact that we could take amazing care of all the kids in the world, but instead we abuse and kill and bomb and deeply hurt them in many places makes me sick. Why are we putting families in jail? Why aren't people in power doing everything possible to help kids? And thank you to everyone who does care.
Because they don't care. Hold on. She also did this.
And I think every child should be safe, have a home, and live a happy life.
I do too. Mila, thank you so much for sharing that.
Mila, whose dad I work with at the Sudanese American Physicians Association. I just thought this was really nice that she's doing outreach with so many people.
Kids are so
See how she uses her platform?
smart, and they have such wonderful ideas, and we need to listen to kids more.
And I think.
Can you tell me about the video you showed me of the doctor swimming to his patients?
One of our colleagues used to walk for a significant distance to be able to reach his patients because he's the only doctor in that area.
Wow.
And then rain happened, and there was a lot of water collection. There was basically a waterway that he has to cross to be able to reach his patients.
Wow.
The alternative was to close his clinic, and he decided, bravely and courageously, to swim his way to the other side to be able to reach his patients.
That's so powerful that he would swim to his patients like that. So dedicated and such a hero. Can you
Hi, friends. Hi.
Hi.
We have some big news to share.
The Sudanese American Physicians Association, SAPA, and Miss Rachel are building a community center in Sudan.
This is a place where kids can be safe, learn, and play.
And every child should have that chance.
We will share with you soon some information about how you can be involved.
Thanks for seeing the kids in Sudan. Hi.
I'm sick today, so
Okay, that was all the Sudan stuff that I thought was so sweet and I wanted to share. So people are doing stuff, guys. I just want you to remember it. Even if you don't have a chance to see it, like there are people working, and a part of that working, yes, is advocacy and bringing you aware, making you aware of it. But people are moving mountains. People in places you'll never hear about, people in your own town you'll never know. They're doing great things for their community. So don't underestimate yourself either. Like you don't have to be famous or Miss Rachel or whatever. You just need to, in your own small but a significant way, help. I don't want you to think you have to, I have to be this great activist or nothing I do matters, which is why those people in the comments who are like, well, what are you doing? Stop doing that. Stop setting up the requirement for all of us have to do the most. If all of us just did a little. But see, they make you feel like, oh, if you're not doing the most, it doesn't count. You know what I mean? Now, you can't weaponize it, though. Hold on. You can't weaponize it. You can't be like, oh, I donated money to Palestine, Ethan Klein, but I'm going to spend the rest of my career talking shit on Palestinians. Like, that's not, no. You have to do, it's what I want for people is to give themselves a break when they're doing everything they're supposed to, right? And then they're just able to donate $50 a month. Great. Awesome. Amazing. Right? I don't want people who are worth $20 to $50 million to sit there and go, well, I donated $6,000 to Palestine so I can talk shit on them for the rest of, no. You can't talk shit on people because you've done the right thing. You can't say, oh, I donated all this to Palestine or to genocide so I can be shitty to women. No. No. Okay. Okay, now, let's go here. A child in Palestine, devastated that his glasses broke. I'm not going to translate. It's just basically his glasses broke and he's devastated, okay?
كيف انكسرت؟
وقعت. هي وهذا زي ما هي هذا كمان. بس وقعت.
He's so sad.
هذا مكسور وهذا مقيومة.
كيف عملها هنا؟ انكسرت خلاص.
He dropped them and they broke. Oh, this is what I'm saying. Like, we can't just leave babies like this abandoned. You know what I mean? Somebody get this baby glasses. This stuff matters. And what's worse, well, the babies are suffering and they don't have glasses or food or infrastructure. Here's what the fucking adults are doing. Trigger warning, honestly, this almost made me lose it.
I repent for Europe.
Korean government will stand with Israel.
Forgive us for all the things that we did that we did not support Israel.
Forgive the nation of Korea who spoken the word against Israel and people of Israel. God forgive.
Evangelicals from around the world are at a conference apologizing for people not supporting Israel's genocide of Palestinians.
If those evil things done towards people of God.
Father God, as a German and European, I just ask forgiveness.
Yo, don't say Koreans yet again in my chat, guys. That's fucking racist sounding. Don't say that. Remove. Hey, keep your fucking racism and bigotry and prejudice to a fucking -0 in my chat, bros. Don't say that shit. Don't be like, oh my God, the Koreans again. Don't fuck it. What are you doing? It's not just Koreans. It's also white evangelicals. It's evangelicals. It's Zionists. Okay? Don't be angry at the world. Be angry for the world.
For the anti-Semitism all around that is growing.
Is this German woman Korean? Like, come on
We
now.
repent on behalf of it and we bless Israel. And Father, I ask that you raise up righteous politicians, righteous influencers, righteous journalists, that they would speak the truth.
Lord, please forgive us for all the things that we did that we did not support Israel. We went against Israel. Lord, please forgive us. And I pray that you would turn the hearts of all the Chinese people, Lord.
Father, forgive us for the way we've turned our back on Israel and not defended the Jewish people. We've allowed anti-Semitism to run free on the streets of our nation.
I think you really find out who your friends are in times like these. So
Insane. Just absolutely insane. You know, Zionism is a political framework, movement, belief system driven heavily by evangelicals who aren't even Jewish from around the world. And it's horrible. Okay? It's horrible, right? Chaz says, sorry, sometimes minorities really want to be white and they placate to whiteness and Zionism. The last comment was bigoted and out of anger. Forgive me. I just hate this shit. And I understand that. And I need you guys to also keep a calm energy when we cover Cyrus's story again. Because, of course, the reaction from communities, because they're hurt, is to now attack and / boycott. I want to say attack. I'll say boycott because attack is a big word. Boycott all Asian marts. And I want you guys to think about how white supremacy has tried to pit Asians and blacks against each other. And yes, though communities are buying into the narratives, we need to do the work because no one else is going to do it. Right? So keep your head on straight when we get to that next topic, which is now. Okay? Because again, I want you guys to recognize this. I want this to be the one channel that recognizes that everybody is suffering. So why do we keep continuing the suffering? Okay? So everybody hold hands. Cyrus, age 14, murdered. I found this like gun memorial channel. Look at his mom. Okay? 100,000 people of gun violence victims and counting. Okay? Right? So look, us last year, I couldn't even imagine, right? How devastating this must be. Okay? And this child did die because of white supremacy. First and foremost, because of white supremacy, right? And so when we talked about it yesterday, it was already hard enough to talk about. And now the parents are speaking, which I think we should hear from them. And then, of course, when we have conversations about what to do next, it can't be point the fingers at people who not only were not involved, but it has to be standing up for your community. Boycotting, valid. Not buying from certain places, valid. And that's fine. I'm not going to say anything against that, of course. I'm not going to tell you how to do anything. And I will say your dollar matters. So if you want to take, your dollar and not spend it, that's fine. Valid, right? I just don't want it to be when I know it will be, because pain makes you this way. This is why I say when people are in pain, they do bigoted things. That's why Trump is keeping you in pain. Because he knows the angrier you are, the more you can't pay your bills, the more you can't do things, you will, because we're all animals on a planet, engage in more bigotry because it feels good temporarily. And I'm saying don't let that temporary high of feeling a sense of justice actually be revenge disguised as liberation. Your liberation is dignified. It is dignified to want liberation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not telling you how to mourn. I'm not telling you how to boycott. I would never tell you any of those things. And please do not bring Asian hate into my chat of any type. Okay? Right? Here's Cyrus's mother.
Look at my social media, but when I go and I look at my social media, I have racist people coming to my page, going under my son's pictures, leaving the most horrific things, saying that they're glad he's dead, good riddance, and I am tired. I don't want this to happen to any other child. No black or brown child should have to go through this. No parent should have to go through this. This has to stop today. And I just learned today that South Carolina, if it's a murder charge, that they cannot bring in any of your prior acts. Rick Chow shot 2 people before. Rick Chow accosted a child in that store and beat her up with a gun on her hip. And none of that information could be brought to light. And I do not think that is fair, and if that is on the law books, that needs to be changed. Because if that was not there, then my son would have gotten justice. And to allow this person to terrorize this neighborhood for 12, 13 years is ridiculous. And it's just showing that it's okay to treat black and brown people wrong, and it's not. My son loved everybody.
Pause this mourning mother's speech, because I just want to say, I know with the work that I'm doing, I'm attracting a lot of different people. Hey, to this person in chat who's speaking bad about Cyrus in any capacity, you're going to have to get blocked now because it feels like you're not ready for this class. Okay? But this is a child, right? And I don't want people coming into my chat saying things like, because they're a man, I assume they'll be evil. I am not a gender essentialist. Like, I don't believe that children assigned male at birth are going to be bad people. Okay? I don't believe that about anybody. I do think patriarchy will basically be propaganda your boys believe. And I also believe parents buy into that. But Cyrus was a 14-year-old kid who was murdered by adults. So when we're speaking about a child dying, the last thing I want to see in my chat is some sort of fucky weird statement about caring about girls and mothers and women when a mother is screaming from the bottom of her heart about the death of her son. How can you say you care about women when a mother is mourning? Well, then care about this woman and respect the fact that her son was killed. So I don't know that you really care about women. because you're not willing to be here in this space with this mother. Instead, you want to talk badly about her son who's been murdered in my chat? No.
He would tell me like, oh, Mom, you're being judgmental. You shouldn't do that. That's against God. And the devil shot him dead, and he laid right there. And we got no justice from South Carolina. It is disgusting, and I don't even know why. I have no words. But every day, I will not be able to speak to my son, hear his voice change, see him grow, go to prom. He will never get married. I would never hold my grandchildren, nothing. But Chow is able to go home with his lion son, Andy Chow, and they're able to have dinner with the wife, Alice, who all three of them came out that store, and they chased my baby. And I think the entire family should be held accountable because it was racially profiled. And I do not think that it is right, and they all should be punished. And I don't know what laws that we need to create to help our people, but it needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. Cyrus should not be gone. None of our children should be gone from the acts of racism, from profiling, from any of that. He should be here. And until the world treats us like we are human beings, I mean, come on. Y'all hire us. Y'all want us around. You like our culture. You want to listen to the music. You want to wear our clothes. You want to do all of that stuff. But when it comes to protecting us and when it comes to looking at our children, you look at us as if we are animals, and we are not. I am a college-educated woman. I hold a master's degree in information technology management. My son was not a thug. He was a 14-year-old boy who was trying to find his way. And for any person that acts like when they were 14, 15, 16, 17, that they did not do nothing wrong, that they did not smoke and drink and have sex and do whatever that they were not supposed to do by their parents, it is a lie. And it is judgmental, and I refuse to allow any of you to sit up there and make it seem like we were bad parents because we were not. All of our children make mistakes, but I don't see anybody saying, oh, well, you know what? My kid did X, Y, and Z. My kid did X, Y, and Z. No, they're coming onto my page and try to demonize my child, and I will not have it. And it stops today. Keep your opinions to yourself. And until you are in my shoes and you have to bury a child, I don't want to hear nothing from you. But when
no notes. Powerful, passionate, and devastating. I'm devastated for her. I really am. For both of them. We're going to hear from the father in a second. Guys, don't talk about segregation in my chat. You know, chat says, I feel like at this point, the U.S. racial divide is no solution, only for black people and white people to have their own states. Oh, like Palestine and Israel. Come on, guys, lock in. Lock in. We're not doing that. We don't need to be separated. We need to be united. We need to be less bigoted and more loving. And right now, black communities are at the victim side and have always been of white supremacy. It is white supremacy's responsibility, and we'll use the word fault in this situation. You know, I don't like it, but we'll use it, for us being in this position. So now you're going to force people to be in a separate state because you don't want to deal with your genocide. You don't want to deal with your enslavement, your responsibility in this matter. Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. Now, don't get it twisted, guys, that the reason there are so many Asian marts in black neighborhoods is because of white supremacy. They purposely do this to black people to disenfranchise them. Okay. This is on purpose by the government. This is why we need black leadership. It's why we need representation. It's why we need people to rally. We need people to. So when people come on TikTok and say, you know, I saw this young lady say, why can't black people have their own neighborhood and their own banks and everything? And everyone's like, well, we kind of tried to do that. And I was like, you guys did try to do that. And the white supremacists came in and burned the town down and murdered everybody. Okay. So the idea is they won't let you. You cannot. She was talking about taking land by force and making a neighborhood for black people. It's not going to work. You can't ask minorities to have to do that. It's not fair. Why shouldn't you be allowed to live in New York or Kentucky or California? Why should you have to go to a small place just for you and not feel a part of everything else? You have the right, your kids have the right to feel just as a part of the US as any other kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to help anybody, because that's what that does. What it does is it separates people, right? And then it moves people in a direction of alienation that's not going to help your children. Your children need to be helped. So as much as this young person seemed to have a lot of passion, I think the dilemma is that, and a lot of people corrected her in the chat, like, you know, Black people don't need more segregation. They don't need assimilation either. They're the same. They should be treated the same, right? Okay? And that's what it is. Hey, I know, chat, I know you've watched me for a long time. We had this conversation the other day in on stream, and I just feel like you're kind of fucking up the vibe. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want everybody to be here, but also we're kind of going towards a direction here. We're trying to do some stuff. You know what I mean? You said, I don't know the history, I'm ignorant about the US. Then be quiet and listen. If you're ignorant, the perfect time to be silent is now. Because you're right, right? So again, instead of giving suggestions about stuff you don't know, no segregation. Thank you. Okay? I'm saying I want everyone to be here, but also some people don't need to be here if you're going to just, thank you. This is the father.
Because much I can say, really, because you heard it first.
His volume is a lot lower than hers, so just keep that in mind.
What I can say is I am very disappointed in our justice system.
We all are.
I don't understand. I mean, you get shot in the back. You try to shop when Black, first of all. You try to just be yourself. Just because you're not in suit and tie or slacks.
Pause. Chet says, well, that's mean, but okay. You think it's more mean for me to tell you to be quiet when you're talking about people being segregated in a country that historically enslaved them and murders their children for just existing? And you think I'm the one being mean? Okay, I'm going to ban you. I've given you a lot of time and you've been here a long time. You should know better by now. We're talking about a whole population of people who are screaming at the top of their lungs, help me, where they're murdering us. And you're like, maybe we should kick them out and put them somewhere else. Great suggestion, homie. Thanks.
Dress shoes. I guess you're labeled a thug all the time, right? Yes. Your hair is not neat. I guess everybody don't have their own ways about being who they can be later on in life or right then to make themselves become who they're gonna be. Well, our baby will never get that. He'll never get that. Just like his mom says, we would never see him. We would never know what he could have been, where he could have been, what he would have brought for us as family. We are lost for words. But one thing I can say, we got a lot of family out here. We got a lot of family.
And I just want to say, because Chad, I think you're making a point that I just want to expand on. You said, I don't disagree, but there is a side of it where we feel tired of feeling like we're begging for people to that hate us to share. But then again, we've contributed so much. Well, I just want to say segregation always comes at the expense of the minority. So as much as it sounds like what we're not saying you shouldn't have a place of your own. We're not saying you shouldn't have we're saying if you are segregated, it will just be at your expense. That they are basically saying, put these people somewhere else. So this dream of let's take land and let's build a neighborhood, they'll never give it to you. They'll never let you have it. And even if we legally got you segregated, it wouldn't help your communities because it didn't help you before when you were segregated. Because it's purposely to keep you out of capital. It's to keep you out of community. It's to keep you out of any incentive of being a part of. So it's not to say that I understand I want to build an island every day for femme and queers all the time. I want to build an island that people can go to, a safe space for people who are truly leftist and forgiving and beautiful, but I can't because we live in the world and the world works together, right? So, I don't want you to think that segregation is a good thing when what you really want is a safe place to exist. But segregation always comes at the expense of the marginalized, right?
Appreciate everyone out here all the time, because if you don't stick up with each other, we all will fall. We all will fall. We need to really look at this, take another look at the system, because something's not right. I mean, what did you all see? You see, what did you get? Not guilty. How? How? You how? Who brought who? I mean, goodness, what jury where was that jury from? You got, once again, a little boy. Little boy. Yeah, he's kind of tall. He's 5'8", 114. 114 pounds. You got a guy that's 200 pounds on the swim team, right? Swim team. Breaststroke, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the guy was an athlete, the son.
They won the championship.
Yeah.
What championship my son won? What championship? He's a good, well, evidently I can tell he was a decent sprinter, but that didn't last. Chased him down. He falls, and then you shoot him in the back trying to get up. Very much so. A little boy. I'm gonna tell you what I've told everyone else, from the lot to the solicitors, anybody. By law, he had the right to defend himself, because you're chasing him. If he was such a thug, why he didn't shoot? Exactly. Why he didn't shoot? He should have. If it would have been me, when they hit them yellow lines out there in that street, without a doubt, without a doubt.
That's how they treat it.
Now, where is the justice? He's home, enjoying his nice home with his family. Oh yeah, and don't let me go. I got to go back to Andy Child. Andy Child, okay? Andy Child, as they say in there, he went to Hammond. He went to USC. And now he has a good job. Our baby will never get anything like that now. Never. You graduate Wednesday, about to start your summer, excited. You think you're gonna have a good year, and Sunday you end up over here on the ground. We couldn't even get our summer going. How? You got a baby gone. Our baby. Where is the justice? I'm still looking for the justice. I want to know. Someone needs to do something. That's all I have.
Yeah, he just graduated middle school. He was heading into high school. The 8th grader, because Cyrus was in 8th grade. At least in California, that means you're graduating to 9th grade, which is high school. So 14, 15. Yeah. 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 And by the way, guys, this happened 3 years ago, as far as I understand it, right? Am I wrong? Didn't this happen 3 years ago? Yeah, so Cyrus died 3 years ago, and we just got the verdict. Imagine waiting 3 years just to hear not guilty. Imagine 3 years you're keeping yourself, ready for it, and you're thinking, okay, they're going to get him. This is going to be a guilty, no doubt, like no way around it. And that's why, like, the amount of pain they must have felt to realize, like, oh, like 3 years they waited just to get this verdict, Chad said, Britt, when the justice system fails, do you have a proposed solution? Because vigilante justice is like their only option left now. Why do you think it's the only option? Right? Like vigilante justice. What do you think that means? Right? What does that sound like to you? What do you think that means? You know, my father said to me once, he said, if somebody kills me, my father said this to me. He said, if somebody kills me, what would you do? And I said, I'd want to kill them. I was really young. I said, I'd want to kill them. And he said, do you think that's what I'd want you to do? And I said, I don't know, but why should you die? Why should somebody take my father from me? And my dad said, I hope my kids, he always goes into my kids, even if he's talking to just one, I hope my kids keep living because I'm going to die anyways. We're all going to die. But for you to have the weight on your heart of taking a life, for you to have to live the rest of your life, for you to possibly be arrested and be in prison for the rest of your life, for what? He's like, I'm dead. What are you going to go to prison for the rest of your life for? Because I died. And my dad told me I should live my life to the fullest because I can't help very many people from prison. I can't help people with the burden of carrying a life on my hands. So for me, from my own father's wisdom, I learned very early 2 lessons. Should any of my family be killed, to keep living? And 2, if I ever come into millions of dollars, not to tell a soul. My dad always said, Brittany, if you win the lottery, don't tell anybody, not even me, because money changes people. And I said, noted. So if I become rich, nobody's going to know. And for me, that's what I live off of. Look how much good these parents are doing. Look how amazing they are as a community. Look at the community that is rallying and things are going to get done. Now imagine we lock them up because the government will. And imagine we never get to see their faces or listen to their beautiful voices or hear what their brains have to offer society. I don't see the good in that. I don't get it. They've already lost their son. Should they lose a mother? They've already lost their son. Should they lose a father? We need them in our communities. We needed Cyrus, but their community needs them. And now that Cyrus is gone, the hope that many parents turn this into is activism. We need them. We don't need more Black people in prison. We don't need more fathers and mothers locked up because that's what's going to happen in a white supremacist government. Is they're going to seek revenge if they do what, you suggest maybe, and then we're going to have another for what? There are so many amazing things we can do when we turn our love into action, that it's about feeding the community versus being mad at the world, mad for the world. So that's how I see it. Let's scroll up. Let me see what you guys said. Okay. Let me see. So let's see some chat. Okay. Why jump into violence? Vigilante justice doesn't bring back the dead. Can they appeal? They'll appeal through civil court, or at least try to get him civilly, Justice is what we need. It's a type of justice without law. Let's see, revenge is pointless. Your dad was the Vinland Saga before it all. My dad is he's such a mediator in his family. That's my dad. My dad's like, even though my dad is definitely engaged in, I would say, toxic masculinity and forms of violence, my dad is also the mediator in the family. So when people are arguing, they go to my dad, which is good, I guess. Chat says, no, we need to mobilize success in our communities and place ourselves in every sector of careers that protect our kids, protecting our children. Yeah. Think about how miserable the Punisher is. Have you seen his skin? Revenge doesn't make anything better. That's part of the point to the Punisher, even though people misread the character as a symbol of vengeance. Absolutely. Conservatives love that story, but they don't get it, I feel. Chat says, if justice fails, I need to find justice in myself by letting go of the resentment and hate. Love that. Hard, but love it, right? Chat said, I understand the urge for revenge, though. I have to fight it when my brain tells me this is the best way. Absolutely. 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 Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that is the most honest and real thing. That's why you go to therapy and say it in a safe place. That you say, honestly, I want that fucker dead. I want him to rot in fucking hell. I want him to feel every single kind of pain I can imagine for the rest of his life. And you say it, and people hold it, and then you let it go. You need to say these things and get it out of your system. Now, where you should say it and how you should say it. But that's why I tell my friends, you can say it to me, girl. I'm not going to hold you to it. Because what you're really trying to do is get out your emotions and put them into words. So vomit it out of your system. Because you can't hold on to it either. it will be baggage that you're not supposed to carry, you know? Chat says, genuine question, do violent protests count as vigilante justice in your opinion, as those people could go to jail? No. So vigilante justice, from my understanding, at least in the bubble I was raised in, is usually a singular action done by a singular person to enact vengeance on a person who did them wrong. It is not for a movement. It is not for a system. It is justified often in V for Vendetta or other variations of what looks like vigilante justice for the sake of people, but often the vigilantes are usually just doing it for themselves. They are actually just selfish because it usually comes at the consequence of the community. A protest, a well-structured, organized protest is the community coming together. It takes more than one person. One person is not a protest. Many people are a protest, right? So vigilante, I think one person, okay? Or one person is the center of the revenge. And then when I think of a protest, I think of the community coming together and rising together for by the way, representing the community. It's for the community, not at the expense of, right? Yeah. Chad said vigilante is to punish the crime as a private citizen. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I hope that answers that question. But all your feelings are valid. I think this is why I say, guys, you got to feel your feelings. You're not wrong for feeling annoyed and frustrated. You know, okay, I'll tell you an inside thought I had once. Are you ready? Oh, this is so bad. Should I even say this? Okay. I was very frustrated with my parents years ago. And I said, listen, this is a feeling statement, okay? And I remember saying to my partner years ago, if the trans army rises up and my family gets killed, you know what? That's their fault. And I was like, they're lucky trans people can't mobilize. You know, they're lucky we don't have an army. They're lucky we don't believe in guns. Because if we could, all these transphobes gonna die. And then I was like, Brittany, transphobes can't die just because they're transphobic. Okay, you can't kill people just because they're transphobic. Okay, but I literally was like, you know what? I'm not gonna feel sorry for you. Most of the world is transphobic, guys. We can't go around in our trans army. We're not Ivankov, okay? We can't go around killing people. But I did think to myself, I'm not even gonna feel bad if you die. But I am. I'm gonna feel devastated. I'm going to feel absolutely devastated. But why the hell are you transphobic? Why are you transphobic? Yes, the alphabet mafia coming through. But guys, most of the world is transphobic. So what are you going to do? You know, what are we, Moses? No. Jonah? No. Wait, fuck. Which white man had the ark? No, Noah's ark? Noah. What are we, Noah? We're going to come through and flood the world to start again? Come on now. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to have thoughts like, you know, I'm not even going to feel bad if you die. I'm going to feel devastated, bro. I'm going to literally feel so fucking devastated. Please don't die because you're fucking bigoted. And please don't kill people because you're bigoted. And this is why I say, like, I can't hold on to this anger. It doesn't help anybody. You know? That was true. It was God who flooded shit. I know. God is literally us when we do a project and we're like, start it again. You know, he's like, this didn't work out. You know what? Do over, but keep some of the things I like, you know? But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But I don't think it's wrong for you to have anger in moments. I don't think it's wrong for you to have a feeling so strong that you're just like, I'm not even going to feel bad for you because you brought it on yourself. But no, I feel devastated for you. I feel devastated that the world is so ugly and bigoted that we keep killing each other for it. What a crazy fucking world to exist in. And then we bring babies into it. We bring new babies into this world every day when we know how bad it is. And we're just going to hope it's going to work out for them. And that's why antinatalists are interesting. I'm not an antinatalist, but I can see why they think it's wrong to bring babies into the world. I also think I'm not a hopeless person. So I think there are plenty of people who can bring babies into the world and those kids will live good lives, you know? But it's just, you know. Chet says, do you think it's worth having conversations with transphobes? From your videos, I get the impression that you think being a transphobe is a choice and less to do with indoctrination. So I'm curious. Hold on, that's multi-layered. Everything is propaganda and nothing is a choice, and everything is a choice and nothing is propaganda. So you could be transphobic because you actually just hate trans people, or you could be transphobic because you were taught to hate trans people, or you could be transphobic because you are a trans person, you have internalized transphobia, or you could be you know what I mean? You could be transphobe for a lot of reasons. It's not about it being a choice or not. It's about why you're a transphobe. So depending on the person, I have lots of conversations with transphobes a lot of the time. I just am very careful about which transphobe I talk to. I don't think you should talk to anyone who makes you feel like in the conversation, it's one, not going anywhere, or that's not helping a cause, or that's not good for your mental health. But I talk to transphobes all the time because my family's transphobic. And with certain people, it's easier to talk to than others, right? So it's worth having a conversation with your community. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird to watch people get on the internet and make some videos like this. Hold on, let me show you. I'm going to say something, girls. Put every brain cell you have in your head, work it right now. Because when I see videos like this from, I assume, a man, okay, and what he advocates for, let me show you why patriarchy is in even the most marginalized people.
Just say it. Rick Child need to die just like George Zimmerman need to die. The fuck? Take away the entire family. Who give a fuck? They all need to go. Fuck it.
Right? So he's advocating for the death of the family, right? But then you go to the profile and it's like free Sudan, free Congo, free Palestine. Never forgive America, break the cycle. If we applied the same justice to every family, you know, we'd all be dead, yeah? Like, most men would be dead right now because most men commit gun violence. They'd be literally dead. Everybody would be dead. Like, not everybody, but like 80% of the population would be wiped out. That's what I'm saying was such a huge realization for me, guys. It shattered my whole sense of being when I realized, like, oh, people are like bad. Like, people are good, but they're bad. Like, people are good because their nature is what it is. Like, they are literally animals on a planet. They don't really even know what they're doing. And they're pretty bad because even when they could know what they're doing, they refuse to engage in it. I can't even get Hassan Piker's fans to agree that he shouldn't do misogyny because we're fighting fascism. I can't even get the good guys to be good. You know what I'm saying? Aren't you supposed to be the good guys? What are we doing advocating like bad guys for? We can't, guys, most of your families are homophobic and transphobic. Most of our families are bigoted people. You're just going to wipe everybody out? Like, anti-blackness is a global phenomenon. That means everybody. That means everyone's communities. You're just going to kill everybody's families? That's what I'm saying. So, okay, let's kill all the transphobes, all the homophobes, all the bigots, and all the racists. Who the fuck is left? Oh, and by the way, which time in your life did you also exhibit transphobia or homophobia or accidentally engage in anti-blackness? So which era of your life do we get to judge this on? That's what I'm saying. Why are we acting like you're special enough to avoid being a bad person? And yet we're not all the same kinds of bad people. So don't get it twisted that we are not Epstein and Trump and all these fucking horrible people. And also, our family members are associated. You're going to wipe out my whole fucking family, bro. There's only going to be a few of us left. Why should my family die? You know what I'm saying? So again, like, we can't be advocating for violence this way. You know? So I get it. I understand you're angry. Like, I'm not going to tone police your anger, right? I be angry. But the whole, like, fuck it, I'll say it. You know, that's like me saying, fuck it, I'll say it. All the homophobes and transphobes should die. Everyone's dead. Everyone has died. Everyone's dead, bro. Everyone is dead. It just doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anybody. Okay, let's also feature some content creators who are trying to help some people. How do we feel about it? Do we like it? Do we hate it? Who knows? Consciously put out this TikTok.
You comment. The child case in South Carolina, verdict has come out not guilty.
We see here how we get situated. Good person of color versus bad person of color. Mr. Chow, as a helpless, passive Chinese man, this 14-year-old got adultified, while also centering anti-blackness. Anti-blackness is foundational to this country. I am very sympathetic to the way Chinese people experience vitriol of a whole bunch of teen child slurs and things like that. Asians, young black boys and girls, America does not let them be children, forces them to justify that they're human beings. What happens when you're a 14-year-old child and your whole life you've been told that you pose a threat? We got to have that empathy. I know it's hard. This tragedy that happened was very real. The illustration of the amount of minority men, we're seeing how it does a disservice to both the Chinese community and the black community. To the black community, a lot of things that we know about the Chinese people, we project onto their bodies. It comes from the way that white people have taught us to think about them. I know that we can look at folks around us like they're our neighbors, not like they're threats. That narrative only benefits one group of people. It's not us. It's not them. My only challenge to us, do you see Chinese people through your eyes or through the eyes of white people? How do you understand power and how it dictated your relationship between Black American and Chinese Americans? What benefits when that power is dictated on us? There's videos about how do we move forward, also the knowledge of the things that's got in the way of that solidarity. My last word is this: you have to hit the elephant in the room. There's an inherent skepticism the Black community has, from the affirmative action to this right here. This we have to really sit with why and how before we move forward. Conscious, I'll add that affirmative action case. It was hand-picked individual students who were selected by white conservative activists who've been trying to dismantle affirmative action for decades. Asians, don't become pawns to someone else's agenda just because you feel aggrieved, just because you're thinking about all the times that an individual has hurt you and you're part of this group. If we get drawn into that, that's what lets them manipulate us, use us, and in the end, when you get used, that don't help you out. Education is elevation.
Okay, so good enough video. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Like, this is consciously, I don't know if you guys watch his TikToks. I think the dilemma we're gonna find is your feelings are valid, your frustrations are valid, and the way we rally matters, right? So buying from Black-owned businesses, all these things. But I think I saw a lot of people not understanding why Asians, they said, if Asians hate Black people so much, why do you keep opening stores in our neighborhoods? Because of white supremacy. Because of white supremacy. Because of white supremacy. Because of white supremacy. And this is why we have to study systems and we have to hold ourselves accountable. But the system is white supremacy. And it's specifically not allowing Asian communities to have any actual capital in the world, so they place them in Black neighborhoods, right? So they can continue the racial divide. And then Black or Asian immigrants form and are reinforced by stereotypes. Because again, the whole Black on Black crime thing comes from statistical probability of proximity. So if Asian communities or Asian store owners are only in specific places in Black communities and specific places that are just struggling generally, and they experience a lot of struggle by Black people, they're going to think all Black people are like this, instead of recognizing what is even happening in greater detail. Example, one of the people who stole from Chow before stole like oven cleaner. The other person stole, I think, like a candy bar and like a beer or something. Like, he also has to deconstruct his need to see this type of thievery as like worth somebody's life, which comes from capitalism. So now we have to deconstruct capitalism, because capitalism teaches us it is rightful to shoot someone over a television. And I'm saying, is it though? Can we be killing people for stealing things? You know what I mean? Does this make sense to you? Okay. So when we have these conversations, the system, so I'm saying you're impacted by what you know, but it's still your responsibility to unlearn. So how do you unlearn? Guys, I can't even get Hassan Piker's crew to unlearn misogyny, right? Isn't he supposed to be the beacon of opportunity because he has all of the fucking resources? He's rich, has the time, and is supposed to be a leftist. Then why am I screaming at my microphone, deconstruct your misogyny, and everyone's telling me I'm mentally ill? Because it doesn't matter unless you want to unlearn your bigotry. You have to want to do it. 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 And the truth is people don't want to do it. Some of you in my chat don't want to do it right now. You're going to go to bed feeling just as solidified in your bigotry, right? How many of you for the first time today heard that gay people can rape women? How many of you for the first time heard that today? Now, how many other things have you not heard yet for the first time? You don't know what you don't know. And there's a lot of shit happening that you don't know about. And then you make action on so much you don't know. And then what does it do? You know what I'm saying? Okay. So I'm saying, like, pause, be a person, feel your feelings, but wait before you take action, because you could end someone's life today. If only Chow had done the same thing. He might have felt slighted, maybe felt annoyed. If only he had paused. If only he had said to himself, why do I feel so entitled to taking anybody's life because they stole from me? Because he was probably raised in a bubble that taught him he should take someone's life for stealing. And I'm saying, why are we taking things from people, or why are we taking people's lives because they stole from us? That's what I'm saying. You want to say you're better than other people, but it's really hard to be a good person. Okay? It took me a long time to get here, by the way. It took me a long time to get here. 15 years ago, Brittany, 20 years ago, Brittany would have been like, oh, revenge. Fuck that. I hope you feel pain. I hope you're tortured. I just wanted people to feel pain. I wanted people to suffer. I thought it made me so tough to wish suffering on other people who did wrong. You did wrong. You deserve to suffer. And then I liberated myself out of that need to watch people suffer. And I realized, like, how could I be better if I still enjoy the suffering of people? How could the suffering of people ever be the right decision? Never. Never again will I go back to celebrating the suffering of people. We all suffer anyways. Existence is suffering. We can only learn to suffer wisely, right? Okay, here's a mom perspective, Asian mother to a Black Asian son, okay?
Opinion.
Oh, the comment says 100% agree, but can we get an opinion on how there are Black people online talking about boycotting all Asian businesses and will mess up and destroy every Asian business they come across? I think they're boycotting. I don't think anyone's advocating for burning stuff down, though some people were advocating for burning down the Chow's gas station. Guys, don't burn anything down. It's not good for the environment or your neighborhoods. People need, you know what I mean? Don't burn anything down. And if you're going to burn something down, be strategic. Because I'm not going to tell people how to protest. But if you're going to protest, okay. But if you're going to vigilante, but also the environment really doesn't need another fire. Thank you. Okay, so, but boycott, boycott, boycott. Use your money somewhere else 100%. But let's see her response.
My opinion as a mother to a Blasian child is fuck yeah. I agree with that. I agree with Black people wanting to boycott every single Asian business until our community can get our shit together. Because as a mother to a Blasian child, I do not want my child gunned down simply because he is Black. The fuck out of here. And even if I didn't have a Black child, that would still be my opinion. Because after 35 years, you'd think our community would have learned our lesson on what happened to Latasha Harlins. You'd think that we would have found a way to be in community with Black people. But instead, our community, consistently puts profit over people to the point where a bottle of water that is not even worth $1, a bottle of water that Cyrus did not even take, was the reason for his life being stolen from him. So yeah, fuck all those Asian businesses. Fuck all of them until our community can get their fucking shit together. You're not gonna like my opinion.
We have a non-English speaker. They're non-English. English is their second language. We don't use that word anymore, guys. You can just say Asian, so I'll remove it. But okay, English is not their first language. I try to pay attention to that stuff. So we don't use that word anymore, girlies. We use Asian. Just say Asian. Okay, if you know the specific, you can specify, but we don't say the O word. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, you said I've always used the word. Yeah, well, the rest of the world doesn't say that anymore. We're kind of catching up. So I don't know, but like, yeah, we don't do that. But just so you know, okay? Now, Asian mother, and I think this is an important point too. I do think you should protest and boycott. I think here's the dilemma. So this is like the food desert scenario, guys. So if you're in a Black neighborhood, and specifically, forgive my French, if I'm not mistaken, this area was, correct me if I'm wrong, according to people who worked for Chow in the past, the hood. which makes sense because Black neighborhoods that are impoverished are targeted by white supremacy, and Asian marts are specifically put there. So correct me if I'm wrong, right? From the person who said they worked for Chow years ago and noticed that he had paranoia over stealing, they also wondered why he moved his market into their neighborhood. It's on purpose by white supremacy, right? So Asians look for ways to become capitalist and profitable in America and the US. Black communities don't know why they can't shop at Black stores in their neighborhoods, and it's because Asians own them all. But Asians don't own them all because they have power. Asians own them all because white supremacy put them there, right? So Asians are kept out of places that they could have originated or been a part of. They're kicked out by white supremacy and gentrification. So they go to different neighborhoods, okay? But it's like a food desert. Black people can't shop anywhere else because there's nowhere else that's Black owned in their own neighborhoods. So it's like they're kept out from giving Black capital to Black people, and then Black capital can never grow because that's why white supremacy does it. They would rather the Asians have capital than the Black community. That's how white supremacist the world is, right? So I don't know how to tell you how rampant anti-Blackness is, except for you like to really watch a lot of Black people and understand that like it is the system. So when she says, why haven't Asians figured it out? Because you're still working under white supremacy. So they would have to deconstruct as a community, and that's why younger people have to do it because older people aren't going to do it. So we have to do it, okay? We have to call people out. We have to mention statistics. We have to be the ones who have uncomfortable conversations at dinner tables. We have to be the ones who stop talking to our parents if that's what it takes. Whatever it takes to get through to our parents, like we're not going to continue this. Whatever you have to do, you figure it out with your relationship, your life. But that's why her family is not getting it because they're old or Chow is old. And it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. You're not going to unlearn it. They're not going to unlearn it. Right? Okay. Chad said, yeah, I said earlier, but a lot of black hair and beauty shops are owned by Asian people, even in London. White supremacy working the exact same way over here. Damn, bro. Thank you for sharing. Chad said, remember that credit stores are affected by race. Imagine how it affects who gets to open a business. Oh, and let me tell you this. Okay, I'll tell you this. So you know those places that exist often in poor neighborhoods, the ones that let you like get an advance on your paycheck, but it's like the interest is crazy, or they let you take out $1,000 loan, but the interest is like 40%. Just so you know, those things don't exist in white neighborhoods. In affluent or middle-class neighborhoods, those things don't exist in white neighborhoods. Ever since I was a kid, my mom would point them out and go like, never go there. Never give your paycheck to these people. If you need money, you come to me for money. These people will charge you 40%. Don't ever try to do this. Don't ever think to do this. And that's how they do it. They target minority people, marginalized folks who don't have the education in any capacity because they've been kept out of the schools and kept out of the education system. And they haven't been out and they don't know and their parents didn't know and nobody. And that's why I say like that little piece of information that my mother gave me. Now, here's the irony. Are you ready for this? My parents got tired because they had 10 fucking kids. So by the time my brothers started becoming adults, my parents were too tired to give them the same wisdom. My little brother comes to me and goes, I'm going to take out a car loan, but I don't have credit. And I was like, okay, buy a cheap car then. You can't take out a loan. They'll charge you like fucking 20% on your car loan. And he was like, yeah, but I got a new car, but it's like 29%. I was like, I've never paid more than 4% for a car loan. Do not get a car loan at 29%. You'll ruin yourself. You'll have to go bank. Don't do this. And he was like, no, it's the only way to do it. Goes out and gets a car at 29% because he has no credit. And I sat there and I was like, see, my parents taught me, they ingrained in my head, not perfectly, but enough that I knew never to take a deal over 4. And 4 was high. Okay, never take a deal over 4. And to sit at that office and say, you're not going to get me to sign this if you had my first child kidnapped. Hey, no, I'm not doing this. Okay, this is a privilege. This is a privilege of being able to negotiate, to sit in an office with another adult and say like, no, I'm not signing that. Next. It is a privilege to sit there and know you are the customer. You know what I'm saying? Most people are just so desperate, they'll do anything. Okay. And so again, I wish we could, this is why I like Ramith, because he's Indian and he teaches people how to like understand all of these intricacies, all of this, like, what did your parents say about money? What did you learn about money? Right. For me, what I think the best work you can do for your community is teach people how to unlearn the way they've been taught things. because we've been taught incorrectly, even by our parents. My parents taught me plenty of things I had to unlearn. And so I think that's the greatest thing we can do for our communities, is to unlearn all of this bad education, you know? It really is. And the dilemma with that too is like, you have to be careful about who you're learning from, because they have to be people who understand. Like, if somebody came to me and said, Brittany, how do I make money in capitalism? I'd say, okay, I assume you're an anti-capitalist, so you're not trying to own the means of production. And then I would say, okay, you deserve to get paid for your labor. And then I would say, make sure you're doing something that you're not just trying to pay your bills with, that you think is worth people's time. And then we'd go through the criteria of what is supposed to be. If you go to a capitalist and say, how do I make money in capitalism? They might give you a bunch of unethical ways to do it that aren't going to match up with your ethics. You know what I'm saying? The goal of your life is not to make the most money possible. The goal is to make the most money possible in the most ethical way within reason. So conversations my partner and I have all the time is like, what if we made X amount of money? Somebody in my comment section left me a message and they're like, so you're going after Hassan and Asman and saying they make a lot of money, da 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 da, which by the way, I was hardly going after them. I was just pointing it out. I wondered if you could become rich ethically, okay? And they were like, what are you gonna do when you make $1 million? Just for the record, I still would be very far from their net worth. If I made a singular $1 million and took home $600,000, I couldn't even buy a basic house in California. We couldn't even buy a singular home in Croatia. We'd have to buy an apartment. So just for context, Hassan's house singular was $3 million. Just for context, singular, I think Ethan Klein paid like $11 million for his house. Singular, Asmongold paid $4 million in taxes this year. So just for context, these are completely different things. If I made singular $1 million, it still wouldn't be retirement money. These men make multiple millions every year for multiple years. Do you know what I'm saying? So when people have these conversations and they go, why are you criticizing? Because they don't understand how much money people are making and how much money you're not making. You know what I mean? Just a damn, not even in Croatia? No, because this is what I'm saying about, like, Chelsea buying $1 million house in France is not good for the French locals. Croatians can't afford these $1 million homes. They're either being bought up by foreigners or very rich Croatians. Most Croatians buy apartments between $150,000 and $400,000. Apartments. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why Chelsea buying that $1 million house in France was like, why are you buying these homes? You know what I mean? Like, why are you doing that? And so again, when we have these conversations, we have to think about, you know, it really is every place, guys. There's no place on earth that hasn't been touched by white supremacy, capitalism, colonization, you know, anti-blackness. Like, it's everywhere. It's global. Everywhere is tainted. And this is done by humans. We have tainted everything we've ever touched. The earth, each other, our everything. We have tainted it. Oh, did you just hear what's happening in Albania? Look at this. Hold your breath for this. Wait, where is it? Albanians fight to save protected wetlands from Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump. Ivanka and Jared have bought up places in Albania, my neighbors, for a luxury resort. This is one of the last untouched coastal areas in the Mediterranean. Kushner wants to turn it into swaths of luxury resorts. Crazy, bro. This says defend. Insane. It says there is a great public outrage over what is happening in Albania. But the spark was what happened in Cervenek. Which everyone saw on social media. Activists being dragged along the ground by several people wearing black shirts. From a security company because he was protesting against the fence that had been installed there illegally. So there you go. It's the result is set to be built on an uninhabited island. Look at that, bro. So this is what I'm saying. Like when we have conversations about like where we should be and where we should live and who we should be, you have to understand patriarchy and all of the bad things have touched everything. And we have to do a lot of work. That's what I'm saying, guys. I am not here to say there's a solution to changing 8 billion people's lives tomorrow. I'm saying if 8 billion people decided to change, life would change, right? Like, that's just what it is. If everyone stopped eating meat tomorrow, a lot of things would change. Just like during lockdown, things changed the moment there weren't a lot of people being active in animal and plant growth and all this stuff happened. That's how much impact we have. We could literally change something tomorrow. Now, individually, that's how you change your life. And then it ripples. So individually, my life has changed significantly when I implemented real embodied change, right? Like not wanting to seek vengeance, like wanting to be loving and caring and saying all kids matter, you know? Because remember, whether we want to have these harder conversations or not, children really are the most targeted marginalized group. Over every adult community, it's children. And I don't think adults are ready to have that conversation. I think we're too much in our fifis. I think adults are too consumed with their own pain that they can't imagine that children are suffering more than them, but they are. You know? They really are. And that sucks. You know, I know that's really hard because your pain is so valid, you know, these children are really suffering and it's because of us. We're doing it to them. Even the most loving parents will cause harm to their children. That's hard to contend with, yeah? Okay. Now let's do this. Let's take a 2-minute break. And when we come back, let's talk about why these leftist men will not fucking save us because they can't, because they can barely save themselves. And let's talk about Nick Fuentes and his group of boys, just to bring us back to, it's not just what's happening on the Hassan side of things, it's also what's happening on the Nick Fuentes side of things. Remember that Nick Fuentes is Hassan of the left, but Hassan is not Nick Fuentes of the right. No, wait, hold on. Hassan is not Nick Fuentes of the left, but Nick Fuentes is the Hassan of the right. Does that make sense? Sam Harris is not correct. Hassan is not Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes is the celebrity boy who went from absolutely being a cesspool of a human being who was ostracized to being connected to the White House. That's crazy. And how did he do that? With an online following. That's so interesting and yet so not surprising. So remember that. Sam Harris's assessment is stupid because Sam Harris is an Islamophobe. See, when you're bigoted, it makes you stupid. Okay? So let's take a break and we'll come back and we'll have this discussion because I think it's important. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is a theater kid, chat. He is a theater. True, true, true. Oh my God. I'm going to pause. 1, 2, 3. Brothers. Brother in Christ. Okay. Let me show you. Okay, so just some comments. Listen, Jesus, this is such an echo chamber of bullshit ideas. It's not men, it's their ideology. Find a way to have young men not get that mindset. Bam, shit won't happen. But no, hate men, cause why?
Handcuffs sprinting down a South Carolina road.
Hey, we got a girl over here running for her life.
Watch the woman race toward this semi-truck with a swerving car right behind her.
Seemingly that car was trying to run that person over.
The truck's driver, Anthony Moore, telling me that he was driving Friday morning in Aiken County, South Carolina, when that woman suddenly emerged from the woods.
She ran up to my truck and said, "Please help me. He's trying to kidnap me."
You can see the man here, identified by investigators as 39-year-old Jonathan Willard. According to a sheriff's office report, the victim says Willard approached her while she was out on a walk, claiming to be with the police. He placed her in handcuffs, then into the rear of his car. The victim says she believed him at first, but got suspicious when he kept asking the same questions. Eventually, Willard pulled over, according to the report, and that's when the victim made her remarkable escape, running to the road and to Moore. Did you for even a split second think this was a legitimate law enforcement officer?
No, sir. His face looked dirty. He was smoking a cigarette, had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Willard has since been arrested and charged with impersonating a law enforcement officer and with kidnapping after this disturbing scene caught on camera.
This almost became a true crime story. Literally. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You know? Insane. I have to disagree about giving women the reins means it to be fixed for two major reasons. First being, and yes, you bring up deconstruction. However, this builds in the assumption that enough women have deconstructed patriarchy, white supremacy, homophobia, and transphobia. In time, maybe right now, I don't know. Second, it's incredibly sex essentialist and disregards non-binary folks. I'm a non-gendered AMAB parent, and you need kids fed and cared for. I'm your thing. Don't think you're entirely wrong to be fair, but I do think the above issues are things that need to be accounted for. When you are fighting patriarchy, this is where non-binary people, trans people, and all of us have to come together. Because it doesn't matter what your singular identity is when we're dealing with systems. Though this input is correct, it misses the point of the argumentation. Because we're fighting systems that won't see you as non-binary. They don't give a fuck what you identify with. They are going to put you in a category. And if you appear, whatever you appear as, okay, assigned male at birth, great. Patriarchy will reward you. Like, that's it. And I'm saying, girlies, lock in, please. When we're talking to men who are cis men and I'm making my argumentation, I'm engaging in a obvious. And let me just tell you this. Even women who haven't deconstructed patriarchy feed children. They feed children. Men who have not deconstructed patriarchy don't even know how to feed their kids. We've seen this time and time again with studies and statistics out of the US alone, that when we talk about chores or obligations to the family, the men do less even if the women work as well. And the women didn't have to deconstruct patriarchy first to feed their kids because it's ingrained in women, trained into women because of patriarchy to feed their kids. So they don't have to unlearn patriarchy to feed children. It's already part of their script. That's why I'm saying if women had to feed kids, they wouldn't have to. It's already there. Like, I swear they think I'm stupid. They think I'm fucking stupid. Like, I have taken all of this into account. I promise you. Like, I've worked in women's groups of all kinds. Even the most homophobic and transphobic will feed fucking kids. Yes, some of them Go talk to your father. Your father. Take the father out of it and the women go feed him. I don't care. The moment the men come into the picture, now, okay? And this is why, you know that podcast I don't like, the Necessary Conversation podcast? The reason the audience thinks the mother just needs to get away from the husband is because women, yes, often engage in more bigotry around men because they're trying to appeal to patriarchy. And when the men aren't around to appeal to, the men, not the system, the men that enforce the system, yes, they are less bigoted, but they are still bigoted because they pick and choose these men and uplift them when they're around. And so that's why I'm saying, yes, if we were in a room of even bigoted conservative women, they wouldn't hesitate to feed the kids, maybe while being transphobic, but they still feed the kids. But the men, they don't. They don't feed the kids. They beat them and send them to their rooms. So again, okay, when we have these conversations and people are like, oh, like, I know. I promise you, I know. Okay. You act like I didn't get raised with 8 brothers. I know how it works. Okay. This comment here. Look, let's look at the average of men versus women in the West instead of the top 0.1%. Men have more structural power, earning more physical power, freedom, and sexual threat, less carrying penalty, more authority-coded credibility, more access to senior roles. Women have more relationship, social power, education advantage, stronger social networks, more dating selectivity, more influence over children, household consumption, often better institutional and sympathy in some family social structures. Outside of the top 0.1% that Brittany wants to focus on, the power disparity between the average man and woman is more comparable depending on the specific context. Look, with peace and love, what good is women getting their degrees if they're also not getting jobs? Like, what good is the women getting their education and spending $80K on an education for a man just to take her job when he just graduated high school? What good is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? The women only get social, like, credibility as raising children because of patriarchy, because men don't want, like, you're doing this thing that's like, you're not understanding why we came to be this way. People are just, I get it. Like, men are victims of patriarchy too, but they're not as much of victims of patriarchy. You can be a victim of something and still not suffer as greatly under their oppression. Okay? So we're all victims under patriarchy, but the suffering is not equitable. Okay? The suffering is absolutely tilted. And that's why I'm saying, like, you are not paying attention. And so that's why we talk about white supremacy. We talk about patriarchy. We talk about all these things. Like, yeah, we all suffer, but the suffering is different. Okay? We're not trying to make everybody suffer the same. We're trying to mitigate the level of suffering, period. Crazy, bro. Absolutely insane, okay? All right, let's do this now. Okay, so before we get into the drama of it from the leftist boys, even though it's not drama, let's just focus on the facts of what's happening right now. More than 60 people arrested, including activists and journalists outside of Delaney Hall on Sunday, and then we'll get into Hassan and the boys. This is a private for-profit prison that's holding people. That's why it's being protested.
Over 60 activists and journalists were arrested near Delaney Hall Sunday night. A 9 p.m. curfew was implemented in a half-mile radius around the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Detention Center, Delaney Hall, prohibiting protest within the radius on Sunday. We spoke with climate activist Kaylee Henry, who says she knows the risk of protesting after curfew.
I know that I'm peaceful. I know that I have not done any violence towards anybody or towards the police or anything, so I'm feeling fine. If they arrest me, they're in the wrong. I'm here for our brothers and sisters that are inside. I'm risking my own safety because it is important for the detainees on the inside to actually get justice, to actually receive proper care, to be freed. They requested 4 things. Firstly is Mikey Sherrill to go inside and to talk with the people that have been receiving food that is not edible. All the conditions are not livable. Secondly is to help the elderly, to help the young. People are not receiving the medical care they need. Human rights is everyone's right.
Police horses and hundreds of officers pushed protesters and journalists into a small circle just a few minutes after curfew.
Police in full riot gear are outside of Delaney Hall surrounding protesters and journalists. We are literally kettled in right now. All around us, 360, are police dressed in full riot gear.
Police gave journalists one opportunity to leave the kennel. The alternative was to face arrest.
Listen, okay? One at a time. Press, you can leave, and you're going beyond that bus right there. You do not come past that bus, do you understand? Yep. All right? One at a time. I will tell you and point you out. You're not pressed. No. Let's go. Out. You, out. 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 Out.
Kaylee is one of more than 60 protesters and journalists who were arrested by New Jersey state troopers outside of Delaney Hall Sunday night. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka announced on Tuesday that he intends to end the protest curfew around the facility and is suing to close the detention center.
So this has been in the news for a lot of reasons, right? This is also the place that Hassan was in during the day. It is interesting, like it always is interesting, the two kinds of protesters, nighttime protesters and daytime protesters. Daytime protesters, most people, even families sometimes. Nighttime protesters, I mean, there's a lot of risk is being run here. Not that daytime protesters don't have a lot of risk, but there is something about when the sun goes down. People just get different, you know? So it can be more intense for people. So they're really out here, like, they're really out here. You know what I mean? So give them the credit where credit is due. This is Middle East Eye reporting this story. And this connects to sort of the story that I want to tell today. And I just wanted you guys to have an idea of the reality of what people are facing. So communities are coming out, right? Communities are coming out to Delaney Hall. Hassan Piker's there. The Black Panthers are there. A lot of people are there. And what's interesting is how people received it in different ways. Now, I'm going to talk about this. Of course, we've been deconstructing misogyny in leftist spaces for the last week or so. And I want to kind of, you know, bring this into it because there's been a lot of pushback between the men's. The men have been arguing amongst each other who's the real one, right? So we have Hassan and a Black Panther getting into a fight. Black Panther responds. Hassan walks away. There's insults. And then we have Chris getting involved from TikTok and all these other people getting involved. We have Kyle Kulinski getting involved. And what I want to paint a picture of today is just, again, why leftist men will not save you, or men who are fighting in liberation movements will still engage in misogyny in order to own each other. And I'm saying they still have things to work on. Even the most well-intentioned people, even the greatest of activists, can engage in a lot of misogyny. And that's why at the end of the day, when these people are gathered in these spaces and it's men fighting each other, this is not a safe space for us. We are in danger. You ever see a fight break out between two adults and a kid's getting in the way? Who's going to suffer in that situation? The vulnerable person, the kid. You ever get in a situation where it's two men fighting over a woman? Who's the vulnerable person in that situation? The woman. As much as the men think it's themselves because they're in the fight, it's not. It's the people around you that you're going to hurt with either your rhetoric or your little physical bodies. Okay? So first, let's start here because I think this is important. Let's start with Kyle Kulinski and I'll go down the line. Okay? So check this out.
What are you? Are you somebody who's so obsessed with norms and decorum and holding Democrats to a higher standard than Republicans? That's the thing that drives me the most crazy, is that I refuse to live in a world anymore with two different standards. Donald Trump can say and do whatever the fuck he wants all the time, nonstop. Never dings him ever. He's still the most powerful man on earth, right? Like I said, at least 27 different allegations against him. He's in the Epstein files a million times. He's a known pedophile and rapist, okay? And I'm supposed to say, sure, let him get away with that. But Graham had consensual sexting years ago, and that's a red line I can't.
Pause. Who consented? Who consented? His wife didn't consent. The 6 women, did they know he was married? Did they even get informed consent? You don't know that it was consensual. You're assuming. He's assuming that. We don't know that.
And how dare you? Come on, man. What are we, babies? What are we, children? So here's somebody coming after me.
Okay, so this is Chris.
Kyle Kulinski. Graham Plattner could have sexted my mom and I'd still vote for him. And you might be asking yourself, why is Kyle Kulinski tweeting some weirdo shit like this that sounds MAGA adjacent?
How is that MAGA adjacent? To say that Graham could sex my mom and I'd still vote for him? I don't.
Pause. Chat said he means consent like it's not rape. and I mean with peace and love, why do you think you're explaining that to me? Right? Because you don't know what rape culture is. Rape culture insinuates that some forms of non-consent are okay because at least it wasn't rape. Oh, he touched her boob, but it wasn't rape. Oh, he kissed her against her consent, but it wasn't rape. Oh, he took a picture of her skirt, but it wasn't rape. Oh, he sexted a woman, but it wasn't rape. Oh, he sent nudes to somebody else, but it wasn't rape. I believe in informed consent. This is liberal consent. Let's bring out the chart. We always make up the chart when we have these conversations, girls. Okay? These are the 3 types of consent. There's no consent, and this is what conservatives want to believe in, okay? There's consent, which is where Kyle Kulinski is, which means the consent is a little gray. And there's informed consent. That's where Brittany is, okay? I need to know everything before anything happens. Are you married? Your STI panels. What am I consenting to? Are you free and available? Is this going to come back to bite me in a butt? And am I going to end up in a campaign smeared all over the news? Okay? So Kyle is advocating for basic consent, which is outdated. We don't like it anymore. Trump is advocating for no consent, and I am advocating for informed consent, because only in informed consent can we actually help rape victims. Can we actually teach our kids to value people and to value people's autonomy? Okay. So again, his wife didn't consent to these affairs. Doesn't her consent matter? And this is why I'm saying this isn't about having Trump be the base. See how Trump is the lime? Well, as long as I'm not worse than Trump, I'm good to go. The bar is in literal fucking hell. It's worse than in hell. It's lower than hell. Why in the world would you gauge your moral compass on Trump? Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, Chad says the wife is the only person who didn't consent. You don't know that. Did the women know who he was? He was on Kik, K-I-K. It's a very specific website. Okay, did they know he was married? Did they know who he was? You do not know that. Women have sex with men all the time they think are single, only to find out they're married. That is not consent. You can have sex with a woman who thinks you're single and finds out you're married. That's not consent.
Quite understand. The whole point is we need to defeat MAGA at any and all costs. So I, of course, will support and vote for the person who...
At any and all costs, including throwing women under the bus while saying you're our biggest ally. This is why even leftist men, it's not because they're men, it's not because of their gender, it's not because of their biology, it's because they've been conditioned as men, raised in patriarchy, and raised in rape culture. It's why they will never actually care about marginalized people who do not engage in this hyper rhetoric, because at the end of the day, you know who gets burned. It's us. Got it. So at any cost. Got it.
Who sexted 6 people. The point is literally the exact opposite. In fact, you're the one who's MAGA adjacent because you're the one who thinks, what, this is such a big deal that now nobody should support Plattner and therefore Susan Collins should win that seat and MAGA should hold the Senate and continue their reign of terrorism and their...
It's so funny that leftists who, again, anti-capitalists, and not all leftists are the same. I'm one of the better ones. They will get up here and say the Democrats suck. They never give us good candidates. And then you settle for the worst candidate possible. Look at these men arguing. Well, the rest of us just sit there and go like, so we're supposed to support this man who in my mind is an abuser because I think cheating is abuse. And now you want me to support this man who has a history and a pattern of 6 different women, right? Great. Very cool. What happened to the Democrats putting up better candidates?
Crime spree across this country? Who's the MAGA adjacent one?
Yeah. Chat says, great. Anti-cheating is now MAGA. I hate it here. Great. Anti-cheating is now MAGA. Awesome.
Here, when I'm the one that's saying, let's keep our fucking eye on the ball and make sure Democrats take control.
Because come to find out, Graham Plattner's been sexting multiple women. And this person is married at the end of the day. So Graham Plattner is someone that has a Nazi tattoo, and he's someone that's willing to cheat on his wife. To me, that sounds like someone that's not morally eligible enough to run for Congress.
What does that even mean?
I mean, agree. He also worked as a mercenary and worked for Blackwater. Yeah. Get him out of politics. Why the fuck did we pick him? Yeah. I don't agree with Chris. I don't like the way he shows up on the internet, and I'll show you why in a second. But I do agree Graham Plattner is not good enough. Next, he wasn't good enough when he found out about the tattoo. He wasn't good enough when he found out about his background in the military. He wasn't good enough. Do you know what I'm saying?
You've determined that this person...
Chat said, how did it come out? It came out because the wife confided in somebody in the campaign, somebody who was like a trusted person, and said, I hope this doesn't come back to bite Graham in the butt. because like we've worked through this in our marriage, which, okay. And then that person showed it to the press and that person was then fired. Okay. So it was somebody, the wife confided in somebody. But again, that person might have very strong morals against cheating, also not strong morals against being a military person. Again, the way the Democrats still put, I'm going to wait until I show you this next clip. They keep putting these men in front of us who wore uniforms and killed people in West Asia. And then they're just like, oh, and I'm like, no, can we get somebody else, please?
Why? Who are you to determine who can and can't run for Congress? Who are you to determine what the voters do and don't accept? He's up double digits in the fucking polls. Obviously, all these smear hack attacks are not fucking working.
But this is what I'm saying. So we can't advocate for a better world because it might ruin your race, instead of us having conversations about how do we make the world a better place without engaging in all of these tactics. Now, maybe we can't. Maybe Kyle is saying that you have to accept a certain level of misogyny for the world to move forward. And in that case, like, exactly my point about people. We're not as good as we think we are. We give ourselves too much credit.
That you represent. Describe the masculinity that you represent.
This is Graham Plattner.
I think it's just a healthy form of it, which is, look, I mean, I lift weights. I shoot guns. My background is obviously in the military. I work outside. Most of my hobbies are things that people tend to associate with like manly stuff, I guess. At the exact same time, I go to therapy. I have a very open sort of dialogue and emotional relationship with my wife. We have this concept of masculinity in which, like, especially right now with all this kind of manosphere nonsense, this idea that like you're supposed to use your strengths to kind of to like use power over other people or to offend people, be mean to people, that somehow that's manly. That's not. That's the act of a coward.
Interesting.
And I think it's important to like have people who can show that you can be a tattooed, deep voice combat veteran who makes a living on the sea.
Oh, okay. A combat veteran. So you kill people, motherfucker. So you went out and harassed communities around the world and you're coming back and telling us not to be mean? I think killing people is pretty fucking mean. Oh, and then he cheated on his wife? 6 different people? Interesting.
And also go to therapy and think that it is a virtue to show up for your neighbors and care about other people. In fact, I think those two things go completely hand in hand. They aren't separate. But we do have this vision.
And the fact that I can't say this about this man without you guys or people on the internet accusing me of being MAGA is exactly what's wrong with the world. We should be able to speak out against any person engaging in any bigotry. I don't care who the fuck they are. Okay? So that's the point. Don't even come at me in my chat or on these comment sections and start talking about how, but MAGA already won. He won twice and he might even win a third time. So don't even come at me and blame people who are actually saying, okay, enough is enough, because you're not doing enough. So no, this isn't good enough. He's not good enough. It's not Plattner or MAGA. Plattner might as well be MAGA. You say no, but his whole life has been MAGA. His whole life is a conservative person's life. That is exactly what you get in MAGA circles. What has been different about his life just because now he's decided to, quote, be different? You couldn't pick anybody else? 350 million people? 50 million possible adults you could have picked from?
Of masculinity in our society right now, which kind of makes one seem like if you're this way, you're supposed to be like hardened and shut off from the world and angry. And
did you used to think that?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, I spent years. I mean, that was when I kind of was in my darkest moments after my military service. I mean, I was extremely isolated. I was very alone. I did not feel connected to people. I was emotionally just fully unavailable. I mean, I didn't even, and I felt that like, if I opened up to people, if people saw my weaknesses, they would like judge me for it. And so the best thing to do was kind of put on this sort of tough guy persona. And that was the unhappiest I've ever been. I've never been more lonely. I've never been more unfulfilled.
Exactly. Now, chat says, good enough is kind of how we got Trump by not opposing someone better. Literally. Absolutely. Let's see. What the fuck is this? Okay, I don't know who you are, buddy, in my chat. You're saying you banned me because you used my money when I was paying you for my college support. You knew that. I told you at the time that I needed my money, but you took advantage of me when I was a kid. Who is this? That's why you think I'm bringing bad vibes, because it reminds you of your hypocrisy. Also, you were anti-woke when we talked about on our call, so spare me the cult leader. Who is this? Look, I don't know who you are, but if you knew me, like, I don't even know who this might be. So I'm going to block you. Okay? Thank you for being here. I don't know what that is about, but I'm not hiding you. I just set it out to stream, so don't even try to accuse me of silencing you. I just shared it with everybody. People heard me. They saw your text. I don't know who you are. I have no idea who that could be. Just like, doesn't even ring a bell. So don't know who you are, but you're blocked. Okay? Now, let me show you this. Okay? So wait, back to Kyle Klinsky, just for the whiplash. Okay? Here we go.
That's what they are. Smear hack attacks. Why is it every time I see Graham Plattner talk, he's talking about raising taxes on the rich. He's talking about raising the minimum wage. He's talking about getting people health care. He's talking about ending the corruption. He's talking about cracking down on MAGA and arresting the criminals. He's talking about packing the Supreme Court. He's talking about getting Democratic wins with leftist policy. But every time I see his critics talk, the tattoo, which he covered up, which was a skull and crossbones, which he didn't even realize was a Nazi tattoo. Like, why is it you guys talk about the unserious shit? I always see him talking about the serious shit, but I'm supposed to take you seriously when you're the one talking about the unserious shit. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? For once in these people's lives, can they actually make a policy-based argument? I would love to hear just once give me a policy argument as to why Susan Collins is better than...
Again, why does Susan Collins have to be better for us to call out Graham Plattner for who he is? Right? That's what I'm saying. Okay, like why does that have to be? Can we just judge Graham for who Graham is in that bubble, right? Can we just judge him in this? Why do we have to talk about compared to who? Why does it have to be compared to who? I don't get that part. Now, okay, hold on. Let me see how I want to play this out for you. Okay, look at this. So we watched this the other day, but I want you to watch it again. So this is from Chris, who once again, I'm not a fan of Chris. I think he engages in too much misogyny. This TikTok shows it, in my opinion. And again, when men don't call out misogyny, that is the issue, as well as the men who commit misogyny, right? Okay, so look at this. Hassan is at the protest for Delaney Hall. He's arguing with one of the Black Panther chapter leaders, and we're going to hear from him in a second. And so look at this interaction, okay? The audio is kind of messy, but it's okay. The point is just look at the vibes.
That are doing this violence feel a sense of accountability, and they change. You're a socialist, right? You're a socialist. That's a political philosophy, right? That's what it says. You know what I was saying.
They get him out of there. He just got to. Something just happened, bro. Something just happened. Be careful. I just seen a nigga bust his ass right there.
Wait, what happened? What happened that quick? What happened? He's a fucking fraud. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. People follow him because he got money. Yeah. Look at him running. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Fuck Twitch. They get out of here with them view bots. You view botting pussy. The fuck out of here, you view botting bitch. The fuck out of here, nigga. Go back to your desktop, you dog abuser. You fucking dog abuser. You abuse dogs, huh? You fucking bitch.
I've been trying to tell people Hassan Piker isn't as popular as you think, and black people do not fuck with him, and you saw it in real time with that fucking him being heckled and he running off. This revolutionary guy, the minute he faces some backlash, he had to walk and run away because Hassan Piker isn't about shit. Just like that guy said, he don't know what the fuck he talking about. He just got money. That's why they follow him. People in real life know he ain't bout shit. They know that it's a fucking grift. They know Hassan as a racist, dog-abusing, Nepo baby, grifting motherfucker. So for all you Hassan Piker fans online, we keep trying to tell you he is not as popular as you think he is. And he saw it yesterday in real time when he was heckled so much that he had to leave the fucking protest.
Okay. So Chris doesn't call out the misogynistic language, the fact that they're yelling things at Hassan to upset him, the fact that Hassan is not a dog abuser, so engaging in that rhetoric makes me discount you, the fact that, like, whether you like it or not, like, it's interesting that you care more about the fact that Hassan might have abused his dog, but not about the man calling him a bitch, because you don't see misogyny in the use of the word bitch. You use it against the man to infantilize him, to point out his, femininity or some variation of, and don't tell me bitch is not engaging in misogyny. misogyny, because in the context it absolutely is. So I don't like it. I don't like these men yelling at each other in the hopes to, quote, save the community. Now, I just want to say that I do not believe the man who is in charge of the Black Panther chapter is the man yelling on the phone. I believe it is a different man. If you look at the angle, because this is important, I could be wrong, but okay. So he is being filmed.
They get him out of there.
Okay, so this is a different man.
He just got to, something just happened, bro. Something just happened. Be careful. I just seen a nigga bust his ass right there.
Okay, this is the man. Hold on.
Wait, what happened?
Okay.
What happened?
Okay, this is the man who is the chapter leader, from my understanding, in the hoodie and the hat. We're gonna hear from him now, but this is, so just note that he's not the one using the misogynistic language. He could be, but I mean, we know he's not in this instance. But I mean, in this instance, it's the guy holding the camera. Okay, the guy holding the camera. So, and then Chris not correcting the behavior because he hates Hassan, right? And so this is a problem. Okay, this is not what I'm doing when I call it misogyny in the community. Now, let's go to the leader, who is this gentleman, and let's listen to his perspective on what happened. This is the chairman. Okay, Chairman Afrika of the New African Black Panther Party shares his disdain for performance activists, including Hassan Piker. So he's protesting at the Delaney prison as well. Okay.
Because of the people, they don't give a damn about the people. I mean, but until we start to organize and work like this, we are not changing nothing. Like, people who come over here and talk all that, whatever. Like, what is it? What's his name that came here? Tall dude. He got all his followers. He came down here. I asked him, so what do we do to, Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker came. So I asked him, Hassan, because everybody was following him. I don't know that motherfucker. This is my first time seeing him. I never seen him on the streets doing anything. I never seen him doing this. So I'm like, yo, Hassan, so what do we do to change all of this? He said, just keep protesting. I'm like, how long we protest for? Until the people that you're protesting against change their mind. I'm like, get your dumb ass out of here. I told them to get out of here. They thinking I'm MAGA, I belong to MAGA. They're like, because I don't like him. But that's how the world is. Everybody's like, they're so socially conditioned to think a certain way. But he don't know anything. He's talking about he's a democratic socialist. That don't even make sense. How can you be a Democrat and a socialist? Like, it's contradictory shit. But people don't know nothing, so they just follow it. That's why the first duty of a revolutionary is to be educated. You have to understand what the issues are. And we are in a class struggle. That's what Fred Hampton said. We're in a class struggle, God damn it. I mean, you're gonna hear people sounding nationalists, black nationalists, white nationalists. Yo, we are in a class fucking struggle. And in a few years, maybe 15, 20 years, all these people, middle management jobs, you're going to lose all your jobs. They don't need all of us. It may be too late to struggle then, to build the institutions. They didn't come because...
So I don't know much about his particular chapter of the Black Panthers, New African Black Panthers. If anybody has any knowledge on that, you can share in chat. But I will just say that I think this is one of those observations we need to make about different types of people clashing because they're here for different reasons. How disheartening to hear from Hassan, the loudest person with a microphone, hey, what can we do? Just keep protesting. It's like, what does that mean? What do you mean just keep protesting? Right? And so when we have these conversations, you know what I mean? It's hard because, you know, apparently for a lot of the people, especially black and brown people, and I mean black and brown, I don't mean Hassan White, okay? Black and brown people who are organizing their communities, they will never be as famous as Hassan Piker. They will never be given the same amount of credibility in any capacity. And Hassan shows up during the day to protest, but like, is he protesting, you know, with these people? Is he organizing? Is he feeding people? Or is he showing up and streaming and therefore making money? That's the other question that I think plays into this. I'm not saying Hassan shouldn't stream. I'm saying it's interesting that he shows up to protests, you know, while working. These people are showing up for free. A lot of these people are showing up, taking off their work time. They're sacrificing so much to be here, you know? And so again, I don't expect Hassan to be perfect, but damn, like, can you not talk to these people without it becoming a fight? Do you not know how to engage in rhetoric with anybody in your community? Like, do you not know how to talk to people and say, like, you know, he's not building coalition is what I'm saying. He's building collaborations with streamers. I don't understand why he couldn't have a conversation with this man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Why aren't you actually showing up? Like, it just feels strange. There's something strange happening with the way that we uplift men in these communities. You know what I mean? And so when I sit there and I watch men like Kyle Kulinski tell us Plattner or MAGA, okay? It's like, why are you asking us to do this? Okay? Yeah, chat says Trump or no, they said Destiny or MAGA, Destiny or Trump for president. It's like, why are you giving me these two options? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you giving me these two options? And then even the leftist men in our communities, they honestly, the way they talk, they start to sound like Joe Biden.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think.
He really tried to save it, but that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? What?
How we think about it. We think, no, we're going to dumb it down. They can do.
Okay, let me just remind everybody what I'm doing here, right? Because Chatter, I know you've been a member and you've been here for a while. You said because those are the people in the candidate or the candidates on the ballot. What do I do for a living? Go ahead, tell me in chat right now. You keep yelling in my chat. You're using capital letters. Why do you watch my content? What content do I make? What's my vibe? What do I do here? Tell me right now, or I'll ban you too. I'll ban everybody, even members. What do I do here? Why are you watching my content? What is the angle I am coming from when we make these observations? Okay? What are we doing here? Philosophy, not politics, and ethics. We're doing philosophical ethics. And I am ethically pointing out the unethics of this situation. We're doing philosophy. Okay? And you keep arguing with me like I'm doing politics. You think politically I wouldn't agree? Guys, politics is about winning. I understand the winning strategy. I just think, like, what's the win really about then? It's a short-term win, not a long-term one. And I'm saying I want long-term solutions, not short-term games with people's lives. And they are playing with your life. Okay? Right? So look at this. I was on Do Not Worry podcast. Here's an example of a part of the conversation I didn't show the other day that I want you to watch again. Or watch.
States. I think the idea of like when they
and shout out to these men, shout out to James. He had a lot of really great questions for me. Look, I really think the men on this panel respected me. I felt very respected by James. He was very against me at the beginning and completely saw me at the end. And Anthony, I love Anthony. You know I do. Cousin from another mother. You know how it is. Brother from another mother. He's so great. But I want to say the reason I think this conversation went well is I think the men really tried to understand me. They're not debating me. They're having a conversation. Right? So people felt like James was going in on me, but I thought he did great.
When they go low, we go high can be applied both to being edgy online, but also using political tools to try to achieve your political goals. It can be applied to, not saying like bigoted or what could be perceived as bigoted things online, but it also could be applied to like gerrymandering. Like Democrats are technically breaking mores by doing gerrymandering right now, but they're doing it to counteract Republican gerrymandering. So I don't know. Does that make sense? I feel like I said a lot, but I don't know if I was getting my point across there.
Yeah, I think the dilemma is, so now my brain is like, okay, now we're having a political conversation that isn't my field of expertise, and I'm jumping into a conversation about politics, which isn't what my content's about. So now I'm like, okay, how do I bring this back to philosophy? I don't know how it moves the Democrats forward for Kyle Klinsky to spend time calling women bitch on the internet, but he does it. And so the question is like, I'm not a Democrat. I mean, I am literally a registered Democrat. But okay, I'm not a Democrat, and I'm not a liberal. I consider myself leftist. I'm an anti-capitalist. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not really interested in like Michelle Obama. I love her, but like also, love her as a woman, but not, what I mean, as a political person. So they go high, we go high. Low, they go low, we go high. I think these are all like not the point. I think these are superficial. I think it's superficial to think that we can go high when fascists are killing people. So I think we should act with dignity no matter what's happening. And there's a dignified way to fight back. Liberation is a dignified effort. And so the question is how do we seek liberation while not becoming as philosophically evil as the people oppressing us? I think that's more or less how I see it. Does that help? I'm trying to bring it back to my area because I don't want to speak out of turn, but.
No, I think that makes sense. And one thing that you said one thing that you said that I saw yesterday that I thought was really interesting, and I was hoping you could expand more upon, is the idea of like how people get their minds changed. Because I thought you had a lot to say there. And specifically, like you were reacting to a commenter and they were saying like, oh, Hassan changed my mind. And you're like, okay, but like there are a number of different factors.
Oh, I want to pause. This is a really great segment. Hold on. Kern Brady speaking. Key membership for 35 months. Let's go. The moon took another lap around our rock. Love that. Thank you. Membership for 35 months.
I think that could be, I think that's also something because Kyle does present himself as I don't know, different. I'll just say different than like what you would imagine the stereotypical kind of woke skulled, like blue haired liberal would be. And I think that because he presents himself in that way, he does offer an on ramp to a lot of people.
It's also because he's a man. Remember when Destiny had blue hair and everyone took him seriously still? That typical woke aesthetic of blue hair and, you know, so on and so forth, that's usually femme presenting people who get discriminated against. Kyle Kulinski is still a man. Destiny was a man with blue hair and they still took him seriously.
Then Graham Plattner, right? Or why we should sit this out for whatever sort of highfalutin nonsense reason they come up with. But he's not done yet.
Okay, do you know what I'm saying? These men get to show up any way they want to be taken seriously. Femmes are not granted the same amount of respect.
People that have been kind of inoculated or they've been like preloaded to despise stereotypical liberals.
So maybe he's
he
like
offers them an on-ramp into like leftist commentary. So how do you see someone like Kyle as a role in kind of the whole ecosystem of getting people to get their minds changed? Or like what is your opinion on how people get their minds changed about just like political and also just like life viewpoints in general?
I think about it kind of by looking at the past when all of those people voted for Obama, which I'm sure some of us were a part of that.
Twice.
Some of them ended up, there you go. Some of them voted for Trump eventually. So I'm not interested in temporarily changing someone's mind to win one election. I want to change someone's mind to change the future of the world. If that's what we're pursuing is longevity and a real embodiment of values. And so philosophy for me allows people to really look in a mirror and say, what do I really believe? Because am I going to be racist or homophobic or ableist when my rent gets too high? Because that's really what's happening, right? Trump is purposely, in my opinion, making people's lives so miserable that they are becoming more bigoted, which is a good marketing tactic to trigger people into bigotry and getting mad and resentful at other people for existing, especially people with minority statuses. So my brain goes, well, what good is your pretend inclusion if when rent gets high, you come for me? You know, right. So I think that's the problem. So Kyle Kulinski might win a few temporary changed minds into voting Democrat one election, and that's good. Or maybe he's the straw that broke the camel's back to really bring someone to full embodiment of like leftist values. Or I think we should take away from the ego. I think like I don't change my viewers' minds. I don't change their life. They change their own life by using the tools that they hear from me or the wisdom that they might hear on occasion when I'm actually wise once in a while, you know, but I'm not changing their life. They're changing their life. You know, Kyle isn't changing their mind. They're changing their mind. Kyle was just the right person at the right time to say it in the right way, but he is just 1 second of their life. And all of those moments before really contributed to them changing their mind eventually, right? So yeah. I would prefer a world that was truly embodied in their belief rather than somebody who temporarily decided they were not racist, but they also weren't anti-racist, you know, and that feels like I would rather move the world in a direction who's anti-racist rather than just not racist. You know, that's kind of the goal. But I understand politically we need voters. I understand politically it's about winning. I understand politically there's a strategy there. Look, I was in politics when I was younger. I had a lot of opportunities. I was told, okay, pause. First of all, Past Me nailed this interview. I really felt like I was on fire, bruh. And I worked 7 days that week and it was 10 p.m. Croatian time. I was tired, but I feel like I nailed it, okay? If you guys want to check out this podcast, I'll link it in the chat, okay? So, here's the thing. Do you guys get what I'm saying? I'm saying I've already seen this happen before. Temporarily, you're going to tell voters, just vote for this guy. And it's going to come at the expense of marginalized people again and again, as it always does. You keep saying, why isn't the world changing? And you keep doing the same thing, expecting it to change. Graham Plattner is the same thing. And shaming people into not voting or shaming people into voting for him is unethical. People have every right not to vote for him. He hasn't earned their vote. He hasn't earned their trust. He came out of left field, out of fucking nowhere after 20 years of being a mercenary with all of his quote, oh, I've changed rhetoric, a serial cheater with all of his I've changed rhetoric, and you want voters to feel pushed into voting for him. And I'm saying they are not obligated to vote for this man. We already live in MAGA. It's not going away. Trump is talking about a third term. It's not going to matter. The world is burning. And you're like, but use this spray bottle and maybe it will help. And I'm saying, fuck your spray bottles. Give me some goddamn solutions that don't involve me feeling like I'm helping when it's just, you're pacifying me. You're making me feel like I'm doing something when nothing is happening. Here's Bernie Sanders defending a man.
The American people are saying right now is let's let candidates have the guts to take on a corrupt and broken system. And maybe let's understand that nobody is perfect.
Oh, oh, Plattner's not perfect. Well, maybe Trump isn't perfect. Because that's what I hear from MAGA people. Trump isn't a perfect person, but don't you think he's helping the world? No. You know, I heard that the whole time Trump was being elected. The whole time I was mad at conservatives for voting for Trump. They go, well, nobody's perfect. God forgives everybody. Everybody makes mistakes.
I mean, it is, look, this is Donald Trump's world and we're living in it. Okay?
So now both Kyle Klinsky and Hassan are making the argument that Trump is the line. He is the bar. And if the bar is in hell, we get to be in hell with the bar. And I'm saying, you can be in hell all you want, girl. I'm out. Okay? I will do the right thing because I'm going to have, we're all going to die, right? And I'm saying men keep asking us to do the same thing every fucking election because they are primarily the ones in politics, primarily the ones making these moves, the only one who's ever been president. And they're like, trust me, this time is different. They are our toxic ex-boyfriends who are telling us, who are begging us, trust me, this time it's different. I'm not going to cheat on you or lie on your name or nothing. I promise you this time is different. And I'm saying, yeah, I've been to therapy. I've done my philosophical work. I know what this is. Absolutely not. Emerson, welcome to Memberships. Happy to have you here.
Donald Trump set the standard. This kind of stuff only works if the audience is living in an alternative universe where they still think that like politicians are supposed to have tremendous moral integrity or whatever right? It just doesn't, like, Donald Trump is literally best friends with notorious pedophiles. Donald Trump has actually demanded the release of notorious pedophiles. It's the most corrupt administration of all time. None of this shit even comes close to that level of immorality. And also, last but not least, I'm sorry, regardless of my feelings of Plattner's record as a machine gunner for the Marine Corps who went into Blackwater or whatnot, they're doing this to him because he's anti-Israel.
And you're letting him get away with all of his past sin or bad habits because he's anti-Israel. You're doing the same thing. You're saying, I will turn a blind eye at everyone he's hurt because he's pro or anti-Israel. And they're going after him because he's anti-Israel. Okay? There are so many well-intentioned anti-Israel candidates you could have put at the forefront, but you chose this guy? That's what I'm saying. What is this? This is men fighting with our literal lives. This is patriarchy playing with our literal lives. Because who's committing a genocide? Men. Men are committing a genocide. What are we doing here?
That's it. They're doing this to him because he's anti-Israel, number one, first and foremost. They're doing this to him because he's anti-corporate lobbying influence within the Democratic Party. That's a huge one. He's anti-capital interests being placed at the forefront of the Democratic Party's messaging platform. Okay. And last but not least, they're doing this to him because if he wins and flips a red seat, all of a sudden you can have Bernie-crats running to do that. And the argument for
our life is a game to these people. Our life is literally a game to these people.
Put down on Graham Plattner, so it doesn't matter what news or information comes out, they are going to ride or die with Graham Plattner. Now you tell me this, what party when it comes to saying they will look past anything and they will still vote for him? Last time I checked, that's what MAGA does. And these are the same leftists that call people that vote for the Democratic Party blue MAGA, when they are the ones portraying more and more MAGA traits each and every day.
Let me be clear. The reason that I call centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats, right-wing Democrats, diet MAGA Democrats is, again, because of their stance on policy. If you support Trump's illegal war against Iran, you are a diet MAGA Democrat. If you are cucked to Israel so hard that you support Trump continuing to arm and fund Israel as they do a genocide, you are a diet MAGA Democrat. If you're in favor of all of this big money in politics and representing the Epstein class and the billionaires over the people, you are a diet MAGA Democrat. If you, like John Fetterman, always find a way to twitch.
Chad, don't say this is a pro-Israel channel. This is not a pro-Israel channel, and I think you're trolling. Don't say that. We don't support a genocide. We're free Palestine all the way. And I agree with Kyle in his categorizations. I just don't know why he doesn't hold himself accountable for his own participation. Israel is not a main character in the world. Other people are suffering. And you're acting like Israel's genocide isn't created by men. Men, Netanyahu, in his patriarchal entitlement to people's lives, is committing this genocide. Okay? So do not sit here and say this is a pro-Israel channel, and I'm going to ban you for that slander. Okay? I am saying if you care about Palestinian lives, you got to get misogyny out of our politics. You've got to care about children's lives, humans' lives. And I'm saying right now, whether you like it or not, the people are leading you astray.
Yourself into a pretzel to defend MAGA.
These people,
you are a diet MAGA Democrat. How on God's green earth can somebody like this look at us and say somehow we're more like MAGA when the whole point of...
Chat says, how could Bernie support this guy? Bernie supported Israel. That's what I'm saying. Bernie supported Israel. I don't know why we're ignoring this. Of course he's supporting Graham Plattner. He supported Israel. Do you know what I'm saying? Bernie became conservative years ago to me. Bernie, I canvassed for Bernie. I voted for Bernie. I wanted Bernie. But Bernie was conservative to me like 10 years ago, bro. 15 years ago. He's out. You know, whatever it was. I don't know how old I am. Okay? So I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. All these men, all these people in politics. Guys, politics is where good people go to die. You cannot be a good person involved in politics. I'm telling you right now. All the worst people you know are in politics. It's like becoming an ethical billionaire. How do you become an ethical person who's engaged in politics if winning at any cost is their memo? Winning at any cost? Where have I heard this before? This is what I heard from America when it invaded Iraq. We have to win at any cost. This is what I heard from America when they justified bombing Japan. We had to win at any cost. This is what I hear time and time again from people. We have to win at any cost. That's what Netanyahu's saying. That's what Israel is saying. We have to win at any cost. Netanyahu said, better to be Genghis Khan than Jesus Christ. I will do it at any cost. And the cost is what? Planet life, human life, animal life. The future of our populations, the future of the world. This is what I'm saying. That rhetoric, win at any cost, well, congratulations. This is where it got us.
Us taking this hard-nosed, aggressive, take-no-shit stance is to defeat MAGA. And the reason why we want to defeat MAGA is because they're terrorists, and they're fascists, and they're imperialists, and they're bloodthirsty, and they're in a death cult, and they're destroying everybody's rights. They're taking away black voting rights. They're taking away, women's bodily autonomy. They're cutting taxes for the rich. They're waging...
What do you care about bodily autonomy for when Graham Plattner's out here cheating on his wife? That's what I mean. Like, what good is your politics if you don't even value consent? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying you guys can vote how you're going to vote. Right? You can make your decisions. You know what I recommend? Vote as much as you're willing to vote. Right? Like if you don't want to vote for anyone running for the primaries or the presidency or the governor, there are a lot of other things you can be voting for. Okay? When I vote, I go through everything I can vote on that I understand and I vote. You know, there are local elections or other ways to protest and be a part of your communities. You can feed people, right? But like when we have these conversations, like I tell you this right now, haven't we done this already? When are we going to learn from history? Nothing is new. Nothing being proposed is new. It's the same shit that happened 30 years ago when I was a kid. It's the same shit happening now. Nothing is different. I promise you, nothing is different. But they're convincing you it is. This is why I say Kyle and Hassan are both irresponsible as fuck with their platforms. And yet, I can't blame them because I think they're two bees stuck in those bubbles. They're so stuck in those bubbles, they really think they're doing the absolute most they can. Which is the same shit we've always been doing forever. There's nothing radical happening here. It's the same shit we've always done for fucking ever. And it's always going to come at the expense of the minorities. It's always going to come at the expense of us as a community. It's always going to come at the expense of everybody. Okay? Now, I want to twist this into two different topics that I think are completely related. Media and misogyny and patriarchy, and the glorification through media to convince us that doing the same thing over and over again is going to help us. Check this out. Just a few minutes.
Cliches in all of cinema. It's called courtship by club. Essentially, you have a prehistoric caveman who hits a woman over the head and then drags her back to his cave, right? Usually by the hair, sometimes he throws her over his shoulder. It's been around for well over 100 years. But the thing is, it never happened. It is entirely made up. There is no evidence for this in the archaeological record at all. It's a historical fantasy designed to justify men's antisocial behavior in the modern day.
Ooh, sound familiar? The history of Israel, the history of America, the history of everything we know. It's made up to push a narrative, right? Romance, they give us a history to push a narrative into our minds that this is how it's always been or this is what's good. Women have never worked is a conservative narrative that was never true.
Downplays and excuses sexual assault, rape, and domestic violence by making it seem like it's just part of human nature and always has been. And notice the pattern here. These women are depicted as enjoying the assault, as being happy that he picked her, right? He bonks her on the head, and then that blunt force trauma makes her instantly fall in love with him. It's essentially a Stone Age date rape joke. It is a myth designed to perpetuate the false idea that men are naturally aggressive and women naturally submissive.
The men had no trouble with their women in them days.
These caveman courtship rituals and motifs are an example of what's referred to as a paleo fantasy. That is, they are modern ideas about men and women, about regressive gender roles that are then projected backwards onto the past.
I tell you, men haven't changed since the dawn of time.
This is exactly the narrative that MAGA uses, like Matt Walsh and all these people. They say, oh, it's always been this way. This is the appeal to biology. They're saying everyone has always been. This is not true. This is propaganda. And I'm saying this is propaganda in your politics, it's propaganda in your churches, it's propaganda in your homes.
Origins of this idea of courtship by club are pretty well known. It was hallucinated by a Victorian lawyer in 1860 who had no real expertise in ancient societies at all. He just made it up and published it.
The caveman approach, like this. Come here. Wham. And laroctomy. Rough, huh?
One of the reasons the myth caught on so fast was because during the Victorian era, women were agitating for new rights. They were agitating for the right to own property, the right to get divorced, and the right to go to school. So courtship by club became part of the backlash to women's movements towards equality. The idea was that, look, we've come so far already, you're lucky we don't hit you over the head and drag you off anymore. We don't need to go any farther, we don't need to achieve actual equality. And the meme has been used like that ever since, with the intention of making modern patriarchal ideas seem normal and natural, to make it seem like those ideas have just always been with us, when that's not true.
Do the fertility dance with her at the feast tonight, then drag her back to your hut.
My hut's a mess right now, and what if she struggles?
You know, you give her a little tap on the head. Women respond to that.
This is what I'm saying. And you guys can check out his TikTok and Patreon. Okay. Every time you think media is harmless, remember that it comes out of oppressed people trying to fight for their rights. And this is what I'm trying to say. You see me right now as dividing the left or calling out Hassan and Kyle and not understanding why I'm calling them out. It's because they're giving me a caveman cartoon and saying like, hey, you're lucky that it isn't even the past. We're fighting fascism. Why are you distracting people? Because you keep hitting me over the head with a club and expecting me to fall in love with you. Why are you hitting me over the head with a club? It's interesting. You want to give women the right to speak. You want to give us microphones. You want to give trans people the right to speak. You want to give gay people the right to speak. But when we do, and we're making very good points, by the way, very good points, all of a sudden we're mentally ill and all of a sudden we're hysterical. The left loves the idea of a strong woman, but the moment she is strong, they go, take away her microphone.
With the concept of the powerful woman. I think we've fallen in love with the concept of the powerful woman. But in reality, we seldom celebrate or raise up a woman when she claims her power, steps into it, and uses it. We want the agreeable version of powerful, the version that smiles when offended, says nothing when she disagrees.
Smiles when offended. How many times was I called sensitive in my comment sections? Listen to me. I'm not some 22-year-old kid, God bless you all, who just joined the internet for the first time. I'm a 37-year-old adult. I have done more in my life, read more books than most people. I'm absolutely allowed to be at this table, and I absolutely know what I'm talking about. I am not a brand new lamb who just got into the field for the first time, okay? I am a seasoned girly. And I am telling you right now, I've been here before. I know exactly what this is. And it is patriarchy, and it is misogyny. And so here I am reinforcing, reminding you, I'm not going to budge because I know I have the data on my side. But I'm sick of being told, oh, we need more women in politics. We need to, take care of the misogyny in our communities. But the moment women speak, the kitchen jokes, the sandwich jokes, the who invited her jokes, you just want to sleep with him jokes. The moment we disagree with our male hosts who are nice enough to give us a microphone, there's a reason men in this space become millionaires while women in this space don't. And it's because audiences and the men who have the largest microphones don't actually want to see women there. So women have to either engage in patriarchal rhetoric, have to engage in misogyny through jokes and language, right? Throw other women under the bus to even be seen as equal, whether it's left or right. And I'm saying no. I'm saying I'm not going to throw women under the bus so men will pick me. But that's what even leftists are asking women to do. Because they haven't unlearned their misogyny. They haven't unlearned patriarchy.
And endures quietly when she doesn't want to. We are happier with the theory, not so much the practice. The idea is far more romantic than the actuality, which means the choice a woman makes to be powerful, to disrupt the norm, to push past assumptions of who she is a hard choice to make. It means constantly being misunderstood, often being disliked, being mocked, being insulted, being told to phrase things a little gentler, and be grateful.
Be grateful for what you have. It could be worse. This goes back to the caveman cartoon. Be grateful this is what you have to deal with. The same thing your parents probably told you when you said, hey, you're being bigoted. They said, hey, be grateful I don't hit you harder. Be grateful I don't punish you longer. Be grateful I don't send you to bed without dinner. Be grateful, be grateful, be grateful. And I'm saying, how dare you demand my gratitude? Well, you throw me under the bus and use me. How dare you ask for my gratitude when you forced me into existence and I didn't choose to be here? How dare you tell me to be grateful as you take away my rights? But that's what everyone has been telling marginalized people forever. Be grateful. Be grateful. And I'm saying philosophically, my gratitude is endless for the fact that I exist and that I get to be here and that this is my job and this is my community. But I am not grateful when politicians or people in power throw marginalized people under the bus. That is not the place where we need to be grateful. That is not how gratitude works. You must have wisdom in your gratitude. There is no wisdom in saying yes and thank you to people who are throwing you into prison and putting, you know what I mean? There is nothing to be grateful when they're taking away your rights. So for Kyle Kulinski and Hassan Piker and all these men to say women deserve dignity and then to turn around and say the most undignified things about women and / engage in them in an undignified way. I'm not a conservative. I'm not coming from some prude perspective. I'm coming from a liberated perspective that says we should get past making fun of women for how many sexual partners they've been with, or even discounting people for how naked they are on the internet. What does that have to do with anything? And yet these men are still engaging in exactly that rhetoric. So no, I'm not grateful. Not for these men or the work that they're doing. But I am grateful for my community. I'm grateful for activists and protesters. I'm grateful for people who are doing the work and feeding their communities. And I'm grateful for the parents who show up every day for their kids. And I'm grateful for every single one of you who are actually doing the work to heal your communities. That's who I'm grateful for. Because there are billions of people doing that work. And they are never going to get the social credit or the prominence or the paycheck that these men get. And these ones will make you feel like you're not doing enough. No, you're not doing enough. These people are really trying. And that's what I want you to take away from this. That I'm not trying to throw all men under the bus, but I'm trying to say all men, they do have privilege under patriarchy. And while you're turning around saying we should be grateful for what we have, with peace and love, none of us should be grateful for the world as it is. We should all be trying to make it a less bad place. With that said, I'm going to take you into a boy bubble that is the worst place. Fun fact, Hassan Piker collabed with Nick Fuentes. Do you know that? And I don't even care about that as much because he was arguing with Nick Fuentes, right? I've also debated a lot of people that were not good, right? But please pay attention to the fact that these men became famous and millionaires, while the women in this space didn't. And that's what I want you to pay attention to. They used each other to debate and get famous and go viral. And they continue to use each other to this day because they know it's a good money-making machine. And the women in this space who said, we're not going to talk to these men anymore. We're not going to engage with these evil people. We didn't make the money because we stopped talking to these people while you kept going. Which is why current day Hassan being willing to talk to Asmin or Charlie Kirk before he died was exactly the same thing. He's more than happy to use them for headlines and making videos. But the rest of us who don't do it on principle, we lose out. Because now we can't be in the same rooms as the people who claim to be on our side because we also won't be in the same room as Charlie Kirk. But Hassan will. These men will. They have no problem being in the same room as fascists, especially if it would make a good YouTube video. And I think that's something we should pay attention to. Are you ready? Walk in.
What's that beep then? Oh, that's just a police radar. They're completely legal.
I've come to Miami to meet Rich and John. They're both gripers, at least for now. Griper is a nickname given to fans of the far-right streamer Nick Fuentes.
I broke up with my last chick. She was a pain in the ass. So.
The common stereotype of gripers is that they are incels, involuntarily celibate.
Yeah. You know, like, I've gotten in arguments with some of them because, like, they're like, we hate women. We hate, it's like, bruh, like, do you want to reproduce or not? Like, we don't hate women. We just find feminism annoying.
Jews
Do you want to reproduce or not? Ooh.
are running society. Because of his hateful rhetoric, Fuentes has been kicked off major social media platforms like Instagram.
Hitler, if you can hear me, please save me.
But groypers like Rich and John run fan accounts that post Fuentes clips all over the internet.
It's not about me, though. I just want to be a good representation of the movement.
100%. I feel like clipping is a selfless act. You know, we're not getting paid by anybody.
Yeah,
The
we're not
Most
getting
America
paid.
First
We're
content.
not getting paid. We're doing it for the love of the game.
Exactly.
This is
That, by the way, that is how a lot of boys go viral. A lot of unpaid people are basically working on their behalf. And that's how the boys stay viral because their fans, boys specifically. I mean, obviously we know with like, there are girl bubbles, that fan cams and stuff like that. But this is how the boys also stay. It's the same mechanism. It's the parasociality, right? So they feel like they're really doing something.
a spiritual battle.
I first met Rich a few weeks earlier at a campaign event for James Fishback.
We're done with the politics in the classroom, okay? You are not to be telling the white kids to apologize to the black kids.
A political newcomer
When has that ever happened? See, they have to make up fiction to be oppressed. That's the difference. White people have to make up fiction to be oppressed, and the rest of us just exist in it. They actually have to create a narrative. When has a white kid had to apologize to a black kid in a classroom just because he was white? Do you know what I'm saying?
who is running for governor of Florida and who's been embraced by Fuentes and the Groyper movement.
Wasn't too long ago that we wouldn't have to ghost somebody just because they voted differently from us. That we didn't have to block somebody because they retweeted Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. This is also a myth. This is also a myth. We used to be friends with people who were different from us. Weren't you imprisoning them, killing them in the streets, literally taking away their civil rights, firing them from their jobs? Okay.
Heaven forbid, agree with Nick Fuentes.
I asked Rich, given all the hateful things that Fuentes has said, why he's such a fan.
It's all jokes. And the things that aren't jokes are very clear and obvious for most of us. But then you get these crybabies that are like, no, this is, oh, he hates everybody. He hates immigrants. He hates Jews. He hates black people. It's like, it's totally not true.
Hate written off as humor. I like white people. It's a defense of Nick Fuentes and of people like him that I've heard before.
I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? But Fuentes' audience and seemingly his political influence is growing. So in coming back to Florida, I hoped Rich and his friend John could take me deeper into the mind of a Groyper.
Cool. Very simple layout.
You decorated for us. Fuentes has tried to take ownership of America First. You decorated for us.
Native Americans beware of foreign influence. What?
Fuentes has tried to take ownership of America First, a term first popularized.
Oh, yeah, because they call themselves Native Americans, right? Didn't they co-opt Native American? Didn't the white people start calling themselves Native American? Right?
More than a century ago by anti-interventionists opposed to US involvement in World Wars I and II, and then revived by Donald Trump in his first presidential campaign.
Do you remember when you first heard of Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, so when I first heard of him...
Notice the suits they're wearing? This is why I said it's interesting that people choose to wear suits, because it's now in politics been co-opted by the right. Not literally, not always, but generally online. If you see young boys in suits, they're conservative.
It was actually in 2022 when him and Kanye went to visit Trump.
Are they at dinner at Mar-a-Lago?
They had the dinner at Mar-a-Lago. And I heard he's just like this white supremacist Nazi. I was always skeptical of those accusations because I'm like, everyone gets called that nowadays. But then as I got to know Nick, I'm like, this is all kind of a farce. And sure, maybe he does stuff to be edgy and make jokes, but we're young, we just want to have fun. And with these older people, we want to get a rise out of them, especially these MAGA Fox News boomers. Like, we want to get a rise out of you.
How many Groypers do you think there are?
Millions.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the MAGA movement's dead. I think any young person looking at the MAGA movement is like, we've been totally betrayed on everything. I was with the guy since...
Do you like their hand movements? Look at their little... Listen, listen, listen. I love men. I love their feet. I love Elon. I love his feet. Even though he hurt my feelings super duper, I forgive him. Look at the little hands. Little Andrew Tate hands. Little Trump hands.
I was in middle school. I would sit at the middle school lunch table and debate other kids about how...
Bro, I love a Justin Bieber haircut with an ill-fitted suit. Like, that's what I'm saying. They're playing pretend adult. And I don't think that's their fault. I think they're victims of, this is their victimhood. Like, these are victims. Do you know what I mean? But they are playing pretend. They're playing pretend adult. You know what I'm saying? And it probably feels really great to LARP an adult, you know?
Trump's great, you know, and it is personal. You know, you support a guy for so long and you believe the things he says, and it's all a farce.
What is it about Nick, do you think, that makes him so appealing to particularly young men?
There's a side of comedy. Like, there's politics, and it's kind of like Trump. You know, Trump is just genuinely funny. He's a funny guy, and that's very attractive.
I would just take away the right to vote for tons of people. Women, for sure.
How do you know when he's joking, and how do you know when he's not? Because he says, like, women shouldn't vote, but that's not a joke, right? He means that.
Yeah. It's still a joke, though. It's like, we're not going out of our way to repeal the 19th. You know what I mean?
Like, trying to get under people's skin.
But you're saying you don't believe that Fuentes believes that women shouldn't vote?
No, I think he does believe that.
You think he believes that they shouldn't vote?
Yeah.
Do you think that?
He probably does.
So it's not a joke. Do you see the mental gymnastics of what just happened?
So he's not joking.
No. Yeah, but he wouldn't do anything about it.
But we know that's not really in the
We're not
cards.
trying to change that.
Yeah,
you know what I
okay.
mean? Like, we can joke about it and say, oh, wouldn't it be funny if women couldn't vote and it's up to men to decide who's president?
When I say
So it's a joke that's based off of a reality that will never make happen, except we want people in office who are like Nick Fuentes or Nick Fuentes himself. But it's just a joke, trust me. Now, would I be too sensitive to think this might be real? I feel like he might be a little serious.
women's rights, what do we obviously need to do? Take them away. This is just obvious. This is what everyone knows needs to be done.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
It seems that even among the groypers, it isn't always clear when Fuentes is joking and when he's not.
And then if you're like going on a date with a woman or whatever,
I would still.
Okay, I'll do you one, because chat says common right wing tactic. Everything is just a meme, but it's deathly serious. Okay, now here's a challenge, right? Left wing tactic by non-deconstructed people. We're fighting fascists. Can you please not try to like hold me accountable for every wrong thing I do? There's literally a monster coming through the door and you're trying to fight me on something right now. Okay, but the monster is still like, I don't know, like 2 continents away. Before they get on a ship and come all the way, could you like maybe like get your shit together? Right? They're like still pretty far away though. Like, I'm asking for bare minimum here because that's what it sounds like to me. The whole women shouldn't vote sounds like the same thing to me. Like, oh, he's not that big of a deal. He barely did anything to his wife. Why should women care about this? This doesn't matter. Trans people do not care. Women do not care. This doesn't matter. This sounds like the same thing to me. So I shouldn't care that Nick Fuentes is trying to take away my vote because he's not. It's just like a joke that's real. And I shouldn't care that Hassan is mocking a woman and objectifying her on stream because we have bigger things to worry about. So all these men and all these groups are telling me, don't worry, it's fine. Trust us. And I feel like we've been here before. And what I'm understanding is that I definitely shouldn't trust any of you. Sounds like all of you are lying. Or I should trust you and then see what happens? I don't know. I don't know.
They'll joke like that.
Yeah.
And
if she's offended, I wouldn't be dating her.
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly.
Okay. I think women should only be allowed to vote if they're.
Oh, if I'm dating her and she's offended, I would break up with her because she's not my girl. Oh, we're on the same side, but if you criticize me, like, it's over. We're not building coalition. Yeah, people are right. The left can't build coalition because we have pretty strict standards about bigots in our groups, unlike the conservatives. So you should be happy the left is so divided because we have problems in our community.
And if she's offended, I wouldn't be dating her.
Yeah,
anymore.
exactly.
Okay. I think women should only be allowed to vote if they're married because I think if they were married, they would vote with their husband.
Rich, do you think?
Which is true and which happens now, which is why white women do vote conservative because they're married to conservative men, which is why they're victims of patriarchy. Because women who are conservative do vote like their husbands. And I'm telling you right now, that's the problem. That's why I say if you get women away from their husbands, they're less likely to vote conservative. But because they're victims of patriarchy, they can only think of their safety and the safety of their children. And I'm saying this is the dilemma. I'm saying the dilemma is patriarchy. Yeah, that's true.
Women should vote?
Sure. Let them vote. I don't have an issue with it.
You don't?
No. Let them vote. I mean, I think we need to win through politics. We need to have a massive coalition.
Why do you think women are divorcing their husbands over voting? Do you remember that happened a while back where I think it was Matt Walsh or some conservative said, if my wife votes differently from me, like I'll divorce her type thing. And I'm saying, yeah, well, to be fair, if my husband voted differently from me, I'd divorce him too. My wife's not allowed to vote for Trump. You know what I mean? It's just a values thing. But I'm saying you're married to men who would vote against your basic rights. That's what I say. When you date people, no matter their gender, because Blair White exists and Ariel Scarcella exists. So make sure you're not dating a conservative gay person. Go check out my Bert Simon channel where I did a commentary video on gay but not queer because it's different. Okay? Queer politics are queer philosophy. I'm in a queer relationship, a gender deconstructed relationship. Queer philosophy is the tenet of our union, because ultimately I was not going to build a union with someone, going to, be in union with somebody who is going to throw me under the bus, because they felt like they knew better for no other reason than being assigned male at birth, And
we're gonna have women involved too. You're turning some heads here, guys. That's for sure.
Rich is 23. John is 25.
They're babies. They're literally babies. And they have nothing else going in their life. And so they're like, I'm 25. I have nothing else going on in my life. This is giving me purpose. And so here they are, laboring for free, existing for free, and just like lost. And the only guide is Nick Fuentes. And I'm saying this is propaganda of patriarchy. And yet look at the propaganda that they're so easily willing to parrot. Women shouldn't be able to vote. If they do vote, they should vote like their husbands. Damn, bro.
Both came of age during the rise of Trump, COVID, the Me Too movement, and what many young men like them view as the excesses of cancel culture.
So when the cameras turned off, are you guys going partying today? What are you doing? No.
We'll probably go to
I'm
Hakkasan.
gonna push this guy to go to church tomorrow. He doesn't know it yet.
Oh.
He's mad. I just put him on
that.
the spot. We're going Orthodox church tomorrow.
I don't know where the nearest one is.
Orthodox?
I'm Orthodox. Yeah.
Are you?
No, but I'm Catholic, but all my friends are Serbian.
Yeah, I'm Slavic.
I said that, yeah.
Oh, you're Slavic.
Maybe we'll go to a Catholic church tomorrow.
Yeah, I can send you some if you want.
Oh.
Really? What's
I'm
your number?
Catholic too.
What just happened? Did that blue hat? She was like, ooh, swag. She was like, the blue hat. She's like, get it? What the heck, girl? What are we doing?
Wait, Catholic or
Rich and John seem like pretty normal guys. But the man they most admire spews so much hate.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not. Darth Vader is cool. Hitler is cool. What is it about Hitler that's cool? Why does it tickle? Because what Hitler represents is if white people didn't give a fuck.
Actually, technically, Hitler represents if white people give a super fuck, because he gave so much of a fuck that he decided his fuck was the most important to give. So I don't really understand that, but you do you, I guess.
Fuentes said he thinks Hitler was cool and awesome.
It's like, I'm
cool. Why do you say it like that?
This is what Hitler did isn't cool and awesome. It's like, they're saying he was all dressed up in his stuff and he had his army. And he's like, it was cool. Like, as a person who likes history, seeing a leader, he compared it to like a villain.
That's a good first date question. Do you think Hitler was cool? Like, I can't believe that would be a great first date question. So, like, what do you guys think about Hitler? Bro.
In a movie.
We get it. I mean, it's inflammatory, but if you understand what he's saying, most
I'm
of his
just at the point
jokes.
where people don't ever get criticized for actually doing stuff that hurts our country. So, like, if someone makes a joke, he's not even in political office, it shouldn't matter that much.
Oh, because he's just a guy? Guys, he's just a guy. Nick Fuentes is just a guy. You know, all these boys, just guys. Just cute guys.
If he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, let's compare. Look at what Trump's doing in Iran right now.
American
We're
blood
talking
is on
about someone
Trump's
joking
hands.
about the Holocaust. It's like school kids joke about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
These men have come to see themselves in Nick Fuentes. His cancellation across social media platforms they view as part of a broader attack on men like them.
You look at his audience, they feel like they can relate to him because they're young men. A lot of them can't get girlfriends. A lot of them are struggling financially. They're not going to have the life their parents had, their grandparents had.
That's literally all you gotta do. Cliff Nick, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody cares. You're not him, bro. You'll never be him. You'll never make it. Just kill yourself.
Soon after I left Miami, pictures John posted of our interview on social media got.
Is this person saying, this person in chat's like, stop Fed posting, and then if you look at their history, they're just mad that I criticize Hassan? You know what I mean? Is that what you're doing? Is that why you're in my chat, or do you want to take that back? What do you mean? Are you or not? No. You good? Hold on. I'm looking at your chat history. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like you commented a lot. Wrong area of the stream. Oh, wait. So am I fed posting or is somebody else fed posting? Are they calling you a psyop? I don't know. Are you chill, bro? Are you good? Am I misreading it? I might be misreading the room. You let me know if you're a good one.
Fuentes' attention. He wasn't happy.
How about that CNN thing? Oh my gosh. These like two absolute chuds. Oh, look at us, we're in our Nick Fuentes t-shirt and hat with our knee socks pulled all the way up.
Fuentes posted into his Telegram channel.
Oh, somebody was talking about vigilante justice a while back. Oh yeah, we already went over that conversation. I thought you said I was fed like posting like stop, about Nick Fuentes. I was like, I'm literally covering Nick Fuentes. Anyways.
What the actual fuck is this? Do not claim to represent me if you are dressed like that and are plus 25 BMI. As a matter of fact,
what? Do not claim to represent me if you're dressed like that and are 25 BMI. As a matter of fact, nobody represents me. Am I plus 25 BMI? Nicholas J. Fuentes. Nicholas!
Nobody represent me at all.
Because Fuentes posted this, many Groypers turned on Rich and John and began threatening them on Groyper Group.
Wait, what? Rewind. Oh, he's fat shaming his audience. He said you're fat, bro. Did he think his audience wasn't? Because this is what I'm saying. You can be fat in my audience, girls. I love you. You know what I mean? He's fat shaming his audience, bro. Rip.
BMI. As a matter of fact, nobody represent me at all.
Oh, he said if you dress like that and you're fat, don't be a part of my audience.
Because Fuentes posted this, many Groypers turned on Rich and John and began threatening them on Groyper Group audio chats like this one.
Dude, I cannot wait. I honestly, dude, can I keep it a buck? I can't wait for this guy to be doxxed and have his life ruined forever. Honestly, that's where I'm at.
That's crazy. No, it's not crazy.
Like,
Rich and John did not want to be interviewed again.
How's everyone doing tonight?
But John posted a 30-minute video on social media where he tried to defend his Groyper honor.
I consider myself a Groyper, and I know everyone's saying I'm not a Groyper and giving me death threats and telling me to kill myself and that they're gonna rape me. And that's fine. I don't really care. I knew that it was gonna be like that and they would try to get me with gotchas, but they didn't get me on anything.
In it, John lays out the details of our interview.
They asked me if women should be able to vote. And
the mom in me feels so bad for him. Like, bro, your friend's bullying you, bro? Are your friends bullying you? Oh, baby, come home. You don't need friends like that. You don't need friends who are going to bully you. Those aren't your friends. Come on. Come home. I'll make you food. You don't need to hang out with those. They're losers, bro. Let's go find you some more friends. Have you heard about Pokemon tournaments? Like, why? These are not your friends, bro.
And right away, people are probably going to say, oh, this is a gotcha question. And my buddy said, sure, fine. But I actually didn't say yes.
Like, why do you watch my show? Why do you like me?
Fuentes was mocking them.
They're sitting there in the Airbnb, leaning forward like, all right, yeah, Groyper. Spilling to the CNN journalist, he's going to make them look like complete idiots.
But here was John, still trying to placate the hate.
To anyone that, I might have offended or thought that I was trying to sabotage the movement, I am sorry.
Wow, they fucking heartfelt apologies to Groypers and Nazis. God forbid you give heartfelt apologies to people of color and women and gay people. Fuck. You see, they have feelings. It's just put in the wrong direction. That's what I'm saying. He feels feelings. Just, I wish he would refocus those feelings, in a different way.
Given a lot.
Chad says, hot take, I'm not at all sad for a racial misogynist. Hot take, I can feel empathy for absolutely every single person on earth. And if everyone can do that, I think there'd be less bigoted people. But because we can't do that, we become bigoted people. I think the engagement of being able to be empathetic is not so you can excuse their behavior. It's so you can remain dignified in your humanity.
A lot of the terrible things that the guy said during our interview, I can understand.
But to be fair, you don't have to have empathy for them. You just can't become hateful because of it. So if you really can't enact that empathy, okay, just don't become hateful because of it.
Understand that maybe some people watching this will think, okay, well, they deserve this now. But these seem like two pretty normal guys who've been dragged down a very dark rabbit hole, and one that a lot of young men are going down.
I've gone through a lot. So this isn't going to like deter me or stop me from doing what I'm doing at all. So
Ugh,
I'm going to just wrap it up by saying, you
brother.
know, I love America, I love my family, friends, and I obviously love our Lord and Savior, Jesus.
Ugh, don't even talk to me about Jesus Christ, okay? Yeah, man, I really feel for the children that these boys used to be. And I really do think it's important to feel empathy for everybody, but not by force. If you really can't empathize with them, you don't have to. It's not gonna help anyone necessarily for you to have to empathize with everybody, but I think it might hurt you in the long run if you hold on to anger and hate and it ends up being turned on yourself. I cannot tell you how many times I physically hurt myself because the world was such a bad place. I was physically self-harming just so I could feel in control of something in my life when the world was so messy. So as a queer kid who suffered in this world the way that I did, I just know until I let it go and until I could be empathetic, I couldn't really be it for myself, you know? So just some food for thought. You don't have to feel a deep sorrow for the individuals that died. I get it. Or who exists on, I was thinking about Charlie Kirk when I said died, or that exists on your screen. I just hope you find some way to be kind to yourself and others, you know? Right? Now, this is interesting. I want to go over some things with you because I do think you guys might find it interesting. Let me do this. As we wrap up, I want to show you these last TikToks that I have saved for us to make sure we put hold ourselves accountable. Chess said, I'm not hateful. I just have more empathy for the people they hurt, Black children, women, sympathetic for them. Sure. Does that make sense? 100%. You're totally good, bro. 1,000 billion trillion %. I'll take it. Good. You know, you're doing great. I'll take it. Because honestly, it's not like, like when Charlie Kirk died, I didn't feel as much empathy for the man who died as I did for the people who had to see it happen. That felt sad, or like his kids, like losing their dad sucks, I didn't really feel it for Charlie necessarily, though I felt like kind of, watching him die was kind of shitty. Like that video does replay in my head a lot. And I'm like, damn, that kind of feels rough, but I don't really it's really for humanity as a whole that I feel empathy. So, you're good to go. Okay. Now, the other day, I kind of shadow mentioned a creator called Niles, who's actually non-binary, and I refer to them as he, him. And it actually does matter because, not for the general reason you would assume, but because Niles came on the internet and shared this video and it was not well received. And I kind of want to have this conversation with you here because I think we'd have a really nuanced one versus the one that's happening on TikTok. So let's talk about it.
Then being born female, then being socialized as a girl, then living your life as a woman does not make you an authority on feminism. It doesn't mean that you understand feminism. It doesn't even mean you have the range to touch on feminist discussions, period. And a lot of y'all's arrogance derived from the fact that you believe because you were born in a certain body that you have the authority to speak on something is...
They said, positionality frames our individual insights and experiences, but does not substitute rigorous study across larger diverse populations. Both are needed in bi-directional relationship.
Exactly.
To properly understand
why our conversations of revolving around feminism haven't moved anywhere and have in fact regressed. And
did I say he just now? They? Did I use a pronoun? I don't remember, but the video says that. They. Niles is a they, them.
Also, it's why you all are starting to act like the very men that y'all claim you don't want to be like. So many of y'all disrespect the feminist scholarship and disrespect the feminist scholars who took all of this time to do the qualitative and quantitative work to not only understand so many different kinds of people's lived experience, but find those patterns, connect these things, demonstrate why these are problems, and then connect these to larger things happening in our world, like our economics, like our politics, like our culture, right? And then they went in and presented y'all very neat frameworks to analyze things, right? And that's how you get things like Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality. That's how you get bell hooks's interlocking systems of domination, right? White supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal imperialism. That's how you get Patricia Hill Collins' matrix of domination, right? You can't access that level of knowledge and that depth of knowledge just simply by being born in a body that gets categorized as a woman, right? You have to sit down and actually not only study the experiences of women, but of men. Also, you have to look at the planet, right? And the relationship people have to the planet. That's why ecofeminism exists, right? You have to talk about economics. You have to talk about politics. You have to talk about culture. You have to talk about biopolitics, necropolitics, all sorts of things. Like, these are all things that filter into these larger conversations around feminism. And yeah. Again, y'all need to get off this damn app and go read a book. And if you want to see some good book recommendations, I still have my Feminist Non-Negotiables video pinned at the top of my page. Go pick any book on there. Being born.
Okay, so obviously the comment section was like, it gives me more authority than you. If not us, then who? Then these comments don't understand the difference between anecdotal experience and scholarship and educational enterprise. This is widely misogynistic. Thank you for mansplaining. Why do you think you can have this conversation? I know more because I read a book about your lived experience. A lived experience absolutely makes you the authority. This is misogyny. He doesn't even go here. A book will never be equivalent to a lived experience, and you do. There's no way. This is a rage bait. Mind you, I'm already irritated. Okay, I do love when people say that. Mind you, I'm already irritated. It's so funny. I want to tell Niles I apologize for misgendering them, because I did think they were a man when I first saw them. And gender is a performance, and I read this performance as male, and that's my bad. I would also like to say that I do think them being non-binary is interesting. It adds an element and a layer to it that implies a different lived experience than a cis man, and I think we should take that into consideration. They're brown, you know? I assume they identify as black, but like they have a lived experience that's interesting. You know what I mean? I also think there's something to be said about, yes, being well-read, and yes, lived experience, meeting in the middle somewhere, because I think that's really, really powerful and important. I also think that's the dilemma. We've learned this today in our conversations, right? If you don't have the lived experience of a gay man sexually assaulting you, you'll probably think it never happens, because in most people's mind, gay men aren't interested in women or femmes. And yet, if you read the literature, talk to your communities, or have the lived experience, you'll realize, no, it is true. And so, again, there are 8 billion people on the planet all having very different experiences. If you can think about it, it exists. And there's porn made about it. As you guys know, that's the rule. So I agree with this, and I would like to say it can feel very intimidating to people to just pick up a book and go, or to, listen to an audiobook for 20 hours and not feel burnt out, or to understand that they do want to talk about their lived experiences, right? So I think there needs to be a balance. You know what I mean? There needs to be a balance between this is my lived experience and as somebody who's more on the gender deconstructed side of things, I do think there's something about the way you show up and why you're read a certain way, why you're perceived a certain way, and why it ends up coming full circle to, are we doing enough as parents to educate our kids? Because again, I was really lucky, and I know this sounds crazy, but I think one lived experience I had that other kids didn't have is my mother was very well read, even though she was MAGA, or conservative, or Republican. My mom read incredibly thick, hard, difficult books. And when I was a kid, my mom encouraged me to read any book I wanted, any amount of reading. I would sneak the gay books, of course, because, they didn't want the gay books, but I snuck those. Don't worry. Okay. But my mom used to enter me into reading competitions where you'd get like a little bookmark or a eraser if you read certain books. And I would go to libraries, and people used to know me as the girl who would take out 30 books a month. They had to make a special request for me as a person in her 20s to take out more than 15 books a month, because they're like, you can't read that many books. I was like, I can. And I would read those books, and then I bring it back. I knew all the librarians from high school to 20s. They knew who I was. You know what I mean? So, so there's just something about this that I think is really important. Sorry, Discord is making me laugh. That I think plays a role in how we have these conversations. And yet, atheist boys on the internet will say, no, there's no way Brittany read all those books because she can't reference a quote from them. True. I can't remember half the shit I ever read, but I know I read it, and I know I embodied it. I know I internalized it. I know it meant something. I know it changed my life. True. Half the time when people go, who are your favorite authors? Ooh, I'm reading books to change my life. That's why I read books. Fiction, nonfiction. The reason I watch anything on television is to change my life. That's why I watch YouTube videos. Every time I'm on TikTok, guys, there is no brain rot. I am brain stimulating. Okay? I want to change my life. I want to enjoy my life. I want to live in the most present. I want to hear the wisdom from every person on the planet. And yet I do think the way you show up in the world does play a role in how you're perceived and received. Right? So watch this TikTok here.
Online.
This is the Queer Collective.
And that it's like there's no one way to look non-binary, and I agree with that. However, it seems like there is a way to look non-binary because Carbon is getting they them'd and neither of us are.
Yes.
So what the fuck is up?
Give me whatever's in your wardrobe that is making the magic happen. The bandana on the neck.
Is the misconception that it's like it is androgyny?
I think it's
I believe
that.
it is. For example, if you see somebody that has a masculine figure, they have a lot of body hair, maybe they have a little beard, but they have long hair and they're wearing a dress. I think majority of people would be like, they, them. They, them.
They walk into the room and then suddenly we're all doing a pronoun check.
We're basically creating our own new category where you have to be actively defying both extremes of the binary. We're finding this very extreme center, which I consider it to be its own extreme.
I see.
We have now developed a trinary.
What'd you call me?
One extreme, male. The other extreme, female. Or the central extreme, something male, something female.
Half and half.
Half and half. Yeah. The promise that I internalize about non-binary is that this is an infinite spectrum between, and this is literally what the name non-binary means.
Yeah.
It is the infinite spectrum, so we shouldn't have to extend ourselves to perform in order to get the recognition of what we are inside. But then, and this is kind of why in the closet had to happen for me, it's like, if I'm just purely dressing the way I want to, going out in the world the way I want to, and I'm still getting hemmed, what do I have to do? What about myself do I have to change? What about my presentation do I have to change to try to get the response that I want? And does that mean that some degree of performance, of gender performance, is necessary to actualize this thing? There is an answer out there where it's like, you don't have to care about that external piece of it, what other people deem you as, because you know inside who exactly you are. That doesn't work for my brain. I'm an external validation queen. Give me my thing. Give me my...
Gender is a performance. Judith Butler, gender deconstruction. That's why I'm in a gender deconstruction era of my life. It is a performance and I love it and I'm here to perform. And how the audience receives me is based off of the performance, and it's about making sure the in matches the out and the performance makes sense. Like, I am a performer. I'm a YouTuber. Like, we are ultimately, drag is a performance. Existing is a performance. And there's nothing wrong with a real performance, an artful performance. The issue is when the performance is eating at your soul. It's eating you up. Like when we perform heterosexuality. My whole life, I had to perform, well, not for very long. When I was a younger kid, I had to perform being straight. And it was eating me up alive until I came out as a teenager. It was eating me alive. But that was a performance that was not in tune with my personhood, right? So as long as we're performing something that's in tune with our personhood, I think that's the goal, okay? Now, chat says, great question. Chat says, hold on. How can you be sure you fully embody the content that was in the books you've read if you can't recall it specifically? Genuine. Okay, let's do an exercise. Great question. Here we go. Ready? Do you remember what you were doing? What's today? June 4th of 2019. Can you tell me what you did that day? What you ate for breakfast? Can you tell me like who you talked to or, you know, what happened? Right? Does it make it less real? Does it make it less impactful? Does it make it less important? Or did something probably happen that day that contributed to becoming the person you are today? Right? Can you imagine, like, can you remember your favorite TV shows as a kid and every single episode and every single detail? No, but you probably were impacted and it probably stayed with you, right? We don't have the kind of biological experiences that allow us to remember over 2,000 books that I've read. Guys, I've read 2,000 plus books. I stopped counting at 2,000. Do you want me to remember every single book and every single dialogue and every single author? I can't even remember where my friends work. You know what I mean? But I tell you, I embodied it. I tell you, there's something in my lived experience that stays with me, right? What standard of remembering every detail are you really staying true to? Because I tell you this right now, most of the people who brag about remembering things from books, they're performing usually under patriarchy. Because patriarchy's example of knowledge is to perform. and to recall. That's why Alex O'Connor has a great reputation in the community, because he recalls things that philosophers said. And so people just automatically think he's wise because he's remembering what somebody else said, instead of looking at the lived experience or embodied experience of Alex O'Connor as a person, right? And looking at the way that he lives his life. So yeah, I don't expect people to remember every detail of everything they consume. And if you're like me, I've usually read the same book. I've read the same book. There are books I've read like 20 times. There are movies I've seen 30 times. You can remember every anime you've watched or every song you've ever listened to. How many songs have you listened to you've never paid attention to the lyrics, right? So the point of life is to live in the most present. It's to engage in the most present. It's not to recall it later in the future to brag about something, right? I don't need you to prove you read a book to me. I'm asking you, what did you learn from the experience? You know? I don't need you to prove to me you're a Beyonce fan by referencing lyrics. How did her music make you feel? You know, what did you learn from it? How did it carry you into the future? You know? Okay, let's watch this, okay?
And it's going to sound really, really harsh, but I need you to I'm going to say something, and it's going to sound really, really harsh, but I need you to stick with me, particularly as it pertains to, like, kids and literacy. I keep hearing the argument made that, like, kids don't have any self-startedness. They don't have any self-motivation to learn how to read. They don't feel ashamed that they're, quote-unquote, stupid or whatever you want to call it. And to be quite frank, a lot of you are speaking a completely different language than they're going to understand. And it's not because they lack literacy. It's because a lot of you lack the auspices of what intelligence is said to yield, which you say is supposed to yield. A lot of you are highly intelligent, well-degreed, well-read, what have you. But at the same time, we are in a cost of living crisis in which you are struggling month after month after month. Intelligence, a lot of times to them, particularly with social media and how the wealthy have branded themselves, is meant to yield wealth, luxury, and comfort. And so when they see a lot of older people saying, oh, well, you should want to read, you don't have any self-startedness, you're not even ashamed, they're looking at you all like, and what have you gotten from this? It's the same logic behind whenever people are talking about, like, well, we're smarter, we're the smarter party, we're the most intelligent, voter base or what have you, when it refers to Democrats. But if you were smart, you'd win. Right, the measure of success, the measure of what these tools are supposed to yield in these kids' lives, you don't represent. I'm going to say something, and it's going to sound really...
I think there's so many layers to this that I think are so interesting. There's this trend on the internet right now of making people read out loud in cursive or something, and then people can't do it. Why are you humiliating these people instead of helping them? Why would you humiliate children, especially on screen, or young adults, instead of sitting them down and saying, let's teach you how to read and write cursive. Let's have you learn how to read and write things. There is a whole industry of mocking people for not being smart enough, which I think plays into this narrative here from Niles, which is like, read a book. I say that too, read a book. What I really mean is expand your horizon. Watch a movie, watch a documentary, watch a YouTube, expand your horizon. My mom read thousands of books, none of which helped her expand her horizon out of conservatism or Catholicism. Okay? So expand your horizon, open yourself up to different bubbles and different cultures, really try to understand how they got there and why they came to those conclusions, and like what brought you here to this place, right? Like, I can't tell you how many times I have cried over One Piece or sat there and been like, and my partner's like, oh my gosh, remember when so-and-so did something? I was like, who is that? And they're like, you were just crying over this episode. I was like, well, I don't know their name. And he was just like, how do you not remember people's names? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I tell you, I've watched how many episodes of One Piece, and I can't really tell you everybody's name. I don't know. But I'm crying, I'm sobbing, I'm gagging. You know what I'm sitting there like, and I can't tell you. But I can tell you how I felt. I can tell you how I feel. I can tell you what happens when I hear the music, and all of a sudden my body is transported to this feeling. I don't know my name. So I'm sure all the One Piece fans will be like, fake fan. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? I guess. Sure. And so again, it's about not judging what people are going through or how people show up, and also learning that we communicate. Tomorrow on Friday, right? God, please tell me it's still Friday. Okay. Tomorrow on Friday, we're going to watch a video about how like fashion is political, because I think this is so important. And I want you to know that not everybody sits every day and thinks about what they're wearing exactly every day with intention. They just sort of exist. So there's layers to this, So when I see a person and they're signaling with their fashion, I might say like, oh, is this on purpose or is this an accident? What does this tell me about this person? You know? And so I think there's like something about this that I think plays a role. And how you look changes everything. So, okay, I know this sounds crazy, but forgive me, Hassan and Jesus Christ, very similar. I know. You're like, the Brittany, please. I know sometimes people think, I'm telling you, one day my type of autism is going to be seen as genius because it's not numbers autism like all the boys. You guys think I'm an idiot, but I am pattern autism like many of us. And we know when we see the same man in different clothes, okay? And I'm telling you right now, this is very important, okay? Handsome Jesus, street cred. Hassan Piker, street cred. Pretty privilege plays a role in how people perceive and receive Jesus as a God, as a leader. Okay? Now imagine this is Jesus. Now imagine how it changes.
Who are you?
This is a new TV show.
Oh, come now, Natalie. You of all people know who Jesus is. Lamb of God, King of Kings. Me.
I mean, yes, of course, I know who Jesus is. I have pictures of him all over my house and an air freshener in my Buick. But forgive me, you don't look like Jesus.
You are forgiven. Now, my child, I reveal unto you the wonders of my Father's kingdom.
I mean, you look nothing like him.
Jesus Christ.
Nothing like him.
Yeah, heard you. I'm gonna dip out. Yes, my child, I am well aware that the way I appear to you now is different than how I am portrayed by earthly hands. Artists have been very generous. So if it is beauty you seek, you are welcome to gaze upon the river of everlasting peace. Its waters will cleanse you of all your fears.
You have a gut, though.
Excuse me?
And you're balding.
Yeah, okay. Yes, a little. I'm not bald.
Oh, you kind of are.
What?
Okay, like, again, we're not body shaming or anything, but Jesus probably didn't look like fucking, you know, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Okay. You know what I mean? They're out here depicting Jesus as the most handsome, some would say, you know? I'm just saying, you need to relax with hot Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. And this is the same privilege that Hassan Piker benefits from. It's called pretty privilege. And white Jesus, white Hassan Piker. White pretty privilege. White pretty privilege. White pretty privilege. Okay? I'm just saying, that's what this is. And everyone is just like, no, this guy's just like really good at politics. No, this guy's like just really good at streaming. No. You worked hard and all these other people worked really hard, but he's just like really good at it. And everybody else is just like really bad at it. Okay.
Everyone can afford organic stores, Carmen. Maybe you should check your privilege.
I just meant that eating too much processed food is a big factor in weight gain, and
what? Big people shouldn't be proud of who they are.
No, of course not. I mean, ask your doctor and he will tell you.
He? Why would you assume the doctor is a he? Is it because he was...
This is literally me versus the boys on the internet.
Assume a woman can't be a doctor?
What is this?
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
But Gumball, exploiting those powers to win some petty argument will just hurt the cause of the people who really need our help.
Wait, no, my powers!
Instead of fighting, why don't we just hug it out?
Wait, stop! What are you doing?
I forgive you.
No, the shame attack! It's all coming back at me! And I can't even be angry about it.
You.
Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm almost there. Okay, what do you guys think about this video? Okay, this is Greg for Senate. I don't know if you know who this is, Greg Levy. Do you guys know him? He's running for the Senate.
Greg, why didn't you run as a Democrat?
Because I'm not a Democrat. I'm a socialist.
Now watch this drive.
We're told over and over that we only have two choices: line up behind the far right or fall behind the other party owned by billionaires and warmongers that pretends to be our friend every election year. We're proudly not running as Democrats because the Democratic Party is part of the problem we're running to defeat. We're not begging them to change. That's unrealistic. We're running for our own working class interests.
But Greg, can you really win?
Yes, and it's up to all of us. We know we can do it. History shows it's possible. Every major victory working people have won has begun outside the boundaries of what the political establishment called realistic, from beating slavery to Jim Crow to the 8-hour workday and beyond. So the bigger question is, can working people afford to keep losing inside of this two-party trap? Millions are realizing that the problems of capitalism cannot be solved with more capitalism. They require socialist solutions. We can win. In fact, breaking from the billionaire parties is the only way working people can begin to secure wins that are lasting. We're ready and willing. Let's get it.
What do you guys think about him? I want to look into him more. That's interesting. I like the vibe and everything, but he's wearing a cross necklace. And I thought to myself, the cross necklace is a representation of patriarchy. And also, let me get a good vibe here. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. It's a cross. And I thought, that is a symbol of patriarchy. And yet, this is why I say, even though I am anti-patriarchy, I'm not anti-theist, I'm not anti-religion. So as long as your patriarchy stays in your religion, which I will have beef about, but that's personal. As long as it doesn't get involved in politics, I'm good with it. So them highlighting like a gender non-conforming person at the beginning makes me reassured that, okay, you might believe in Jesus, but it sounds like I don't have to. I'm interested, right? Now, Chet says Hassan is definitely attractive, but that's not the reason I like a lot of his policies, though. Just for the record, Hassan doesn't have policies. He has opinions. So it's important that you recognize that what you like about Hassan Piker is his opinions, because he doesn't have any policies. He's not a politician or a public servant. Okay, he's a celebrity. So you like his opinions, right? So it's fair. You can like his opinions, but he does not have policies, right? That's not how I would describe Hassan Piker, okay? This is the weirdest TikTok to end on, but just hear me out, okay? Just process this information. I almost couldn't tell if this was a skit because it seems so ridiculous to me, but I want to show you something, okay?
To look for YouTube. I've been trying to look for a YouTube editor for the fucking fattest time. I've gone through so many test edits of people sending me them, and like no one's funny. Like no one's funny. Like, and I don't know where to look for an editor. I don't know where the hell to look for an editor. I'm trying to look for someone that does like an Emma Chamberlain style funny background music, but it still has that good balance of like funny and aesthetic, and no luck. No luck. Fuck my life.
Okay, what do you think I have a problem with here? What do you think? What do you think that I already flagged this as a red flag? What do you guys think? She says, I'm looking for an editor and I've seen people's resumes and nobody's funny. Right? Nobody's funny. Okay? Let me go to her page. Almost 700,000 followers. Okay?
I've been azelaic acid maxing. I need to shut up. It's done wonders for me, truly. I didn't want to get on Accutane. I went down the wrong hole. What do you think is the perfect age to meet someone? Because at 18, you're always getting told, no, you're too young. Why are you with him? Why are you with him? But then when you're like 25, you're like, guys, I'm sorry, but like the first 20 minutes of Love Island had me going like, ah! I really don't like when girls are like, you're so... Hypothetically, if I put Greek yogurt in a Ninja Creamy, will it make frozen Greek yogurt? If the hair on my head grew as fast as my nail beds do, it'd be over for you bitches. But to be honest, I'm tired of being called cute. I'm always being called cute. Honestly, I think everyone would have been equally as mad if everyone's going to the nearest Mexican. Maybe I just don't know anything, but if there's an abandoned mall with... I've been trying to look for a YouTube editor for the fucking fattest time. I've gone through so many test edits.
Okay, right? So this is an influencer. Like, right? There's like, okay, so like, that's the first thing people tell me to do. I tried an editor for a time. It wasn't for me. Okay. I was like, I don't get it. Why am I paying an editor for something I could do faster? And it puts my energy into it. I don't get it. It's what everyone always says. They say the best way to make money is to have an editor who can post your shit for you. But hear me out, right? The reason you can't find somebody who's funny is because like you're supposed to be the funny one making the art. But since she's an influencer, it sounds like she wants somebody to kind of make her a product. But this is why I say to creatives, are you the creative? Like my partner always is shocked. Like guys, I'm not even exaggerating. My Bert Simon channel, my commentary channel, it really takes me an incredible amount of time to edit those videos because I have to go look for the videos and record the videos and put them on my OBS and file them away and put them in. Like I saw another girl, let me see if I actually saved the video, who was a hired editor. And she was like, guys, this is such an incredibly like tough job editing all these videos for YouTubers. And I'm sitting here like, some of us are just doing it. Some of the biggest creators, you know, are still editing their stuff because it feels like very personal. And there's something like, yes, it would be nice to have people clip for us, I guess, but not make the content because the content is the art. So the question is, what is the art that you make? And then what is the way you show up? And this is why I say like being a creative is such a funny thing. Like being on the internet is such a funny thing, but I want you to think about it with your own life. Like, why do you go to work? Is it to make money? Or do you say to yourself, oh, I want to educate children. And then you figure out how to make money doing it. And then how to help. Oh, and I want to help my community. Okay. How do I help children, help my community and make money? Right. So for me, I thought, okay, how do I talk about philosophy, share my ideas, kind of have this like a relationship where I can talk to people every day and turn my special interest into a job that also makes me feel like I'm going somewhere. Okay, like how do I do that? Well, I always worked another job. Well, I did work, like artwork, but also, you know, and I think there's like just like a problem at play here where you have to know the difference with what you're viewing and watching. Like Trisha Paytas is not the same thing as even an Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein isn't the same thing as Hassan. Hassan isn't the same thing as Nick Fuentes. I'm not the same thing as any of them. Like everyone is different. Okay. And that's why you have to recognize what you're viewing because it can be different. But it's funny that a creative isn't a creative. They might just be an influencer. And that's why I ask with Hassan, is he a creative or is he an influencer? Are people in politics creatives or the influencers? Because I'm a creative, right? Philosophy is art. I'm a creative. So even as an audience, you got to think about that too. Like, am I watching a creative make a painting? Because I think philosophy is kind of like a painting. Because it doesn't, like my philosophy, the philosophy I engage with doesn't require anything more than the product itself, which is the philosophy. Because that's the art piece, right? Now, look at this, because I think this is so interesting. First, I need to prepare you because it's crazy. But this is an example of like, not everybody you think is going to be cool with you is going to be cool with you because everyone's chasing a different form of validation, right? Look at this video.
What annoys you the most about people in wheelchairs?
Fat people shouldn't be allowed to use wheelchairs. That shit is cultural appropriation. If you can fix your problem by just getting up and walking more, you're not disabled. They not like us. That's stolen valor, dude. They're being lazy. You can fix your problem. I can't. God fucked me, okay? I'm done for.
What do you think these fat people could do more of?
Walk! Get those fucking steps in. I'm trying, okay? I work so hard for 5 steps and y'all can't even take one. You just sit and you eat McDonald's in the fucking wheelchair all day. God, this is my culture. It's not your costume, dude. You can't do that.
Are they more valid if the fat person lost their leg from diabetes?
This gets me into something else, bro. Amputees are not like that. All right, you just got a chunk missing. Just cause you're really good at hopscotch and you get half off on shoes does not mean you're better than me. They get all the money, all the media coverage. They were normal. That's their fault. It's their fault.
What about people that break their leg like that?
Poser.
Okay, I was like, is this AI, bro? Apparently not. Apparently he just really does street interviews.
What's the best burrito spot in the Mission?
Oh, El Farolito?
Best burrito spot in the Mission? Is it hard being a mother in the city?
Hard, solid as a rock. They don't listen. Again.
What's the best book you ever read? Is it called what?
Isn't that crazy? And then you have a guy out here in a wheelchair just being ableist as fuck.
What would you change about San Francisco?
I'm a native, right? Like, I'm from here. I know we love our city, but the hills gotta go. We gotta blow this shit up. I know it's part of us, but I'm getting fucking tired. I live over by Presida. I live in one of those alleys. It's fucking vertical, dude. I'm getting buff, but it hurts my shoulders. Dude, my arms are about to fucking fall off. We gotta get this over with. Blow that shit up, terraform the city, flat. I need that shit flat.
What's it like going uphill?
Man, it's just like going downhill, but it's way harder and way less fun.
How fast have you gone down a hill?
Man, you don't even want to.
So you guys are saying it's a joke. It's a joke.
What annoys you the most about your best TV show?
Yeah, people like in the comments on his comments are like, who is this king? He's so funny. He's so fine, blah, blah, blah.
Do you think Drake's...
But I don't get it.
What annoys...
What's funny about this? I think I love him. I have an opinion too, but I don't want to get canceled. You know what? I like him. What's the joke? He's trying to be funny. What's the joke? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I came across this and I was like, okay, it's AI. Or okay, it's a troll. Okay, it's supposed to be funny. But like, what's funny about it? You know? It's like, obviously supposed to be, I get it, shark humor, blah, blah, blah. But like, obviously it's not helping anybody. It's not even helping him. So why are you doing it? You know? And I think that's the problem we're going to have with us consuming media, but also the people who create it. But I just want to reassure you that like, you are okay to look at this and say, not funny, moving on. You are not sensitive. It's not funny. You're okay to watch the Kevin Hart, you know, special and be like, this isn't funny. You're okay to watch Starvos and Hassan make fucking misogynistic jokes and be like, this isn't fucking funny. Like, these men think they're fucking hilarious. I think a lot of us maybe thought we were funny when we were younger. We're not funny. It's stupid. It's bad. It's shock humor. Nick Fuentes saying, oh, it's a joke about women being able to vote. It's not funny. It's really hurting people. You know what else isn't funny and hurting people? Bro, this TikTok says I forgot I paid $400 to see James Charles. And I was like, ma'am. Anyways, thanks for being here today, guys. Great talk. We did so good. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. That's it. That's okay. That's my ending thoughts. I just had those random TikToks and no way to talk about them. So I just made it happen, you know? Thanks for being here. Oh, come back tomorrow. I have so many things I want to do. I want to talk about how fashion is political tomorrow. And I also want to highlight some Anna Kasparian, Candace Owens collab, because Anna Kasparian telling Candace Owens she's coming back to Jesus Christ. This is what I'm saying. Don't yell at me for criticizing boys on the internet for being misogynistic when the world, like, everything's just fucking, everything's a mess. Everything's crazy. Okay? Me adding my little crazy to it is not gonna make it any, you know what I'm saying? Okay? It's just insane, bro. Well, anyway, we'll talk about it. Yeah, Anna Kasparian and Candace Owens. Anyways, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Thanks for being here, guys. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you then. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.